Alright. It's time, dude. It is time. Am I live? Yeah, I think I'm live. I gotta check. It's time. It's time. I guess, like, people don't want to see my ugly face. Because, like, I lost, like, 20 subscribers after I started the streaming shit. Like, get that ugly gook out of my face. Yeah, I'm alive. I'm not alive. I'm live. I'm alive.
You speed up your workflow and get you creating even faster and more efficiently. Some of these are actually quite unknown, so I really do hope this video goes on to help you out. The first tip for today is going to help make your Photoshop just a little bit more visually clear by changing your highlight color to blue. To do this, you're going to want to go down to Edit and then Preferences, and then finally go to Interface and change your highlight color to blue. Normally it's great, which I do find a little bit dull, but having that extra bit of blue really does make your layer selections pop a little bit more. When I was first learning to use Photoshop and I wanted to erase or delete something, I would go in here and use this eraser and very, very tediously erase it out. But I would actually like you to start using the lasso tool a little bit more for deleting things and especially for moving things around, as it's going to save you a lot of time. To activate the lasso tool, press L on your keyboard, draw your selection, and then quickly switch back to your brush by pressing B. And because we will be using the lasso tool a whole lot more, as I explained in my how to draw with the lasso tool video, it's quite tedious every time to reach over from your keyboard from L to B every single time you want to change tools. So I definitely recommend going into Edit and then Keyboard Shortcuts. Make sure the shortcuts for tools are selected, and then as you can see, I've changed my lasso tool, polygonal lasso tool, and magnetic lasso tool to A, and then the path selection and direct selection tool I've swapped over to L. So this just makes it a bit easier when you have your left hand or right hand on the keyboard and you're not having to reach across the keyboard every single time.
That's pretty cool.
It's just a workflow thing, but it really does help out. You can also try your left hand to change my lasso tool, polygonal lasso tool, and magnetic lasso tool to A, and then the paths or the shortcuts into Edit and then. So I definitely recommend going into
keyboard shortcut. Let me try that. Edit keyboard shortcut. Image edit. I smudge a lot, so there you go.
Edit and then keyboard shortcuts. Make
tools. I'm like a old boomer now. Smudge tool. A through Z. And to Z? What's Z though? X. It's like a secondary color. Let's see. No, I don't see. A. What's A? What does this do? A. What does A do? Path selection tool. This path selection tool. Path selection tool. Moves entire vector and shape or shapes this. Oh, it's eraser, yeah, of course. F, F, F. Is there any F? How about S or smudge? There is F. S, S. Pattern stamp tool. Yeah, I don't need pattern stamp tool. Let me try this. S. Yeah, let's change that to S. Edit. Keyboard shortcut. Tools. S. D. Is there a D? No, just do S. I like to use. No, there's A, B, C, D. G. H. H. Is there H? I don't think there's H. Oh, H, I. H. But I use space to do that. I don't need H to do that. That's for H. I'm gonna do H. Or shortcut. Tools. Just do S. I don't need S. H or Photoshop keyboard shortcut unused letters or the unused letters. Okay. I think Reddit sucks. I'm trying my best to not go on Reddit. It's just, they just like. What are some of your favorite lesser known keyboard shortcuts? Just do S. Alrighty, B, S, yeah, B, S, B, S. That's surprising.
make sure the shortcuts for tools are selected, and then as you can see, I've changed my lasso tool, polygonal lasso tool, and magnetic lasso tool to A, and then the path selection and direct selection tool I've swapped over to L. So this just makes it a bit easier when you have your left hand or right hand on the keyboard and you're not having to reach across the keyboard every single time. It's just a workflow thing, but it really does help out. You can also try to change other key bindings to your liking in that same menu. Now the next tip is when you are cutting and pasting from two different layers, press Ctrl X to cut and then Ctrl Shift V to paste in place. So normally I'm going to go ahead and just isolate the eyes right here in our character, and if I press Ctrl X to cut it and then Ctrl V, you can see that we paste it directly in the middle of our frame, which is not what we want. We want to maintain the same positioning, so all you have to do is press Ctrl Shift V to paste in place. Coming in at our fifth tip, we have using transparent pixels, or rather locking transparent pixels. So you've probably heard of clipping masks. You can see I've got my base layer here, one for the clothes, and then one for, I guess, skin for Arthur. I mean, he's an animal, but I don't know if he has skin. But if I wanted to add some shading on top of this layer here, because it's already part of clipping mask, if I create another clipping mask on top, you can see that it still affects everything underneath. So a way to get around that is by clicking this little checkerboard here, which will lock the transparent pixels and allow us to only paint on this one layer. Now you do have to be careful because it is a destructive workflow, so I would go ahead and recommend you to create duplicates of this layer just in case you mess anything up and you still have the original. Whenever I'm drawing on pencil and paper, I physically move my sketchbook around to get the most comfortable lines possible for my wrist. And you can actually do this in Photoshop too by pressing R on your keyboard to get the rotate tool and then switching back to the brush. If you do want to center your canvas's orientation again, press Shift and then drag left or right with your mouse. Coming in at number 7, if you've spent any time flatting a character and creating...
Oh, yeah, I know how to do that.
Coming in at number 7, if you've spent any time flatting a character and creating all these really intricate lasso selections, you can actually save these and load them by simply going over into Select and then Save Selection. You can give this a name and then finally it'll be saved in. If you want to load these, you can go into the same menu, Select and then load the selection, but a faster way to actually do this is to go into Channels, Control click the layer that you want. You don't actually need to click the eye here, and then go back into your layer tab to have the selection. If you've gotten sick of having to click new layer, or for instance flip canvas horizontal during your illustrations, you can actually give these a hotkey. All you have to do is go into Window and then Action. Once that window pops up, click on the new layer icon, name whatever it is you'll be doing, and then you can give it a function key. I like to leave mine on F2. You can also give it a color. Once that's done, click on Record, and then go into Image, Image Rotation, and then flip Canvas Horizontal. Now I also did the same thing for New Layer, so once it's recording the action, go over into Layer, and then Create New Layer. And I've set that one on F4. So as an illustrator, since I'll be using those two functions a lot, it's easier to have it as a hotkey, and I can use it whenever I want. Sometimes in Photoshop, all you want to do is import a whole bunch of images into one document instead of copying and pasting it from your File Explorer. To do this, it's very simple. Go to File, Scripts, and then Load Files into Stack. Once you have that, this menu will pop up, click on Browse, choose all of your images, and then hit OK. The opposite of this is also true, and if you wanted to batch export all of your layers and files, you can go into File, Export, and then Layers to Files. This is super handy. You can change the different file extension that it has, and also where you want to save it and the quality. Once all of that's done, go ahead and click on Run. Speaking of layers, these next few are going to be all about layers and layer management, and there are some really cool tips here I bet you didn't know about.
No! Layers! Onions have layers. Ogres have layers. Onions have layers? You get it.
So, did you know that you can actually give your layers different colors? Simply right-click any layer and choose a color and pick whatever you want. This will really help with layer organization, and I tend to group it based off of things like atmosphere or sketches or characters, whatever it is. Within the layer menu, there's actually a really cool way to organize and see different types of layers. So if I wanted to get rid of all of my empty layers in this illustration, I can come up the top here and click on kind, change it to attribute, and then change visible into empty. And Photoshop is going to very smartly show us all of our empty layers. Now going back what I was saying earlier with color, you can do the exact same thing and sort your layers by color. Just a lot easier to actually go through and manage your layers so that you can organize it and see it how you wish. If you're working on a big illustration and you wanted to find a specific layer, instead of scrolling through and looking at it in the thumbnail, press V to go to your selection tool and then just click and drag whatever you're trying to find. The only exceptions for this, as you can see, are some kind of airbrush effect like glow. It's hard to find that layer style on, so in this case I just turn them off and then keep scrolling through until I find what I'm looking for. You can actually duplicate a lot of things in Photoshop by simply pressing Alt and then dragging across. This works for shapes, this works for layer masks, this works for all kinds of things really. Whenever you're trying to warp a shape, it can actually be quite hard to do it freehand and get good results, especially if it's something very specific. So instead, did you know that you can actually click on this arch symbol here and go to warp and then explore all of these different kinds of options? Whenever you do click on a new preset, there will be this small white box here, and you can click and drag this to see how much of the effect is applied to our shapes. To solo or view only one layer, press Alt and then click the little eye next to it. To view them all again, press Alt and then once more hit the eye. Just be careful if you're soloing a layer not to mess around with any other layer visibility, otherwise pressing Alt and trying to view them all again won't work. So you can see in this layer I have my character, but I actually do have a couple of brush marks here and there that I didn't account for, and it can be very handy looking in to see what you have. Something I didn't really use much in my early days of Photoshop is this little effects panel here. But since I started making thumbnails, especially for YouTube, there are a lot of really cool options to explore. A lot of these are for text, like drop shadows, outer glow, inner glow, stroke even, and you can go ahead and play around with these to see different looking results. Another tip that really helped me out is that you can quickly fill the color of text by simply choosing a color, selecting the layer, and then pressing Alt Backspace. When I found this out, it made things so much easier because I used to simply just double click on the text and then change the color in the text menu. This just saves a lot of time. If you're also ever trying to center text in Photoshop, you'll notice that it actually follows the bounding box of the text itself rather than the lettering. To change this, all you have to do is right-click the text layer and then choose Convert to Point Text. And now if I go ahead and try to center my text, you'll see that it's actually done so properly. And last but not least, the final tip for today is simply just using adjustment layers a lot more. And you can use any of these adjustment layers here to apply different kinds of effects to your images. To actually implement adjustment styles, click on that little half circle at the bottom of the Layers tab and choose any of the options there. You'll notice that adjustment layers also apply everything to layers beneath it, but you can group these by putting them into a file or using them as a clipping mask on specific layers. That way you can go back in and edit as much as you want to keep a non-destructive workflow. And the kinds of things that you can do with layer adjustment styles are play around with curves, use levels, use color balance, and I might make a tutorial about that and implement. Take care.
Subject for that, and also thank you more personally. You wrote a cartoon about me when I was in the midst of my, I'm still in the midst of my interminable war with the College of Psychologists in Ontario, and I don't think they were very happy about that. I certainly hope not. Apparently I'm to be re-educated this month, so I'm dead serious. They've reduced my penalty to 1 2-hour session by Zoom, which I'm supposed to keep private, but certainly will not. So,
oh my goodness.
Yeah, well, I think part of their problem is that everything I said turned out to be correct. And so that's kind of annoying 3 or 4 years later. So thank you anyways. Much appreciated for Dilbert and for the personal touch as well.
Glad to help. You know, I should add that I owe you an apology for something you might not be aware of.
Okay.
When you first burst onto the scene and became sort of the biggest thing everywhere, I had not yet been exposed to your content, but when I was doing my podcast, the chat would turn into just a nonstop, what do you think of Jordan Peterson? And I had to start blocking people because it just completely took over my podcast. And then finally, after, it must have been months and months of that, I thought, all right, I'm going to go look at your content. And I thought, I get it now. I completely understand why everybody was pestering me. Because when I watched your content, I had this weird sensation that I was like the less educated form of you, meaning that I largely agreed with everything you were saying, but I didn't have the science, behind it. So that was like a big awakening for me, and then I got hooked on your content and absorbed a lot of it.
Well, so apparently we're approximately equally reprehensible. Is that the moral of the story?
Well, whatever you were saying was certainly hitting with a lot of people, including me. So, I guess we're all reprehensible.
Yes. Well, we've certainly moved to the point where many of us are reprehensible. So, although maybe things are shifting back to something approximating whatever kind of sanity we might be able to accomplish, I see that UPenn stripped Will Thomas of his medals 2 days ago, and so I'm always thrilled when a 6'5" man no longer gets to have medals in a female swimming competition, and to me that's a sign of sanity. But that's, I suppose, part of being reprehensible. And I don't know, how are you feeling about the current zeitgeist, let's say?
Well, it's incredible. The fact that Trump is doing so many things he said he would do. He's doing it as fast as possible, maybe because the midterms could disrupt things. But now I'm mostly worried about how long it will last, because all it takes is one election and everything goes back to where it was, and that would be pretty intolerable to me. But at the moment, it just feels like nonstop, goodness. I saw people were trending the gold.
Sup, man? Could I perhaps suggest streaming the vertical aspect ratio so it gets to the short feed and vertical live stream? Built my channel up very quickly now. Really? Huh. Like, you mean like stream it in short form? I don't know how that works. Can I do that in computer? Do I just gotta adjust the aspect ratio and then it just automatically goes into the short speed? Thanks for the advice, by the way. Thank you. DJ Crowbar. You're the best. I hope you're still here. I hope you are still here. I'm not talking into the abyss. But yeah, okay, I'll look into that. That's cool. Shorts live stream. Huh. I didn't even know that was such a thing. Well, yeah, of course it's such a thing. But I guess they push it out they consider it as a shorts and then they push it out differently. I understand. Jesus, this vertical thing. Oh shit, it's erased. There used to be a time where people would get mad if they filmed anything in a vertical aspect. Now that's all everyone wants, like vertical content. That's funny. And I would like to check out your channel, bro. DJ Crow Bar. Are you a musician? Wow. Dope, dope. I'm subscribed. Golden era of the early 90s. Hell yeah, man. I'm a 90s kid too, man. That's dope. Okay, so like you're doing a lot of the shorts. That's dope, that's dope. DJing's cool. I don't know how you could afford all that though. That machine looks so expensive.
Golden age has begun this morning. So the at least half of the country thinks things are great, and then I see the other half. I like to call it two movies on one screen. The other half of the country thinks they're living in some kind of nightmare hellscape, and I wake up every day and I think, oh, where's the hellscape part? It looks pretty good to me, so I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, well, as far as I can tell, the hellscape is the remnants of what had happened over the last 10 years. I mean, things really seem to go sideways in a serious manner in about 2015, and maybe that was a consequence of us all becoming hyper-connected, eh? Because it's certainly possible that stupid, impulsive ideas spread faster than wise and sagacious ideas, right? I mean, we've never...
Well, yeah, one of the things I write about in Dilbert all the time is that things start as good ideas when they're small.
Yeah.
Do you remember when there was a big fad of re-engineering? And, there's a book on it and everything. And so re-engineering was a great idea. It was the idea that instead of just tweaking something that wasn't working, you should think about how to rebuild it from scratch and really make it exactly what you wanted. Now, who could argue with that? Except by the time you hit the corporate world, it turned into every manager has to re-engineer everything, or else they're not with the new thing. And and then it just became absurd. Everybody was just looking for money to re-engineer something. And that seems like what happened with all the wokeness stuff. It probably started as, well, let's treat people respectfully and sort of acknowledge that people are different, and then it just turned into a whole different thing.
Yeah, I wonder, I read a couple of, there's 3 now, I think, psychological studies about, for example, about motivation for income redistribution. So imagine that you can generate a set of questions that reliably assess someone's attitude towards the more socialist idea of income redistribution, so that you can place them on a continuum in relationship to their support for that idea. And you can do that relatively carefully, so it's a stable measurement. And then you could look at what predicts that belief. And these particular psychologists looked at 3 factors. They looked at compassion, which would be the factor that you just described, genuine compassion, let's say, and that seems to reflect trait agreeableness, which is one of the big 5 personality traits. And they looked at fairness, like actual moral concern with fairness, and they looked at malicious envy. And the biggest predictor was malicious envy. And the second biggest predictor was compassion. And fairness didn't enter the prediction at all. And so
I was saying that fairness was invented so children and idiots would have something to talk about, because there's no standard for fairness.
Yeah, well, I suppose the entire political discussion in some ways is about what constitutes fair. But it's interesting that the claim is that it's compassion and concern with fairness, let's say, that drives concern with, well, equitable wealth distribution. But if you do a careful analysis, it's malicious envy that's doing a lot of the work. And so I've become more and more skeptical of those, you said things start out good and then deteriorate. And I wonder to what degree that's the case, because that malicious envy, two things, and I'd like your comments on them. That malicious envy certainly plays a role. I mean, that's a story as old as time, because that's the story of Cain and Abel. And then there's also this proclivity for people to use God's name in vain, so to speak, which I did a very careful analysis of that commandment, trying to understand what it meant. And what it means is, don't claim moral virtue when you're feathering your own bed, right? And so you can imagine that the most egregious error you can make is to do something corrupt and then to sanctify it, right? And there's a tremendous amount of that characterizes our culture now. I think much more than that was the case, let's say, when I was half my age. And because I just don't remember that being that prevalent, that people would thump their chest and proclaim that they were on the side of the angels with quite the amount of force that seems to be the common tactic. Now, maybe that's also has something to do with being hyper-connected, It's that because you can trumpet your moral virtue so easily into so many people that it's easy for it to be gamed.
Yeah, when I was young, I grew up in a family where we were very much not rich, but we had a house that was directly across from the ski slope in town. So that's where the rich people went to ski. And I'm pretty sure that I was full of malicious envy at the time, because the way we talked about the rich people was as if they were enemies who had, somehow gotten there, in some criminal way or some unethical way. And those were just sort of assumptions that they didn't deserve their money. And, if you could imagine that if things hadn't gone well for me, if I didn't do well in school, so I had a path out, that, I could have become a criminal and just said, well, you didn't deserve your money, I'll steal it from you.
Right.
So I feel I've gone from the malicious envy mode, just because my circumstance and, hearing other people talk, to all the way to, now that I have things I want to protect, I find myself suspiciously in favor of things that protect my assets. And I talk as though those are the godly things and those are the systems that protect us all. And I mean it, because the arguments for it are all good. But I always ask myself, is it a total coincidence that all these things that I think are morally smart and good and systems that work better than other systems, is it my imagination that these are all good for me? I'm watching the big beautiful bill get passed, and I could have spent time looking at all the ways it would affect everybody, but I found myself just looking at how it would affect my taxes, and I thought, there I go again.
Freedom isn't free. We hear that a lot, but here's what you don't hear enough. Well, VPN,
particularly and thoroughly than any other place I've been by a lot, which is that sentiment of malicious envy is radically attenuated here, and there is a major streak of American culture that's predicated on the opposite assumption, which is that it's possible to make good by doing well, and that people who earn their living deserve to keep it, and that much of what constitutes true wealth is honestly gotten. And I do believe that that's a wellspring of wealth for the U.S. And I've had a lot of dealings, well, you have too, and we can talk about this. You've had a lot of dealings with the corporate world. I tend to go speak at corporate events. It's so funny, eh? Because the evil corporate event. So if I go speak at a corporate event, this is my experience. So they pay me a lot. They're thrilled to see me. I can talk about anything I want. The audience is extremely receptive. Everyone's very hospitable. It's hyper efficient, and all things considered, it's a great pleasure. Okay, so that's the evil corporate world. Then if I go to a university, so they don't pay me anything. The administration and the students do everything they can to interfere with the experience and make it as miserable as possible, both directly in terms of challenge and also behind the scenes. It's very inhospitable, it's very badly produced, and mostly it's a royal pain in the neck. And so, and that's I don't think that's merely a matter of my self-interest making itself manifest, you know, like, and I do think that the US continues to lead the world economically because that sentiment of malicious envy is more attenuated here by a lot than it is anywhere else in the world. So, for what that's worth.
Well, wait, but what would be driving it in America over the other countries?
You mean the lack of it?
No, the malicious envy.
Well, I
you're
think
saying
it's
malicious
probably-
envy is worse here.
No, it's not where it's much less here. It's much less in
Oh,
the US.
okay.
Oh no, it's much less. Well, there's a genuine sentiment of, and maybe that's part of the depth of the American dream. Like there's a genuine sentiment here that you can make good by doing well, and that if you do manage that, then you deserve the fruits of your labor, and you could be admired for your hard work and your success. I mean, in your situation, I mean, we could analyze your situation. You know, you were worried about your self-interest overwhelming your ethics. Although I'll tell you, I'd rather deal with someone honestly self-interested than hypocritically altruistic any day. You know, you can deal with a greedy man because you know what motivates him. And if you can make a deal with him that also benefits him, man, you're both playing the same game. And that's pretty simple compared to someone in whose mouth butter wouldn't melt and who's always working for the betterment of the human race. You have no bloody idea what they're up to or what motivates them. And so now you've come by your success by bringing joy, ironic joy, to hundreds of thousands of people or millions of people, and for a long time. And so that seems like a good deal for everyone. And if it provided you with a certain degree of material security and comfort and opportunity, then how in the world is that not a good thing for everyone? I mean, I think the world's a better place because it had Dilbert cartoons in it by quite a substantial margin.
Yeah, my first ambition as a child was to become a lawyer. Well, my first ambition was to become a famous cartoonist when I was about 6 years old. But I soon found out that it's very hard to become a famous cartoonist, and the odds were very much against me. So I went through this age of reason from about age 11, where I was like, I better do something that will work. But the more I thought about being a lawyer, you know, I was sort of pre-law in my mind in college. The more I thought, wait a minute, the only way I can win as a lawyer is by making somebody else lose. I mean, there might be some exceptions to that, but generally it's an adversarial system. And I thought, if I lose, I'm going to feel bad. And if I only win because I made somebody else lose, I'm going to feel a little bit bad about that too, you know, depending on how badly I won. And so I thought, what about entertainment? You know, who loses when you get entertained? Nobody. You know, they win, I win. So I thought, well, I'll go into some place where everybody wins. So that was both for my mental health, but also there was a moral dimension to that, which is I just couldn't build a life around winning. I also thought, what if I'm really good at it? If you're really good at being a lawyer, in some ways that's the worst case, because you're getting off guilty people, you're prevailing where maybe the facts were not really completely on your side. So being a great lawyer would feel a little bit sketchy to me, but being a great cartoonist, if you could ever get there, would just be all plus. So I chose wisely in the end.
So when you were 6, you already had an inkling of your ambition. And what were you? Who were your idols? Who were your cartooning idols?
I saw an article about Charles Schulz in
Yeah.
a big magazine display, and I saw him standing there in his sweater and looking a lot like I look now with the glasses and everything, and I thought to myself, wouldn't that be the best job in the world? He draws one comic a day, and he's world famous, and he's got airplanes and stuff. And I thought, yeah, I'll just do that. But that's when you're a kid and you think you can be an astronaut or a NBA player if you just try really hard. But eventually, I became smart enough to know it was impossible, and then I gave up that dream for years. As I mentioned, it wasn't until I was well into the corporate world, and I learned that doing a good job in the corporate world doesn't exactly perfectly correlate with success. That there are just so many other factors that can take you down. That's when I started doing things that didn't make sense. They were sort of irrational. So I thought, well, I'll just try to become a cartoonist, even though I don't know how to do it. And there was a weird sequence of events that allowed me to get into it. That was so weird it made me, doubt the nature of the universe, to be honest.
You said you weren't very sensible and you were dreaming of impossible fame like Charles Schulz had. I mean, he had rockets named after his characters. I mean, that man was at the top of the world for a good while. And then you got sensible and you studied pre-law, and then you took a nosedive, let's say, into the corporate world, and then you stopped being sensible, and then something impossible happened. So, and then you made an allusion to that. You said you had experiences that were so off kilter, let's say, that it made you doubt the structure of the world. So, hey man, elaborate on that.
So I took a class in hypnosis when I was in my 20s because my mother had given birth to my little sister while being hypnotized because my family doctor was a hypnotist. And she reported having no pain and being alert and essentially awake, but still under hypnosis, while she delivered a baby without, she said, without painkillers. Now, once I got older, I started to doubt the story, whether it was true. But in the meantime, in my 20s, I signed up for a hypnosis course. And one of the students was into something called affirmations. Now, most people have heard of it, but the way it was described to me was, oh, there's this book where if you just write down 15 times a day what you want, this magical coincidence stuff will happen. And I thought, I'm not really a believer in anything magical. But she kept saying, well, it doesn't cost anything, it's easy to try, it worked for me, some lover from my past just appeared magically when I affirmed it. And I thought, all right, well, I'll give it a shot. And long story short, I picked some things which, according to her instructions, I picked some things which I thought were highly unlikely to happen on their own, such as a relationship that was, with somebody who was way out of my league at that time. And it happens. And then some financial stuff that just seemed wildly unlikely happened. And they were both subjects of my affirmations. But I had been warned that if I didn't pick something that was wild enough, I wouldn't keep going with affirmations. I would just tell myself, well, I guess I'm a lot more attractive than I gave myself credit for, or maybe my financial instincts are just wildly good. And sure enough, I did those things. So I said, I really got to give this the real test. And so I decided, the other part of the story is the reason that my corporate career failed is that my boss called me into her office one day when I was working at a bank and said, I don't know how to tell you this, but we've been told by management we can't promote white men anymore. And I said, what? You can't, how long is this going to last? And my boss was a woman. Said, well, we don't know, but, so I thought to myself, All right, well, I quit. So I resigned soon after, went to work for the phone company, got on the fast path to management, and then one day my boss called me in and said, I don't know how to tell you this, but the word has come down from management, and you know where this is going, that we can't promote white men. And so that's when I decided, all right, I'm going to use an affirmation to become a famous cartoonist. So I started writing down, I, Scott Adams, will become a famous cartoonist, not just cartoonist, but a famous cartoonist. And how do you do that
Affirmation.
before the internet? Like, how in the world, if you had no connection to anything, it's not like there was a cartoonist college I could get into. I didn't know a cartoonist.
Yeah.
So one day I come home, and here's the magic part. I turn on the TV and I'm just flipping through the channels. It's before TiVo, before any good technology. And
Yeah.
I see the end of a TV show on one of the PBS stations about how to become a cartoonist.
Yeah.
But I tuned in too late. I only caught the end of it, so just enough to know what it must have been about. So I quickly, ran and grabbed a pencil and a piece of paper. And
Yeah.
as the closing credits were going by, I wrote down, where they were broadcasting it from and the name of the host. And I
Okay.
wrote him a snail mail letter, and I said, I missed your show, but I would like to become a cartoonist. Can you give me some tips? Where do I start? And sure enough, Jack Cassidy was his name. He was a working cartoonist. He wrote back a 2-page handwritten letter in which he said, answered all my questions. He said, buy this book. It'll tell you where to submit things that people would buy. Use this kind of paper because you can erase it a lot of times. Use these kind of pens.
Okay.
So I thought, oh my goodness, now I know what to do. So I bought the book. I got the paper. I made a bunch of comics that I thought were pretty good. Sent them off to Playboy and the New Yorker and some magazines because that was my ambition at the time. And they came back with rejections. But they weren't even personal rejections. They were literally photocopies of generic declines. We were not, interested in your cartoons. So I thought at the time, well, I tried. I did my
Okay.
best because I really did try hard. I
Yeah.
put lots of time into it. Put my stuff away, forgot about it.
Yeah.
A year later, I
Okay.
walk out to my mailbox and I get a second letter from Jack Cassidy, the original advice I'd gotten. And I thought, uh-oh, I didn't even thank him for his advice, because I suck. I just sort of used it, and a year later he's writing me a second letter, and I thought, what is this about? And I opened his letter and it said he was cleaning his office, and he came upon my samples I'd sent him a year before, and he said, and this was the same advice he gave me on the first set of advice. He said, I just wanted to make sure that you hadn't given up. And that was the only reason he wrote. There was no other agenda, didn't ask for anything. He just said, I want to make sure you didn't give up. And I thought to myself, well, what is he seeing that these other editors are not seeing? So I thought to myself, I'll raise my standard instead of trying to get published in a magazine, which might give you a few $100s a month. I thought I'll try to become a syndicated worldwide cartoonist like Peanuts, and do the hardest thing you can do as a cartoonist, which is to break into that market. So I put together some samples that were now Dilbert because I'd been doodling him at work, and a coworker gave him a name, Dilbert, and sent them off to the half a dozen cartoon syndicates. Now they're the ones that give you the big break. There were only half a dozen of them at the time. There are fewer of them now. And if they said yes, they would work with you to sell your comics to all the newspapers in the world. So if you got that break, that's like the break. So I sent off my samples because I had that book that had been recommended to me, so I knew where to send them. And the rejections started trickling in. And one of them suggested that maybe I should find an actual artist to do the drawing for me. Yow!
Yeah,
So that's
yeah.
the kind of feedback I was getting. So once I was pretty sure I had all the responses that I was going to get, I said, well, now I've tried as hard as I can twice. But, you know, I'm no fool. I'm not going to just keep chipping away for nothing. So I put all of my art materials away in the closet, and I worked on my tennis game, and a few months went by, and one day the phone rang. And it was a woman who said that she was an editor for some company I'd never heard of, some company called United Media. And I checked my notes quickly, and I hadn't sent my samples to anybody by that name. But she said, we saw your samples. I didn't know how. And she wanted to offer me a syndicated cartoonist contract. And I thought, okay, I mean, that would be the big break. But since I hadn't heard of this outfit, I said, well, I'm very flattered, but I've never heard of your outfit, this United Media Company. Is there any cartoonist that you work with that's been published? Have you worked on anything like I don't know, cartoons in magazines or a pamphlet or anything? And there's this long pause, and she says, yeah, we handle Peanuts and Garfield and Marmaduke. And when she got to about the 12th name on the list, I realized that my negotiating position had been compromised. and I said, hell yes, got a lawyer, got a contract, and it went from there.
It's an interesting time for business with dynamic tariff and trade policies, squeezed supply.
So let's take apart the affirmation issue, okay, and delve into that a little bit. So I have a program online called Future Authoring, and it's at a site called selfauthoring.com. And what it asks you to do is to write for 15 minutes about what your life could be like in 5 years if you were treating yourself well and you got what you wanted and needed. So you want to put yourself in a state of mind where you're treating yourself like you're worth taking care of, and then to imagine, play, pretend that things worked out for you. And we kind of define that. It worked out would mean, well, you know, it's worth getting out of bed in the morning. You know, you feel like you don't feel like your life has a purpose that justifies its difficulty. You have enough opportunity and enough security, enough challenge, enough adventure, all of that. Just hypothetically, what would it take to satisfy a creature like you? And then just pretend, right, for 15 minutes. So that's the first part. And then the second part is, okay, now do the reverse. Imagine that you let your stupidity get completely out of hand and auger you into the ground, and your life is about maximally miserable, and you've contributed to it. What would that look like? Okay, now you've got poles, eh? You've got a little hell and you've got a little heaven, and so your narrative world is arrayed, and then it walks you through a sequence of questions and answers about how you would operationalize your vision, right? Now, people are visionary, right? We can manipulate our visual cortex with our prefrontal cortex, so we can imagine various futures. But even more importantly than that, this is the affirmation issue. And maybe there's something more to it than this, but this is something. Everything we perceive in the world, we perceive around a goal. Like, that's how perception works. You know, if you're looking down the road, you look at where you're going, and everything relevant to that destination is what shows up in your visual landscape. We live inside a story. Like, a story is literally a description of the structure of our perception, and that frames our emotion and our attention. And so the affirmation story is actually true. It's like, as soon as you set a goal, your perceptions orient themselves around that goal.
Yeah.
And part of the reason that religious systems require you to aim up as diligently and religiously, let's say, as you can, is because if you structure your perceptions around the highest imaginable goal, then the world lays itself out as the pathway to that goal. That's literally how perception works. There's a great book by a man named J.J. Gibson called An Ecological Approach to Visual Perception, and he was one of the early investigators into the structure of perception psychologically, and I've elaborated on his ideas to some degree. We see pathways, we see tools and obstacles, we see friends and foes, and we see agents of magical transformation, and agents of magical transformation change your goal. And that's literally how the world, but I'm curious about something deeper here too, because I don't know how the world cooperates with this, you know? Like, the fact that you caught the end of that PBS special makes sense to me because you had set your ambition. And so that show became relevant and popped out for you. And so that pop out, that's what happens to Moses, by the way, when he encounters the burning bush. That's something pops out that changes him into a leader. He goes off the beaten path, to investigate something. And so anyways, it popped out for you and you pursued it, you know, but then you had these interesting, well, are they coincidences? Like, how do you make sense of this? Because this character, Jack, what was his name?
Jack Cassidy.
Jack Cassidy, you know, that name rings a bell. Was he a relatively famous cartoonist? Was he an illustrator?
No. He did the kind of work that you probably haven't seen, because it wouldn't be a syndicated cartoonist. But he worked at that job for his whole life.
Now, the question is, like, what motivated him? What elemental goodness of heart motivated him to not only reach out to you once, but twice, right? Because that's a weird concordance. The fact that it happened at all, and thank God for that, and bless his heart, you know, seriously, there's a man who went out of his way for reasons. Do you have any sense of what was motivating him? And then he did it again, right? So that's...
Right. But it's not even the end of the coincidences, because getting a big contract to be a syndicated cartoonist still gives you only a 1 in 20 chance of succeeding, something like that. But here was what happened to me. First of all, the editor who liked me, the only one who liked me and said yes, she was married to somebody who had the same job as Dilbert. He was literally an engineer who wore a short sleeve shirt with pens in his pocket. So what she saw was her husband. So when she was saying, yeah, this could work, she was basically not a personal experience. So what were the odds with only, let's say, 6 editors in the world who could have offered me that opportunity? One of them was married to Dilbert. Right, first of all, what were the odds? Next, that was enough to get published, but it failed on launch. So it only got in, I don't know, maybe a dozen newspapers, and sometimes they buy it just in case it becomes big to keep it away from the competition. So they didn't even run it. So we sold into only a few newspapers. Maybe one of them ran it, I'm not even sure. So nothing was happening, but it got a little bit of purchase. Then the next coincidence happens. If you don't sell into one of the big newspapers, everybody ignores you. But if you can get into one of the big ones, then you can usually, capitalize on that. So one day, the woman whose job it was to recommend comics for the Boston Globe, which was, the big anchor paper for the Northeast, she looked at the Dilbert samples from our salesperson and wasn't impressed. But one day, she and her husband were driving to some holiday destination. She was driving, and he was bored. This was before cell phones, and he didn't have anything to do in the car. He looks in the back seat, and there are a bunch of samples from failed cartoonists, including me. So he reaches in the back seat, pulls out the Dilbert sample case, starts reading them, and starts laughing like crazy. And the wife is like, "What, really?" And he can't stop laughing and reading them to her. Now, what do you think he did for a living? Engineer. She was married to an engineer. She didn't get it when she saw it, but she trusted his reaction enough to recommend it. the bosses said, we don't see it. We don't see what you see in this comic, but it's your job to get this right. So we're going to trust you. And then it got in the Boston Globe. It was huge. All the newspapers in the East Coast bought it. But then it gets wilder. The entire middle of the country and the West, no sales. I mean, almost nothing. And I found out years later that the salesperson for the entire West Coast simply thought my cartoon was bad. And so when he went in to sell things, he just didn't show it to people. He showed the other comics he had to sell. So here's where the lucky part happened. He died. He dropped dead in a hotel room on a sales trip. And, of course, I have a good alibi. But he was replaced. He was replaced by a guy who, as they tell the
Can't draw
story,
straight lines,
they brought him in and said, "Could you sell these comics?" Because he was already in that business, and they lay down all the comics they had to sell, including Dilbert. And I was told later that he went down the line and said, "Shit, this is shit. This is shit. This is shit. I can sell this one." He was the best salesman in the world. And I had a map with tax whenever it sold into a market, and I could watch him travel like an ant. Like I knew exactly where he was, because the sales reports would come in and say, sold another one, sold another one, sold another one. He took the whole West Coast because somebody died younger than they should have died. Completely out of my control. And without those things, it just wouldn't have happened.
Yeah.
And so during that time, I was, doing my affirmations that I would, become a famous cartoonist, and sure enough. And then one day, the Wall Street Journal asked me to write an article to be in the Wall Street Journal because they liked my comic. And I wrote an article for that, and then a publisher said, "Well, we like the article. Could you turn that into a book?" And I'd never even taken a writing class, except business writing, which is specialized. And of course, I had learned to just say yes to everything.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, "Oh yeah, I could totally write a book. Yeah, how hard could that be?"
Yeah.
So while I was doing my day job, I'm doing my day job full time. I'm doing Dilbert full time, and now I'm writing a book. And it almost killed me, but I was doing my affirmations that I'd be a #1 best-selling author.
As we celebrate Independence Day this July, we're reminded of the freedoms our founders.
I really noticed as a clinician and as a university professor was that people closed doors to their movement forward constantly without noticing it. And it was partly because they didn't have their affirmations, let's say, so they actually couldn't spot an opportunity, right? Because they had no goal-directed vision. But often something would pop up that was unlikely. It's hard to know how many unlikely things happen to you in your life. Like, unlikely things are happening all the time. Your heart is beating, which seems rather unlikely if you think about it. I mean, unlikely things happen a lot. And some of those are going to be oriented towards, in principle, the pathway forward that you want. But if you say no, I mean, how many unlikely things that go in the right direction do you think you're going to get? It's not that many, right? But if you say yes, then they multiply. So I'm curious about how you learned or decided to say yes, and how that was related, if at all, to this affirmation issue.
Well, you have to start with the fact that I'm a really cocky bastard. So I kind of enter a lot of situations thinking, I could do this. Yeah, I could do that. I had a childhood experience that probably set me on that way. When I was 11, we would have these Easter egg hunts in our little town where you try to find the golden egg that was hidden among all the other eggs that were worth less. And for years, I had thought, I will be the winner and find the golden egg. So this is maybe 1 in 200 situation because there are lots of people there. And year after year, somebody else found it. And then my last year, I'm like, I'm going to get that freaking golden egg. And I try, and then the bell rings and the event is over. So now I'm basically retired forever because I've aged out of the Easter egg hunt. And I'm like, wow. I really thought I was going to find the golden egg one of these times. And then somebody announces, nobody found the golden egg. So we're going to narrow the field to where it is. and you're going to hunt again for another, I don't know, 10 minutes or something. And I walked directly to the golden egg. The next thing I know, I'm in the newspaper holding up this little golden egg on the front page of my hometown newspaper. And that was one of the times, there were others, in which I said to myself, did this happen by coincidence? Like, do I have magic eyes that I can see golden eggs better than other people? How do you explain this? And so by the time I became a famous cartoonist and I was working on having a #1 book, I just thought anything was possible. And you want to hear the weirdest one? Say yes.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, okay. Here's the weirdest one. I also had a habit of, when I was trying to go to sleep or just daydreaming, I would think of little stories of largely impossibly unlikely things that somehow I had succeeded at. One of them, because it made me happy and that I would go off to sleep thinking of positivity. One of them was that someday, and I didn't know the specifics of it, the President of the United States would summon me to the Oval Office and ask my opinion on something. and the idea was that I had become credible enough in whatever domain that a president would want to hear what I had to say. And then in 2018, I got a message that Trump wanted to talk to me, and I ended up in the Oval Office chatting with him, and he actually asked my opinion on something. And I thought, really, what were the odds of this? What are the odds of any of this being true? But my life has been consistently strange. By the way, you must be having the same experience, because you experienced the going from I have a really good job to something that's almost impossible to explain, the phenomenon which is you. Didn't you have the same wild, like, is there anything I can't do? Did you have that experience?
I think it's just a continual state of ongoing trauma. You know what I mean? It's so preposterous. I mean, my life is so preposterous all the time that, you know, actually one of the clinical markers for post-traumatic stress disorder is derealization. So derealization is when something's happening but it doesn't seem real. Like, I don't have episodes of derealization. That's my life. It's like it's 100% preposterous things nonstop. And
Yeah.
I have no idea. I mean, I kind of learned, I guess, you know, back in 2017 or so, because this all blew up around me in 2016. 2017, I had this sense that I was on a 100-foot wave, you know, and that it would roll over me or it would flatten out. Those were the most likely outcomes. But neither of those happened. It just kept rolling on. And I don't know, I'm along for the ride, I suppose. Luckily, I have a lot of help. Thank God for that. A lot of people looking out for me. And the world is, you know, I really liked your story. It's so cool because that golden egg story, it's a perfect imaginative or mythological summary of everything that you just described that happened in your life,
Right.
you know, and
Right.
and so, and I don't know what to make of that. I do understand, as I said, like, perception is not what people generally think. Like, you don't see the objective world. You literally see pathways, tools, obstacles, friends and foes, and agents of magical transformation. That's the world. Now, here's the weird thing, Scott, is like, you could think about that as a narrative overlay on the real objective world. But then if you're a scientist, you think, well, wait a second. We've been selected by an evolutionary process, let's say, to perceive the world in a manner that most contributes to the continuation of our life and our reproductive success. And so we see the world in a manner we describe as a story. Well, how are we to decide that that's not what the world is then? I mean, this is
I've got-
literally how we see. So,
Yeah, I've got a couple of hypotheses I've worked on to try to explain this whole thing, so I can understand what's happening to me. You may have heard the term reticular activation,
yes.
where if you think about a certain outcome or a certain situation long enough, you essentially rewire your brain, because your brain changes with every experience and everything you learn, until you notice things that you wouldn't have noticed. And if you do it right, and you're thinking about something positive for you, then you're going
Right.
to notice that thing. So back
Yes.
to your example of why did I notice the end of a TV show about how to be a cartoonist, and would I have noticed that if I had not been doing affirmations?
No,
And my answer, I don't know.
it seems difficult to account for all of the unlikely coincidences that moved you towards your goal merely as a consequence of a shift in perception, right? I mean, I think that's the best way to account for it to begin with. The story about the PBS special in particular exemplifies that, because it popped out for you, but then you also played your part because you paid very careful attention to the credits and you took the next step, right? So you had a magical doorway appear, but you also walked through it and looked for other doors. And then that set off this cascade of events. And I don't know, there are coincidental things happening all the time. I guess the question is, what would your life be like if you set yourself up so that you were maximally inclined to capitalize on those unlikely occurrences, right? You were alert and awake and attentive. And well, that's why I was so curious about your decision to say yes. Now, you tied that to that Easter egg story. Can you concretize that a bit? I mean, was that the first time you had an inkling that your determination, your vision, and your determination could shape things around you in a desirable way?
Yeah, that was exactly when I thought, I don't know, maybe life is wired in a way that's not obvious. And if you could figure out how that wiring works, you could control reality itself. So at least I was sort of open to the possibility. But, this was also the age where I was watching, reading comic books, and, magic seemed more accessible. But, as an adult, I started thinking that, I must be living in some kind of a simulation. And that somehow the way I steer the simulation is by imagining what it is that I want to go toward, and then things fall in line.
Yeah.
And you used the word
Okay.
authoring before, and that's my favorite word for controlling the simulation, because you author a story, and then you find yourself in the story later, and
Yes.
it's just like you wrote the book and then you became the character in the book. And how
Yes,
do I explain
exactly.
that? That goes way beyond anything I can put together with cause and effect. So I'm not 100% sure that we live in a simulation, but I wouldn't be surprised if the day I die I wake up in a gamer chair, and they say only 5 minutes has gone by, but you live this entire other life in the game. So I always wonder, maybe there's more to find out. You never know.
Here's one that might actually surprise you. Thread count is a huge myth that many people believe when shopping for sheets. If you truly want
Jesus,
great
Jordan.
sheets in exclusion,
Who find stories
Your
attractive.
ads.
Even stories of magic. Like, it was only this year that I figured out what an agent of magical transformation was, because they pop up in stories all the time. And because I think concretely, I think biologically, it's like, why are we predisposed to believe in agents of magical
Okay.
transformation?
It was like,
And then I
yeah.
thought, oh, I see. An agent of magical transformation is someone who comes along and changes the game, changes the aim. And that's what Gandalf does for the Hobbit, he elevates him into a new game. And so that kind of magic happens all the time. And it's definitely the case that we perceive in relationship to a goal. There's absolutely no doubt about that. I don't think there are few facts as well established in physiological psychology as the
Gandalf
fact that we
changed the
perceive in
game.
relationship to a goal. We are visionary. We do use our prefrontal cortex to manage the world
See? It's,
using our visual system.
Jesus Christ, man.
We,
Making
we
mistakes every
navigate,
day.
we're navigators, and we
What's wrong with
navigate
you?
towards a destination. Like we set our sights by the stars. All of this
over.
is true.
Start over.
What it
You're
means
doing
is,
good,
like
too.
the thing that's so peculiar about it, as far as I can
Okay.
consider, is that I don't know what it means that the world is a story. That's not the same idea that the world is a set of objective facts, which, is also obviously true in some way. Question is which facts, right? The question is relevance. And so, now, did your parents, I often ask my guests about their parents, especially if most of the people I interview have been successful in one way or another. You said you were cocky. I think you said you were a cocky bastard, although maybe you didn't use exactly that phrase, but that was the gist of it. What kind of relationship did you have with your parents? Like,
I'm
did
a cocky bastard too.
were they responsible for your confidence in some part, or was that something you think that was more a manifestation of your essential character? Like, what was your relationship with your parents like?
All right. So here's where it gets even weirder.
Good.
My parents are part of this story, but others as well. When I was very young, adults would tell me that I was going to be rich and famous someday. And they would even use the same term. I once got stopped on the street by an older woman who, it was a small town, so she wondered who my parents were and stuff. And she's just chatting with me for a minute. And before she leaves, she goes, "You're going to be rich and famous someday."
Really?
My mother told me that,
People tell me that too.
she expected me to get rich someday so I could take care of her in the manner which she would like to become accustomed to. That was her standard joke. But I literally became rich and then helped them, live in a life that was closer to the standard they wanted to live. And so she always had her own confidence. She was also an artist, by the way. So she was a portrait artist, and I picked up, the drawing fever from either her genes or her example, I don't know. My father was a wannabe comedian, meaning that he'd say funny things, or all of his letters were funny. So I got kind of the dry humor from him. I got the confidence from, I think, my mother, but from other people as well. People spotted me early. Now, there's one thing I wanted to add to what you were saying about goals. I don't know if you've heard me talk about this, but I famously write about systems being better than goals, meaning that having a goal but having no system that would help you being prepared for it
Okay.
isn't enough. You gotta have
Right,
the system.
right,
So,
right.
so even if you take the simplest one, like when I saw the TV show about how to become a cartoonist and I quickly wrote it down, part of my system has always been to make sure that you've got a pencil and a piece of paper really close all the time.
Okay.
That was my actual system, and that's never changed. Now, how many times have I gotten an idea and I've got exactly 15 seconds to write it down
Yeah, right. Yeah.
before something changes? Somebody walks in and I forget it.
That's fine.
So,
So
that's
those
the
are-
smallest example.
Well, that's very astute. I think. One of the things I've learned as I've spent decades writing is that, like, if I'm laying in bed and I have an idea, I go write it down, because I know I'll forget it. I'll forget it. It's like, who knows what use that idea is, and
All right, relax, Jordan.
So here's another thing that's extremely cool. You set your goal, and then the world arranges itself as a pathway to that goal, and then everything relevant to that. But that's also, this is so uncanny. That's also how your imagination works, your thoughts. So your aim calls forth revelation. That's literally, it makes sense if you think about it for a minute. Just imagine that you decide you're going to go somewhere.
Okay.
Well, then obviously what your thoughts should do is circulate around that trip, because what the hell good are they otherwise? So that, but here's the crazy part. The spirit of your aim answers your prayers. This is literally the case, because once you set up an aim, your imagination and your cognitive systems orient themselves to serve that aim.
Really?
And so again, part of the religious insistence is serve the highest
What
aim.
am I doing wrong?
Well, what is that? Well, that's up to you to figure out to some degree. It's like most of us can tell the difference between an aim that's somewhat better than the one we have and somewhat worse. Like, we've got a pretty good sense of comparative aim.
Yeah.
But if you understand that your perceptions and your imagination and revelation itself is structured by your aim, then, well, that makes the world an entirely different place. And it's also rather terrifying, you know, because if you have a pathological aim, then that will structure your imagination, right?
What's that even
That's
mean?
very close to demonic. That's very close analogy.
Wow, I'm too stupid to understand that.
But let me give you a little
What does that
story
mean?
that plays perfectly into that. When I was younger, I got married for the first time,
Psychological?
and I had stepkids. The marriage didn't work out after several years,
Yeah.
and because they're stepkids, you don't get joint custody or anything like that. So that the loss is huge. Like you lose everything, your family, all at the same time. And I realized that was my sort of main goal in life, was making this little unit happy and healthy and safe. And when that went away, I realized, man, I'm going to need some kind of motivation.
Right?
And I
Yeah,
actually
I
said
get it.
out loud, I was alone, but I said out loud that I was going to donate myself to the world. And that from that point
I said
on,
that too.
I would only work on things that had some larger multiplying effect on the world. And that's when I started writing my books, like How to Fail at Almost Everything and Still Win Big, which has had a big impact on people's success. It's why I talk about politics, because I think it's useful. It's why I do everything. So everything I do now has to have some connection to a larger body of people who would benefit if I do it well. And that revived my sense of meaning at a higher level, so that I haven't had an unhappy day in, I don't know, 20 years. Because even if it's a bad day, I know I'm working toward this larger benefit.
Right. Okay, so a couple of things related to that. In the story of Abraham, like, Abraham is a sequence of upward
With this
transforming
Christianity
goals,
shit, man.
right? So the father of nations is a man who reorients his goals in an increasingly
Yeah, if it
upward
goes this
direction
way,
as he
It's the
moves
same
through life,
way.
right? And he ends up charged with the responsibility to try to save
not
the doomed
shorter.
city, that's Sodom and Gomorrah.
Same length.
He fails at that, but he's still charged with that responsibility. And there
fucking
are
up on
prophets
this?
in
Like,
the
I
Old
don't-
Testament who
such
succeed
an
at such
idiot,
things.
dude.
Jonah succeeds, for example. And so Abraham is the story of Abraham is structured as a set of transformations, upward transformations of goal. And that story that you just told is, you could see there that you moved from the proximal.
I gotta
Not
rethink.
that your family wasn't
It's
important
practice.
and
It's okay.
transcendent in a sense, because it clearly was, but you broadened that. And then the
Okay.
meaning that you described, like, we actually experience positive emotion in relationship to a goal. And so if you set a high goal,
Gun.
then
Looks
any
weird.
indication
Erase it.
of movement towards that goal floods you with dopamine, essentially. It produces new neural circuits, and it's the essence of positive emotion that's motivating. So now, one other thing, that's also the meaning of the vision of Jacob's ladder. Jacob decides he's going to stop being an utter reprobate, and he turns his eyes towards the heavens, let's say, because he decides he's going to improve. And then he has a vision of a structure that connects heaven to earth, with the ultimate goal at the top, basically defined as God, right?
Okay.
In the Jacob's Ladder vision, you can't see God because he's at the pinnacle, and the pinnacle recedes as you move towards it. But that's the definition. And then the voyage of life becomes that climbing up that ladder, making the goals deeper or higher depending on how you look at it. That also, all that seems to be correct psychologically, as far as I can tell. Like, it's not in the realm of superstition and myth. That's just how things work. So how did you see? That's so interesting too, Scott, because you see, you could have despaired when you lost your family. You could have shook your fist at the sky and cursed God, you know.
I shake my fist.
That's what Job's wife tells him to do when he's suffering. You know, she says there's nothing left for you except to shake your fist at God and die. But you decided to replace a goal that was already positive with one that was broader and more positive. How do you think you overcame your resentment, your bitterness, your sense of loss? And I'm also curious about how that's playing out now, because we haven't talked about this, but I know that you're quite ill. And so that's also germane. So why did you decide to stay? Go ahead.
Well, I think the answer is that I was born with some kind of innate optimism that never turns off. So I can have horrible situations and it barely affects my optimism. I just think, well, today was bad, but look at tomorrow. To your
That's
point,
cool. That's
some
cool.
of your viewers know that I have terminal cancer. So I've got prostate cancer that's metastasized, and once it metastasized, you don't have the options of curing it like you would if it was localized. And
That sucks.
5 months ago or so, the pain started, because the tumors are all over my body. And I was unable to walk. I was using a walker and a wheelchair, and I was just racked in pain every single day. Every day was a nightmare.
Terrible.
And in California, you get to choose your end date if you want to, meaning you can take your own life with a very civilized process that's legal in California. So I had planned that I, wouldn't want to live in excruciating pain forever because, my productivity was not going to be that good anyway. And I'd picked a time for that. And the time was this week. But what happened was I had also been looking at some other alternatives, another drug that was kind of new. And in one of the requirements for the new drug is that first I have to take these castration drugs, they call them, which I'd been putting off because no guy wants to sign up for castration. But they literally turn off your testosterone, which is why they call it that. And the cancer needs the testosterone to grow. What I didn't realize is that the moment I started taking the testosterone blockers, which was just about 3 weeks ago, I think, it removed all of my pain. And now I can walk again, unaided. My day is largely just completely normal. Now, it probably bought me, maybe something like months to a few years, nobody knows, because eventually the testosterone blockers, your body acclimates to them and, does a workaround. So it won't last forever, but we've hit the age of AI, and there's probably something in the lab somewhere that can fix me. And I've got this little window where the pace of scientific discovery, especially in healthcare, will probably be wilder than it's ever been before. And I might have, just by luck, I might have just enough time to use that little window to find a way out, because there's no way out. But it wouldn't be the first time I had an incurable disease that I cured. You probably know the story, or some of the listeners do, that some years ago I lost my ability to speak to a rare condition called spasmodic dysphonia, which RFK Jr. has a version of it, a little different version. In my version, if I ordered a Diet Coke, some of the letters would get swallowed, and it would sound like, go. And so I couldn't have any kind of a normal life. This was, it may have also been one of the reasons that my first marriage ended, because you couldn't have normal conversations or have friends over. And it was incurable.
That sucks.
So you basically lived with it, or you took painful Botox shots through the neck into your vocal cords, and you had to keep doing it, and it would ebb and flow in effectiveness, and it would sound like you had just done helium. You talk a little bit like this. So I made the difficult decision to give up on the thing that would let me talk at least a little bit, which was the Botox, just in case I could find something that worked better for what was considered by the experts incurable. So I set my Google alerts to tell me if there's any new science about this condition. And every time something beeped, I'd look into it as much as I could. One day, there's a little beep on my alerts that says a Japanese doctor had come up with a surgery to put in some kind of a shunt or something, and that it was having great effect. So I went to my doctor, and I said, "Is this real?" And he said, "Well, that particular doctor, we know of him, and he's an overclaimer, so probably not real. But I happen to know of a guy who seems to have some different kind of surgery, Dr. Gerald Burke down at UCLA's head neck, whatever it is, and you should talk to him." So I look into it, I talk to him, he says he's developed a newish surgery in which he would sever the nerves between my brain and my vocal cords, which are in the front of the neck, and that he would redirect them, essentially take some nerves out of the neck and create a new path just in this little area, and that it had worked on most of the people he tried it on, but not everybody. So he said, if you try it, there's maybe an 85% chance that you'll be pretty happy with it. It'll be at least better, if not a complete cure. And 15% chance that it will ruin any chance you'd ever have of getting better, because it'd be a permanent change. And I signed up. And now I get to talk to you. And as you can tell, my voice is completely serviceable, and that was an incurable disease. Incurable. Likewise, when you have one of those problems, it's a muscle spasm thing. In that case, it was vocal cords. They often come in pairs. Nobody knows why, but the spasm is actually caused by your brain. It's not actually the muscle. That's why cutting the connection somehow worked. But I lost the ability to draw because my pinky would spasm, and I couldn't control it. But
Jesus.
getting back to systems versus goals, for years I had practiced drawing left-handed, just in case something ever happened to my right hand. It was part of my system. And so it got to the point recently where I've been drawing all of my comics left-handed for, a few years now. And no difference, because I practiced it so long that I can pull it off now. So
Engineered redundancy.
yeah. So part of my system is to be open
that
to all the
mean?
possibilities, the reticular activation. But the other is the belief that nothing's impossible. So if it were someone else with any of those problems, as an observer,
That's supposed
I
to
probably
be-
would have said, "Well, you're done." But when it's me, I never think I'm done. I always think, well, not only am I going to fix this problem, I'll do what I did with the spasmodic dysphonia. I'll make sure other people know it exists. So I did a lot of outreach, and People magazine did a spread on it so that other people could know that they could get the cure.
Right.
So I always think as big as I possibly can, outside of myself, because again, that's the more motivational frame.
Right. Well, Scott, I'm going to bring this particular part of our discussion to a halt. I think that was an excellent place to close. That was quite the lateral and sideways conversation. I didn't expect that. It was quite magical. I really liked the tie-in
Why
with the
can't I draw
Golden Easter
straight
egg
lines,
hunt.
dude?
That was a real nice narrative touch. for everybody watching and listening, I'm going to talk to Scott more about Dilbert. I want to know how his life changed when he became a extraordinarily well-established cartoonist, what effect his cartoons had on corporate and engineering culture, and then I want to talk to him as well
He
about
became rich.
cancellation and his new life. And so obviously we could talk for several hours, but we have another half an hour on the Daily Wire, and so you guys could all join us for that. Anyways, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And yeah, and to everybody watching and listening as well for your time and attention.
DMCA. Oh, I keep forgetting, like, the perspective of smaller objects like this. Oh my god. Okay, if it's like that, it depends on the direction. Ugh. Why are you getting confused by this? Is like it's going this way? Well, it doesn't matter, because like as you're looking forward, it's still, it doesn't matter if it's this or like that. It's still like this, so it should be equal. It shouldn't be equal when it's going. No, it should be. Oh my god. If you had a leg like that. It should be longer. It looks like a tail. I think I'm thinking too much, which is my problem anyways.
entirety, and it was and the reason I say that is when you interview somebody, you will oftentimes watch the trailer for the film. Sometimes you will watch 8 minutes of the film. If it's engaging, you might make it to minute 21 or 22.
Loved your book jacket cover, Mike. Love that cover.
Yes, yes. And you'll probably notice that during interviews for films, especially films that are an hour and 40 minutes long, the discussion will be focused on the first 13 minutes of the film.
It's not a coincidence, right?
Right. So I couldn't get it onto the television screen. I got it onto the computer screen, and I thought, well, now this is even harder because it's hard to last. And I watched the first story, and then the second story, and then the third, and I watched it all the way through, and watched the credits, and watched the end sequence,
Oh,
and
my God.
it's really,
Thank you.
it's really engaging because it's all these bite-sized morsels of great Americana stories that you knew nothing of, with the Paul Harvey reveal
That's it.
at the end,
Yeah.
which is a reverse engineering of a story, but makes it really satisfying when you found out who that person was.
Yeah, it's funny. There are no new ideas, right? Just the old ones every now and then. It's a wheel. And,
Yeah.
you know, when you and I grew up, we're pretty close to the same age. Paul Harvey was always there, man, telling us something we didn't know about somebody we do.
Right.
And I just thought as a construct, that was... I missed a flight once. I was in BWI, long-term parking, late for a flight, and just as I was getting out of the car, he comes on with one of his, 5-minute stories, and I had to sit there and listen. Like you just can't walk away until he says, and now you know the rest of the story.
Right.
Missed my flight.
Wow.
So ever since then, I was like, I'd love to be able to do something that makes people miss their flights. But also, this whole thing started as short stories for the podcast 7-8 years ago, when I was trying to figure out what that was. And basically, the whole pitch was mysteries for the curious mind with a short attention span. So there was no hope or no thought that it would ever turn into a movie, unless, of course, you clump a bunch of them together and tie it to Independence Day and then go to the Capitol to say this and that about our memorials and so forth.
Yeah, and as I watched it, I thought, we're living in this time where we have this thing, and I know it from my own family because I come from sort of semi-hippie kind of socialist, group that I learned to disagree with for early and often. But the constant refrain was like, I love this country, but I want to see us do better, and I got to go burn a flag. And it's like, you really do, you do love this country. We love it, but we have to tear down the statue of this guy who helped, fought in the Civil War or whatever. And it's like, we love it, but, and then the destruction.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I don't believe some of these people at this point when they go, we're all Americans and I love this country and I want to, reunite and whatever. And then I'm just going to come in and be divisive and sow chaos.
Yeah.
And it's all going to be against this country.
What's the old expression? Everything before but is bullshit.
Right.
Right. I love the country, but here's the thing. It's like, no, there is no thing. You can be, I probably have more friends today on the left than I do on the right. And, the truth is, you can be really divergent on just about every issue, but can you agree that the first 30 minutes of Saving Private Ryan was amazing? Or Band of Brothers, was it amazing? Right? Mm-hmm. Can you get out of your own way long enough to look at a movie like I don't know, They Shall Not Grow Old? One of the best war movies I've ever seen. Mm-hmm. And so, the answer has to be yeah, right? I mean, it doesn't have to be, but if it's no, then you're no longer having a political conversation at all. You're having a conversation between Americans and anti-Americans. And
yes.
if you're talking to anti-Americans, that's different than talking to somebody who completely disagrees with you politically about virtually everything. And that's what I worry has gotten lost. Half the country's looking at the other half as un-American.
Yeah. Well, if you go a little more micro with it, and you go, all right, it's two parents, they both love their son, but the dad thinks discipline is going to do him well, and the mom thinks coddling him would help him along, but what if the mom didn't like him, and is not saying it? You know what I mean? And so she's suggesting a lot of things going, there's great love. I just think M&M's for breakfast is a better direction to go, or, whatever, not studying and not participating in any phys ed or whatever. And you're going, okay, we both love the kid, right? Oh, there's great love.
Sure.
Great love. And we both want what's best for the kid, right? They'll never say if they don't like the kid. And I'm starting to wonder if there's a larger group of those people that are letting on that maybe they're not fans of the kid.
Well, look, I mean, I didn't write the movie to be political at all. I mean, really, although the last story in it is called Something to Stand For. And I did write that shortly after the whole Colin Kaepernick thing. Mm-hmm. And I didn't write it because I was necessarily angry with him. I wrote it because I was just amazed at how the arguments were being framed, mm-hmm. and about how quickly the sides had been drawn up. And to your point, I think the micro example is great. The macro example is...
They said micro.
Yeah, micro's terrific. I just can't get enough of that guy. Everywhere I go, there it is. But sometimes your mom takes one position and sometimes your dad takes the other. And, you know, I thought as a kid that that was always happening simply because that's really what they believed and really who they were. But later I realized that's not true. They were always trying to present some sort of weird balance of power. Sometimes one would be permissive and the other would be restrictive, right? And oftentimes that evolved. And so in the country, it's similar, I think. We have to be able to function in a way that acknowledges a modicum of shared beliefs. Now, maybe it's a border, maybe it's the pledge, maybe it's the national anthem, maybe it's the reverence for Memorial Day, maybe, I mean, we can throw out any number of things, but I think that what's going on a macro level is that whatever is on your list of things, that list is shorter now than it's ever been. And so nobody wants a lecture, nobody wants a sermon. I've got opinions, and you don't do a movie unless you want to share some of those opinions. But I'm so glad to hear you say what you said, because, you know, first and foremost, it's either entertaining or it's not.
Yeah, it's so a lot of movies, you get to minute 22 and you're like, do you care about this character and where they're going to be 45 minutes from now? And if the answer is no, then why not tap out now, right? And it's really hard, because I've made a few movies, it's really hard to stop 15 minutes in and go, do you care?
Yeah.
But you have to say, yes, I want to know what happens to this person, what happens in their life, or these events. I want to see how
you
they
have to
unfold.
care about something, right?
Yes.
It might not be that character. It might be the plot. It might be the biography. It doesn't matter what it is, but you have to care.
You have to care.
You have to be rooting for something.
Yes, and these stories, I mean, there's a sort of fiduciary duty where you just go, look, as an American, I should know these names and these stories and these events, you know, just sort of, doesn't even make you patriotic. It's just a sort of, you know, what's the difference between the Merrimack and the Monitor or something? Like, I guess you should know if you live in this country.
Sure.
So you care about the stories. You know, there's also a fun game where you're trying to guess, you know, who the guy's 6'4". That was real tall for back then. Who might that tall guy be? I don't remember a lot of tall guys from my history books, and you start getting little clues along the way. But also, you know that the next one is coming down the pike, and even if you have a mild interest in this story, the next one's coming in 4 minutes, and that'll be captivating. And they were all captivating, and without breaking it down, I think there were about 8
There were
stories? 9 stories,
Nine
as
stories,
as I recall. All bite-sized, all fast-moving. Mike did a masterful job of sort of popping in and popping out again, and, you know, showing up and then stepping back, and just thoroughly enjoyable. And I think you know, I would say you'll be a better American and a better person if you watch this movie.
Holy crap. Dude.
Yeah.
Can I put that on the website?
Yes.
Can that be your official quote?
That's my official quote. Something to stand for.
Do you remember, did you ever take a field trip? I mean, I know you grew up out here, so, I mean, do you remember the first time you went to D.C., statuaries, monuments?
Well, so growing up out here, we didn't get to Gettysburg. We went to the Laurie seasoning plant in Eagle Rock, California, and looked at how taco seasoning was manufactured and packaged. Literally, we'd go to Alvera Street, you know, and I'd go, why are we going to Alvera Street? And they go, well, it's a whole Mexican community. And I'd go, I look out my window, that's all I see. The guy's mowing the lawn right now. I talk to him.
So authentic.
Yeah, it's so authentic. You know, like people in the San Fernando. It's called the San Fernando Valley, where I grew up. Do I really need to make the pilgrimage to Alvera Street to get an authentic taco?
Right.
And go across the street for that? We did a lot of that. The first time I went to D.C., I lived a very poor, meager, blue-collar, as you know, life, construction site, kind of working man kind of stuff, drove a truck and everything for my whole beginning half of my life. And then finally got into show business, and at some point went to our affiliate, WHFS, I think it was, in D.C., probably around 97, 98. I was probably, 33 or something, and got to D.C. and saw then all the monuments and all the things that I'd only seen in movies and
Yeah.
TV, mostly being blown up.
Right.
You know, alien ships and whatnot.
Yeah, I mean, I only ask because, like, I lived in Manhattan for a while, long enough and close enough to the Statue of Liberty to have no excuse for never having not gone. But I never went, you know. And I grew up in Baltimore, and so the only other time that I went to DC to see these specific sites was when I got loaded into the big yellow bus and dragged there in the 7th grade. And so I wanted to go back and really kind of relive that exact route, although there's some new monuments now, because, you know, you just process them so differently. You know,
Yeah.
I don't know how your experience would be with the taco company today necessarily.
Lowry seasoning.
Yeah. It's on my list, but
Yeah, but you don't want to do it too soon because you don't want to peak
You don't
too
wanna peak.
early. That's what
Yeah.
I did. I peaked out in the 6th grade. It's been kind of a downhill journey since then.
But I mean, that's the other thing that I wonder, you know, I mean, you've got kids in school, I don't, but like, do they still do that? Will they load you up in a bus and take you to the Capitol and get you out?
No,
of your-
they don't. You know, you were, you of all people, and me, secondly, I was driving my daughter and her friends to go see the Bircham premiere.
Congrats, by the way, and thank you for the shout out.
You're welcome.
Made me spit my coffee back in my glass.
What was the micro?
You were on the phone and somebody was panicking because their kid didn't want to go to college and they were sitting home watching Mike Rowe videos and doing
right.
some other, you know,
Yeah.
whatever tawdry things.
And I was driving my daughter and a friend, they were seniors in high school. I said, well, this guy's a shop teacher. And they went, what's that? You know, and I said, oh, come on, you got shop. And they're like, we don't have shop. And I'm like, you got auto shop, right? No, they don't have shop. And they don't go on field trips. And they don't do any of the mundane kind of procedural, boring kind of parts of life that turn out to be meaningful, but
Yeah.
at the time feel very sort of, let's get on the bus and go down here and then go look at this and talk to the boring old guy who's the park manager who's going to tell you about when the monument was constructed. And
Yeah.
It's made out of limestone, which was quarried in, and like your eyes glaze over, and then at some point you appreciate that sort of part of life. They don't do that. It's all fast. The part where there is no shop, and I know this is an important subject for you, and it's very important for me as well. That's all bygone era. Certainly in Southern California,
Yeah.
maybe in other parts of the country.
It's coming back. I
Yes.
mean, we've seen the needle move with my foundation over the last 16 years now, which is super gratifying. And you know, the funny thing is the big universities have never made it easier to promote trade schools than they are right now. My God, talk about self-inflicted sabotage.
You know, they were a Tiffany brand, and we just found out that all their purses were made in China, like a sweatshop
It's
or
like
something.
gold-plated. It's not real. It's
Yes,
just-
it's interesting what they did to themselves in the, you know, they went full Bud Light, essentially, in, you know, the blink of an eye, historically and sort of practically. I mean, I've never seen some entity loses, it's, you know, it's as if the Dallas Cowboys went from a $6 billion organization to 2.7 million in like 3 weeks.
Yeah, or if they stop training their players to play football
Right.
and instead focused on something else entirely. I think about all of it as a kind of brand manager,
Right.
Because the
Brand
diploma is a product.
manager.
It is for sale, and
Right.
it ultimately is transactional. And you're
Yeah.
charging a hell of a lot of money for it, and you're implicit in the bargain. You're conferring something, right? And so all of that has been called into question. All of it. I just had this conversation yesterday with the guy that went through our foundation, it's a plumber. And he's like, look, man, it's very, very difficult to sit quietly at home and hear about a student loan forgiveness program that is going to benefit Harvard graduates, right? Who are
Hell
not
no,
currently
dude.
working in their chosen field, but have this massive amount of debt. When the underlying institution is sitting on $52
Get outta here,
billion
dude.
in an endowment. You put yourself in the place of a guy making 130 grand a year, busting his ass, raising his family. That's a bitter pill, and that's just one. Throw in
Right.
the plagiarism stuff, throw in the protesting, whatever side of that you're on. That's not a Tiffany brand. You're right.
No, I was in Timonium,
Maryland.
yes,
Sure.
couple weeks ago doing shows, and I thought of you because a couple of nice guys after the show always go out, take pictures, sign books and whatnot. Two kind of guys, knock around guys like showed up. Oh, big fans. We're electricians. They always tell me their trade. I go, what do you guys make an hour? $54 an hour. I go, that's pretty damn good compared to the Chicana Studies major. who just
2,200 a week.
left.
Yeah, that's $110,000 a year.
Yeah.
And no debt probably.
No, I also was talking to my friend Mike on the way in that there is a new movement, which is a kind of blue collar chic, where guys are getting into the trades, making good money, like making videos, and so the ship is turning around.
Look, man, it's too early for a victory lap, but I mean, headline news this morning in the Wall Street Journal: Gen Z, right? They're talking about the tool belt generation. Believe it or not, right? This cohort that's basically become the punching bag, in so many different ways, deservedly so in so many different ways, but they've done the math. They're doing the calculus now, and they don't have 30 years of inertia pushing them into this idea that the best path for most people is the most expensive path. They can go on TikTok, they can go on YouTube, they can see the electricians you just talked about, the plumbers, the steam fitters, the pipe fitters, the HVAC guys, who are basically every HVAC guy I know today is setting his own schedule and making six figures. Right. So they're looking at all that, and then they're looking at, frankly, they're looking not just at the cost, but there is a conversation
This is
that's
triggering me.
reaching everybody, and it's when you see guys like Bill
Regretting
Ackman
my decision
holding
of
on
art.
to tens of millions of dollars in donations that he decides, no, not this year, Harvard, not going to do it. It's a long list of people.
Let's finally listen to this a little bit.
Show them how to get deeper, how to learn. For the last 5 years, I've been teaching at Bard College as Professor of the Arts. And each year I get to teach a total of about 24, 25, 26 students. I love the teaching process. I love getting to work with students. I love getting to show people ways to write, show them how to get deeper, how to learn. It's an absolute delight to me. But you don't get to reach a lot of people. The joy of doing something like Masterclass is going, well, I can say the same things that I would say to them to millions of people, because I know that there are millions of people out there who want to write because they come to me and they ask me and they tell me and they ask questions, and I try and answer those questions on Tumblr, on Twitter, on my blog. But this just seems like an incredibly efficient way to just say everything that I have to say to everybody. What I'm trying to do in this class, and I'm going to mix my metaphors outrageously here, is I want to teach you, first of all, how to find the tool shed. I want to take you down to the tool shed, and I want to show you some of the tools that are hanging on the walls of a writer's tool shed. And I want to show you what that's for, and say that thing there, that's a dibber, and that's a hoe, and that's a spade, and that's a shovel, and you use them all for different things. But I also want to show you where the pitfalls are. Some of the, don't do that, because if you do that, it'll all just stop. So I want to take you into a lot of the nuts and the bolts and the hoes and the dibbers and the mouse traps and the doomsday devices, and I want to walk you through that safely and have you coming out of that gloriously garbled mess of metaphor with actually a rather better idea of how to write than you had when you started. In my class, I'm going to tell you that stories are important. I'm going to tell you what stories are, and then I'm going to tell you how to build them, how to make stories that matter.
Okay.
I'm going to give you some tips. I'm going to give you some exercises.
Okay.
And most of all, I'm going to give you a little push forward that you might not have had. Hello, I'm Neil Gaiman, and this is my masterclass.
Oh, DMCA.
Action stories are one of the most interesting phenomena that human beings have. Human beings are storytelling creatures.
Yeah.
We tell stories. Stories are vital. Stories are important. We can go back later to why they're vital. We can go back later to how they're important. We can go back later to how long they have been around. But the important thing to understand is that stories are part of us, and we convey truth with stories,
Yeah.
which is fundamentally the most gloriously giant contradiction that you can ever imagine. What we're saying is we are using lies. We're using memorable lies. We are taking people who do not exist and things that did not happen to those people in places that aren't. And we are using those things to communicate true things to kids. Now, whether you're looking at, and to each other, I mean, we're not just kids, but it begins with kids. You tell a child the story of Little Red Riding Hood, and there are lots of takeaways from that story. But one of the takeaways that is always taken is, you know, there are people out there who may not mean you well. There are people out there who, when they say, where are you going? What are you doing? You may not want to tell them. That might get your grandmother eaten. Might get you eaten. There are people it is best to avoid. Some people, some wolves are hairy on the inside, and some wolves are hairy on the outside, and perhaps you are best keeping yourself safe. And it's a true thing. It's a good thing to learn.
Yeah.
It may be not something that we are automatically told, so a story like that gives us that as information.
Right.
You're telling a reader something that you hope will stay with them, something honest, something important, something vital. But you're using lies. Little Red Riding Hood never existed. Wolves don't eat grandmothers and then climb into beds disguised as grandmothers. And if they did, Little Red Riding Hood would walk in and go, that is a wolf. She would not be sitting there going, grandmother, what big eyes you have. All the better to see you with my... And wolves can't talk. But we understand that.
Stellar
We as human
observation.
beings are really good at taking that information. That is the magic of stories. That's the magic of fiction, because it's giving you something big and true and important that you might not otherwise get. And you can carry it in your heart, and you can tell it to your children and to your children's children. I began Coraline with a quote that wasn't from G.K. Chesterton, although I said it was. I said, fairy tales aren't true, fairy tales are more than true, not because they tell us that dragons exist, but because they tell us that dragons can be defeated. That, for me, was the important thing about Coraline. The idea that dragons can be defeated. I wanted to tell my kids something that it had taken me 30 years of living to figure out. So when I was writing Coraline, I wrote the first third of the book, and then we moved to America. And I had been writing Coraline up to that point in my own time. When I had free time, I would write it. Now we've moved to America. Everything has got a lot busier, and there was no free time. And nobody was waiting for it. I'd been told by a publisher that it was absolutely and utterly unpublishable what I was doing, So the desire to keep going, I wanted to keep going. I knew that I had to finish it. But I was happy that I had a third, and I knew that one day I would get to go back to it. And then I was walking with my children in the woods. And I trod on a yellow jacket nest. The yellow jacket nest was under the ground. And within a couple of seconds, I was surrounded by a cloud of yellow jackets. They're like small wasps, and they're mean. And I shouted at my children to get away, and stayed exactly where I was, because I knew that if I ran after them, the cloud of yellow jackets around me would follow me, and it would get to them. So I waited till they were at the top of the hill, and getting stung the whole time, and then ran after them. And I remember climbing into the bath. I put all of the three of us into the bath. They were very small, and counted the stings. I had about 39 stings. And each of them had been stung once or twice. And the problem was, in shaking my head like that to try and dislodge some yellow jackets, my glasses had gone flying, which meant that the next day I needed to go back to where that had happened and get my glasses back.
Okay.
And that was terrifying. Going back to get my glasses was scary.
What a pussy.
Standing there, getting stung, while my kids ran away, was not scary. There was absolutely nothing brave about it. Going back the next day to find my glasses, that was brave. And that moment just sat there. And it sat there for me, informing everything that I felt like I wanted to write Coraline for. And I suddenly knew a third of the way in what the book was about. I'd been writing a scary book. I knew that it was about the idea that dragons could be defeated. I knew that I was trying to tell kids that yes, you can face up to the things that scare you. Yes, you can deal with it. Yes, you can triumph. But it was at that moment that I understood that actually what I was just trying to say to them, the entire message of this book was, being brave doesn't mean you're not scared. It means you're scared and you do the right thing and you do it anyway. And that gave me a handle into the rest of the book. That gave me a place to walk into the rest of the book. And it meant that when I took Coraline back into the other world, now her parents had been kidnapped. She knew they were there. The action of going back was now scary, and it should be scary. What is wonderful is now here we are, almost 20 years after Coraline, the book was published. And I will do signings and I will do events. Every event I do, every signing I do, there is a woman in her late teens, in her 20s, now even in their 30s, who have a battered school printing edition of Coraline with them. And they're the ones who just stop and they tell me very, very quietly that the book and Coraline saved their lives in their teens when they were going through a very bad place, when they were being abused, when parents' marriage falling apart, bad things happening at school, and they would tell themselves that if Coraline could get through what Coraline got through in the book, they could get through that. But the best thing about it is I told them a giant lie. I told them a story about a little girl who went through a door that didn't exist, talking about a girl that doesn't exist, a place that doesn't exist. On the other side of it is her other mother with buttons for eyes, who definitely doesn't exist. And everything that happens in there was made up by me. It's not true. But it helps them. It carries them through. It is true. And they took the true things from it. And that human beings are able to do that is so important, so gratifying, and so cool. And any success
Jesus.
has to be as honest as you can make it. This, I believe. This may not be true for every other writer out there. It may not be true for any other writer there, but it's true for this writer. You have to make it as honest as you can, because that's what people respond to. As far as I'm concerned, any success I have achieved as a writer of fiction, I have achieved because I'm an honest writer of fiction, because my people are real people, because you care about them. The hardest time for me was starting out as a very, very young writer. I wrote short stories and I sent them out to places that could conceivably publish them, and they all came back. And I looked at the stories which went out and came back, and went out and came back, and I thought, okay, well, one of two things is true here. Either I'm not good enough, or I don't understand the world. The stuff I don't get, the stuff I need to know. And I thought, okay, so as of today, I am now a freelance journalist specializing in the world of publishing and fantasy and science fiction. And I decided I was a journalist because I thought that gives me license to ask questions. It gives me license to go out into that world and meet everybody, find out who everybody is, find out what they do, find out how they read, to learn. And then I got invited to my first writer's workshop. It was the Milford Writers' Workshop, and I was sitting there with a bunch of fantastic writers like Gwyneth Jones and Diana Wynne Jones and Mary Gentle. And I realized very, very quickly that my reactions to stories were things like, I like this, I don't like this, this is good. That wasn't their reaction. They were responding to stories on a much deeper level. They were reading different stories to what I was reading. And I realized I was reading the stories as an audience. And they were reading stories as craftspeople, as people who built these things, as people who did this. And I also realized I was wrong. I was wrong if I wanted to be a writer. And they were right. And that experience, more than anything else,
What?
I think changed me. And it changed me mostly because I realized that in order to write fiction, I needed to be honest.
Okay.
Up until that point, I had a facility with voices. I could do essentially impressions of other writers. I could write things that felt kind of like things that other writers would have written, and written well. But I didn't have anything to say. And that wasn't because I hadn't lived. That was because I wasn't really prepared to say anything true about who I was. I didn't want to be judged. I didn't want people reading any of my stories to know who I was, or what I thought,
No, sir.
or to get in too close. And I realized that if you're going to write, if you're going to be a successful writer, least if you're going to be the kind of writer who did the kind of stuff that I was going to do,
Yeah.
you had to be willing to do the equivalent of walking down a street naked. You had to be able to show too much of yourself. You had to be just a little bit more honest than you were comfortable with. And if people judged you, if they felt they knew who you were, that was just something that you were going to have to live with. And what was strange is once I started doing that, and I was expecting to be judged or shunned or people's opinions or to have to deal with things, and what I discovered was actually their opinions were, we really like this. We love this story. It's a good story. It felt huge. It felt personal. And I realized that's because I was being honest about me. And some things, when you get really specific, apply to so many of us. So that was how I took my darkest period and eventually turned it around.
DMCA. DMCA.
The Ocean at the End of the Lane is my most personal novel. It's the one that really is about a 7-year-old me. And it was a very uncomfortable book to write because it had to be too honest about who I was, about what I felt when I was that age. The great thing about being an adult writer, writing from the perspective of a 7-year-old boy, is I was a 7-year-old boy.
Me too.
I have that in my armory. I didn't need to go out and interview 7-year-old boys, meet 7-year-old boys, talk to 7-year-old boys, because somewhere inside me is the 7-year-old boy that I was.
Yeah.
So I started writing a short story. And the protagonist was very much me. Me, age 7. The family wasn't really my family. But the house and the environment and the place was my house, my
Yeah.
environment, my place. What then started happening was the more that I wrote, remembering what it was like to be 7, the more being 7 came back to me. Things that I hadn't thought about for 40 years
That's
or
cool.
50 years came flooding back in the same kind of emotional, I guess, space that you're in when you go back to a town that you lived in 30 or 40 years ago, and the first time you're there, everything seems very strange, and then you go, but hang on, if you go down here, that's that road, and all of the spaces suddenly start to make sense again. You haven't been there for a long time, you didn't even think you knew it, but it's in there waiting for you. So writing yourself and going back to your own past and visiting your own past, as a writer, you're not writing autobiography. What you're doing is lying. But
This guy in
you're
lying. What is
using
this
the
guy
truth
lying, dude?
in order to make your lies convincing and true. You're using them as seasoning. You're using the truth as a condiment to make an otherwise unconvincing narrative absolutely credible. It is vitally important that whatever engines you might have used to convince your teacher that your homework really was eaten by the dog now come out to convince the reader that your father really was having an affair with an extraterrestrial monster from another dimension who is about to destroy the earth.
An affair.
And
Jesus.
all of that becomes very, very important. You're deploying truth, and you're deploying emotional truth
The story is there.
in a way that is convincing. And the strange thing about it is that once it was published, over and over again, I had people coming up to me, people writing to me, saying, "You wrote my childhood." None of those things happened to me. My childhood wasn't like that, but you wrote about my childhood, you wrote about me. And I did, because I was writing about me, because I was being
Oh,
honest, because I
really,
was being
dude?
specific. And if you're specific, then what you say that's true applies to other people too.
God damn it.
But you have to be willing to just open your chest a little bit too much and show rather more than is comfortable of your heart.
Open my chest and my heart.
You know, for all writers, you kind of have a compost heap. And if any of you are
I just
not
want my hand to stop shaking,
gardeners,
dude.
kitchen people,
When I'm drawing.
the compost heap is where you throw all of the garden
The shaky
and
ass hand.
kitchen rubbish, the food scraps, you throw it all on the
Rubbish.
compost heap, and then it rots down.
Rots down.
And a
Oh
year
my
or so
God, I gotta
later, you
cook.
look around and you just have this lovely brown stuff you can put on the garden, out of which flowers and vegetables will
Doesn't
grow.
matter, dude.
And I think it's really important for a writer to have a compost heap. Everything you read, things that you write, things that you listen to, people you encounter, they can all go on the compost heap and they will rot down, and out of them grow beautiful stories. I think the thing that you don't understand, especially as a young writer, when people talk about your influences, is the tendency is simply to go and look at the things like the thing that you do and point to them. So it's easier for me probably to point to Tolkien and Dunsany and James Branch Cabell, to Ursula Le Guin or P.L. Travers, and say, well, I do stuff like this, and I can point to those people.
Damn, I don't know none of those guys.
And what you don't necessarily point to is the stuff that does what you do, but is in a different kind of field or a different kind of area entirely.
Really?
My wife writes songs, she makes music, she performs. And what's important to her is emotional honesty, is truth. And she was probably in her late 30s before she realized that in all of the lists of influences that she would give, when people would say, well, what are your influences? And she'd talk about The Cure or Leonard Cohen, she'd talk about punk bands, she'd talk about all of these things that she loved. She'd never talk about Judy Blume, because Judy Blume was an author who she read when she was 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and an author who changed her and went in really deep and talked about honesty and gave Amanda the things that she wanted. For me, I never talk about Lou Reed. Lou was huge for me. And one of the reasons he was huge for me is he would write these songs that were like 3-minute novels. There was a story in there, even if you weren't quite sure what it was, and it was compressed. And it was very, very heightened, because anything that happens with music is always incredibly heightened.
Yeah.
And the choice of words in a song is so important, because you don't have very many. So watching how Lou wouldn't tell you what to feel, wouldn't tell you how he felt, that the emotion would actually be almost pulled out of the song, but it will be there for you to interpret yourself, was probably huge. It's something that I still love doing when I write, is I would much rather not tell you how to feel about something. I would rather you just felt it. I will tell you what happens. And if I leave you crying because I just killed a unicorn, I'm not going to tell you how sad the death of the unicorn was. I'm going to kill that unicorn and I'm going to break your heart. That was something I think I learned from Lou. So your influences are not necessarily the things that you think they are. And your influences, you person watching this, who I'm teaching, I'm instructing, you're listening to me, remember that. Remember that your influences are all sorts of things. And some of them are going to take you by surprise. But the most important thing that you can do is open yourself to everything.
Oh, DMCA. Like
One of the
PTSD.
things that's really fun as a writer is subverting expectations. And one of the places as a young writer, and frankly as an old writer, as a crusty, grumpy, aging writer, that's great to do, is to take apart a story that you're familiar with and inspect it new. See how it ticks, see what makes it work. Look at the things that people take for granted. A lot of the time, if you look at something that you're very, very familiar with, but just look at it as if it's the first time, turn it round, examine it from odd angles, suddenly it can open up into a story. Snow White might have been the very first ever story that I remember reading. It was certainly one of the first books I ever had. It was a beautiful illustrated Snow White. So I've known that story since I was 2-3 years old. I must have read in that time perhaps 1,000 different versions of Snow White. But reading it the 1,000th time, I stopped and thought, you know, it's a very strange story. I mean, what kind of person has hair as black as coal, lips as red as blood, skin as white as snow, and gets to lie in a coffin for a year and then get up and they're fine again? And what kind of prince rides past on a horse and says, hey, that girl in that coffin, she's gorgeous. Can you bring her back to my castle? Because that's kind of weird too. And all of a sudden, I'm looking at something which is a story that I've looked at 1,000 times, as if I've never seen it before. And I'm going, well, this, if you view it from over here, you're telling a story about a vampire princess and a necrophile prince. And actually, if you tell that story, then the heroine of the story has to be her stepmother, who obviously was doing everything she possibly could to save the kingdom and protect everybody from her terrible, terrible, dangerous daughter. That's a story. So, what I'd love
What?
for you
Oh my
to do
sh- I'm just trying to draw it. Like,
is take a folk tale you're familiar with, take a fairy tale, a story
I'm
that's,
going
that's
too crazy at this.
owned by the world. Take that
Relax,
story
relax.
and then just turn it around. Try and look at it for the first time. See where the bits are that don't quite make sense. See where it could be completely reinvented. And then write your own take on it. Try and make the people people. But tell that story. And then see where you got to. Find out where it took you. Use it as a framework, or use it as a mirror,
Why everyone
or
shit on
use it
Snow White?
as something to bounce ideas off and see what you get. And the things that you put into it could be things that you personally care about. You
I guess
can
it is
take
a
a
weird
story and
story,
tell
right?
it now in modern days. You can tell it in a Never Never Land time. But just try and make it yours. Try and make the people breathe. And see what happens.
I don't understand what he was getting at.
I think something that's enormously fun for any young writer is just thought experiments. Make up stories with the people around you. I highly recommend train carriages, underground carriages, bus journeys, anything where you have a bunch of disparate people that you don't know. Then look at them. Throw all
Why?
of you into a situation
Why?
you've never been in before and start wondering, well, okay, what would this person do? What would that
He'll
person
rob
do?
you.
You know, the train
You're not about that life, bro.
is transported to a distant planet. Somebody in here has a heart
Yeah,
attack.
you die and you fucking go to another planet.
What happens if
Get
somebody
stabbed,
gets
dude.
sick? We get trapped, and it goes on for days. And you just start making up little stories, and you start playing with the people, and realizing that actually people are so much more interesting and strange and more unlikely than anything that you could make up. So imagining that, go into a coffee shop,
Don't do that
look
in
at the
LA,
people around
dude.
you.
Or New York.
Listen to what they're saying. Listen to how people talk. I used to have notebooks filled with either little overheard conversations or occasionally just conversations that I would have
You don't know what
with
he's
people like
talking
bus
about, bro.
drivers. Where I would go, I don't believe I just had that conversation. I should write it down while it's fresh. And you almost never
Plagiarism.
use actual lines that you hear, or I don't. But they're still fantastic as sort of things to throw on the compost heap.
Motherfuckers plagiarizing, dude.
If you ask an author, where do you get your ideas, the author will probably mock you. Authors have jokes. And they'll say, oh, from a little idea of the month club, or from a little ideas shop behind Charing Cross, or they'll say, oh, I get them from my friend, or they'll just be horrible to you. This is
No.
because authors are scared and we don't know. And because we don't know and because
You
we're
drew it
scared,
like this.
we lash out and we make you feel like you asked a
So-
stupid question. You didn't. You asked the big question. You asked the real question. Where do you get your ideas is a real question. And I used to do the funny answers. And then many years ago,
And
I
nobody
went to my
laughed.
daughter's school when she was 7, 8 years old. And I'm sitting there with some 7, 8-year-olds, and they're asking me about being a writer. And one of them says, where do you get your ideas? And I thought, I can't make fun of you. You're 7, and
Yeah.
you have actually asked the only big important question.
Yeah.
So I thought, well, I better give you a straight answer.
You better,
Um,
dude.
And I thought for a little bit. And I said, well, really, I think you get ideas
By
from
stealing.
confluence. Although I probably didn't use the word confluence because I was
What's
talking to
confluence
7-year-olds.
mean?
I said, you get ideas from two things coming together. You get ideas from things that you have seen and thought and known about, and then something else that you've seen and thought and known about, and the realization that you can just collide those things. And a lot of that, right in the beginning, can just be boredom. It can be looking out of a window. It can be, I love going to junior school and middle school kids drama. You cannot escape. You are stuck there. You can't take out your phone. You can't read. You have to watch. And yet, the need to be elsewhere is such that you can absolutely go off and come up with some
The
fantastic
length I'm getting trouble
Um,
with it. Is it even?
ideas for things.
It's not even.
Ideas. Two things coming together.
Long.
For example,
So this is short.
everybody knows
Yeah, it's not. Of
that
course, it's not. The longest is gonna
if
be when it's
a werewolf bites you, you will become a werewolf when the moon is full.
Yeah.
That's an idea. The what ifs, the I wonder whethers, the places where you go with that, can be things like, well, okay, so what if a werewolf bites a wolf? Could you get a wolf that turns into a different wolf when the moon is full? What if a werewolf bit a goldfish? Would you get a goldfish that became hairy and came out of its bowl and killed people at the full moon? What about a werewolf that absent-mindedly started chewing on a chair? Would you get a chair that turned into a wolf? Would this
That's
be
actually
a chair
pretty
wolf?
good. That's pretty funny.
When the moon is full. And at that point, you're suddenly starting to play around with that. You're going, okay, so now we get bodies found, their throats ripped out, and in the mud nearby, you just have the marks of a chair leg. You'd have the moment where the great detective is sitting in the library as the full moon slowly rises, and he's figuring this out, and just as he starts to figure it out, he realizes that the leather chair that he's sitting in is starting to get hairier and furrier, and it's starting to move. And now
The chair?
you have something that you've really got a couple of scenes there. It's not yet a plot. It's just moments from a plot. But now you have something that you could build up from, and you can build up to, and you can go, okay, well, what would happen? What would have to happen before that in order to make a story? What happens after that? Can you shoot a chair with a silver bullet? Would that work? What does it do? Does it turn back into a chair? How do you destroy a chair that is coming after you up the stairs? And you begin to just rethink. And really, that's just confluence. That's things coming together that you have seen 1,000 times, but you just look at them in a slightly different way. And now you have the beginning of a story
Confluence.
and of your mind.
Oh, DMCA.
When you're a writer starting out, the idea of your voice, of your style, is huge. You want to know what your voice is. You don't really know. I once, years ago, ran into a quote from Jerry Garcia where he said, style is the stuff that you get wrong. If you were actually playing the guitar perfectly, if you were making music perfectly, there would be no style. And I thought this was such a great quote and remembered it. And years later, went to find it on the internet, and the only place I could ever find it was me saying it in interviews, so maybe he never said it at all. But I do think that a
I
writer's
said
voice,
I'm
which
not
is
even
huge, which is
playing around.
important, which is actually the
Inadequacy.
thing that the reader responds to more than anything else,
Style is
at the
inadequacy.
end of the day, is a result of getting to the point where you discover this is what you sound like. And the problem I think that a lot of young writers have is they don't sound like anybody yet. I know when I was a young writer, I didn't really sound like anybody. What I did was sounded like everybody else. And it's what you do when you're starting out. You imitate. You find voices that you like. You go, this person's doing something great. I would look at writers like R.A. Lafferty or Harlan Ellison, Roger Zelazny, Ursula Le Guin. I go, I love this thing that they do. I'll try and do that. It's very strange. I wrote a children's book when I was, 22? It's the first thing I ever wrote. It exists only in my attic and in manuscript. And it's not very good. But when, after Coraline came out, I thought, hang on, I have that children's book in my attic. I don't know if it's any good. And I went off, I found it, I read it to my daughter Maddie, who at that point was 6 or 7. And at the end of the day, I sent it back up to the attic, where it resides and will reside until the crack of doom. What really fascinated me about it was there was about a page and a half somewhere toward the end that read like me.
Weird.
It read like, for the rest of it, it read like Noel Langley and Roald Dahl. It read like every children's author I'd ever read. and it's all coming back out again. There's nothing really original. I haven't figured out how to do anything. And that's great, and that's absolutely fine, because you don't have to get it right at the beginning. You start out by making mistakes. You start out by getting it wrong. The most important thing you do is just write. But there was just a page, and I looked at it, I thought, that's me. That actually reads like me. And seeing that felt wonderful, because it was the idea that, yeah, 22-year-old Neil, actually the voice was there. I just had to do a whole lot more writing.
I see.
I think mistakes may be the most important thing for a writer. The question of how do you find your mistakes is very easy. You do stuff.
Yeah.
The process of living, the process of trying to create, the process of getting out there and doing something is always a process in which you are going to screw up. You are going to break things. You are going to try things that do not work. That's huge. Chuck Jones said you have 1 million bad drawings in your pencil, and your job as an artist is to get them out so the good ones can follow. And I think as a writer, and especially as a young writer, your job is to get the bad words out, the bad sentences out, the stories that aren't any good yet. And you don't ever get them out going, I'm going to write a really bad story now. I just have to get this out. You think it's a great story. You think it's a great idea. You think it's good at least. But the most important, and it may be, but the most important thing is just you get it out. You know, if you want to write an award-winning television episode, you're going to write episodes of television that the critics don't like. If you want to write an award-winning movie, you're going to write movies that the critics don't like. If you want to write award-winning short stories, you're going to write short stories that nobody reads, that don't really work. That's okay. And after you've written...
Really, dude?
10,000 words, 30,000 words, 60,000 words, 150,000 words, 1 million words, you will have your voice, because your voice is the stuff you can't help doing. And your voice is going to be there if you decide to write a Philip Marlowe style hard-boiled detective story. Your voice is going to be there if you're writing a fantasy or a space opera. Your voice is going to be there if you're writing doctor nurse romance fiction. Your voice is going to be there because you will have found it, because it's the stuff that is going to be there anyway.
I'm gonna find it. Oh, really, dude?
Everything that you do as a young writer is going to be important in getting your voice. But the most important thing is just writing. The most important thing that will teach you who you are is you write and you finish things if you can. I have up in my attic probably 100, 200 first pages, first 2 pages, maybe even the first 3 pages of things I wrote between the ages of 16 and 20. And I would just start short stories. And none of them ever sort of went anywhere. I had a setup, I had some characters, I wanted to see what would happen, and then 3 pages in, they'd sort of sputter and flame out, and they'd be dead, and that was okay, and I'd start another one. It wasn't until I was probably about 20, maybe 21, that I realized that actually I had to start finishing them. And at that point, the improvement became, to use a word Terry Pratchett used to love using, quantum. Because as you finish things, you start to learn what it is that you did. There's a genuine improvement that you can start to see. You learn more from finishing a failure than you do from writing a success.
Oh, this
And you
bar
definitely
right
learn
there.
more
Yeah,
from
that's
finishing
true.
a failure than you ever do from beginning something
Let's listen
that
to
is
that one more
fantastic
time.
but stop. From finishing a failure, an improvement that you can start to see. You learn more from finishing a failure than you do from writing a success. And you definitely learn more from finishing a failure than you ever do from
Oh, shit.
beginning something that is fantastic
Whoa.
but stops. You are, because as you finish things, you start to learn what it is that you did. There's a genuine improvement that you can start to see. You learn more from finishing a failure than you do from writing a success. And you definitely learn more from finishing a failure than you ever do from beginning something that is fantastic but stops.
That's beautiful.
You can take a dozen short stories by me, you could take half a dozen novels by me, and on the one hand,
Let's write that
they
down. That's
use
such a
absolutely
beautiful
different
thing.
language, they have a different feel,
I
they
really
could
like that.
almost be written
I really like that thing.
finishing a failure than you ever do from beginners. And you definitely learn more from finishing a failure than you ever do from beginning something that is fantastic but stops. Yes, start to see. You learn more from finishing a failure than you do from writing a success. And you definitely learn more from finishing a failure
Hey.
than you do from writing a success. And you definitely learn more from finishing a failure than you ever do from beginning something that is fantastic but stops.
It's beautiful.
You can take a dozen short stories by me, you could take half a dozen novels by me, and on the one hand, they'd use absolutely different language, they have a different feel, they could almost be written by different people, except that they're obviously all written by me. There is a uniformity there. And it's not necessarily a uniformity of word choice. It's not even a uniformity of voice. It's more about attitude. Each story has its own voice. But the attitude, the soul, the thing you take away from it, hopefully, that's all me. And that can be all you. I think if you're a young writer, if you're a writer setting out, trying to find the voice of a project, the most important thing is just take a stab at it.
Yeah.
Sit down, think. Before you start writing, just think, what are the most important things about the project? Does it feel like it's first person, third person? Who's telling you the story? Does it matter who's telling you the story? American Gods. I wrote the first chapter in the first person. It was told by Shadow. Got to the end of that first chapter and went, that doesn't work. And then had to stop and think, well, why doesn't it work? And I thought, well, it doesn't work because you're inside his head, yet he is emotionally closed off from the reader. And I knew that I wanted to write something in which, right at the beginning, you know, he's in prison and is emotionally closed off, and then he's told that his wife is dead and everything shuts down. And he is numb, he is dead inside, and now the book is going to be the slow process of waking up, discovering who he is, going all the way down into death and then returning. I wrote the vast majority of it in a style that I like to think of as American transparent. It's what Elmore Leonard did so beautifully. It's what Stephen King, when he flies, sometimes does. It's, the author is invisible. The words are there, the characters are there. You do nothing as an author to draw attention to yourself. There is a narrative voice, but a lot of the craft of the narrative voice comes in disappearing into the text. Stardust has a narrative voice. The writer is a character, and the writer, for me, of Stardust is a completely different kind of writer. The narrative voice, in my head, the narrator of Stardust is writing Stardust long before there's a fantasy genre. You don't have any kind of genre. You are just an adult novelist who is writing a fairy tale for adults, as people did in the teens, 20s, and 1930s. They would do that kind of thing. So I thought it has to be one of those. I like the idea that the writer was possibly even a woman. And again, you're finding a voice. So the voice of Stardust is very formal. It's slightly stilted. It's much lusher in some ways and feels a little bit antique in a way that the style of, say, Neverwhere, at least as far as I'm concerned, is a completely different thing. They are all third-person narratives. But then you can get into stranger territory when you do something like The Ocean at the End of the Lane, which is a novel which is a first-person narrative.
Oh, let me break.
And at that point,
on my hand.
the important thing becomes the voice of the narrator. So for The Ocean at the End of the Lane, I wanted to write something told to us by a narrator, probably in his mid-40s, about what he remembers of being 7, of this story coming back to us. It needed to be told from an adult perspective. But the deeper he goes into memory, the more it had to be absolutely from a kid's height and from a kid's eye point of view. So at that point, you're looking for a style that is not a particularly writerly style. The important thing about it is that it is the voice of somebody who is just holding your hand, looking you in the eye, and saying, "Let me tell you what happened to me," which is a fantastic kind of narrative voice to use. It's one I've used over the years. I used it in a graphic novel called Violent Cases at the beginning of my career. Used it in Mr. Punch. I've used it in a bunch of short stories. It's incredibly dangerous if done well, in that it's convincing. You really are just saying to somebody, "Look, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm going to tell you true things. I'm just hold my hand. We're going to walk together, you and I, into a dark place, but I'm here. It's all safe. I'm holding your hand." And then you walk them into a dark place and you let go of their hand and you run away. And leaving the person just going, "Oh my gosh, I thought I trusted things. I thought I knew what was going on, and I really don't." So if somebody were imitating me, probably that particular style would be a fun one to go in and imitate. Us by a narrator who was possibly even a woman. And again, you're finding a voice. So the voice returning. I wrote the vast majority of it in a style that I like to think of as American transparent. That's all me. And that can be all you. A story. You could take half a dozen novels by me.
Finding the voice of a story.
You can take a dozen short stories by me. You could take half a dozen novels by me.
Oh yeah, and,
And
like, I found
in my head, the narrator of Stardust is writing Stardust long before there's a fantasy genre. You don't have any kind of genre. You are just an adult novelist who is writing a fairy tale for adults, as people did in the teens, 20s, and 1930s. They would do that kind of thing. So I thought it has to be one of those. I like the idea that the writer was possibly even a woman. And again, you're finding a voice. So the voice of Stardust is very formal. It's slightly stilted. It's much lusher in some ways and feels a little bit antique in a way that the style of, say, Neverwhere, at least as far as I'm concerned, is a completely different thing. They are all third-person narratives. But then you can get into stranger territory when you do something like The Ocean at the End of the Lane, which is a novel which is a first-person narrative. And at that point, the important thing becomes the voice of the narrator. So for The Ocean at the End of the Lane, I wanted to write something told to us by a narrator, probably in his mid-40s, about what he remembers of being 7, of this story coming back to us. It needed to be told from an adult perspective. But the deeper he goes into memory, the more it had to be absolutely from a kid's height and from a kid's eye point of view. So at that point, you're looking for a style that is not a particularly writerly style. The important thing about it is that it is the voice of somebody who is just holding your hand, looking you in the eye, and saying, "Let me tell you what happened to me," which is a fantastic kind of narrative voice to use. It's one I've used over the years. I used it in a graphic novel called Violent Cases at the beginning of my career. Used it in Mr. Punch. I've used it in a bunch of short stories. It's incredibly dangerous if done well, in that it's convincing. You really are just saying to somebody, "Look, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm going to tell you true things. I'm just hold my hand. We're going to walk together, you and I, into a dark place, but I'm here. It's all safe. I'm holding your hand." And then you walk them into a dark place and you let go of their hand and you run away. And leaving the person just going, "Oh my gosh, I thought I trusted things. I thought I knew what was going on, and I really don't."
Why
So
would
if
you run
somebody
away,
were
though?
imitating me, probably that would be, that particular style would be a fun one to go in and imitate.
How likely are you to recommend a class to someone? No. Stupid.
Beginning writers often don't know and can't tell if they have a story. They know that they've got an idea, but even once you've got an idea, what do you do with it? How do you build it up? How do you know if your idea has legs, if it's going to go anywhere? We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about how you build a short story, how you build a novel, how you build a plot, how you find out if you have an idea or a notion or a concept or something that actually might be able to stand up there on its own 2 legs as a novel. I, especially during the Sandman years, would worry and think and obsessively ask myself questions about what is the story? What is the story? I'm making these things. They're how I feed myself. They're how I feed my family. They're how I pay the rent. What is the story? And eventually, what I decided was the story is anything fictional that keeps you turning the pages and doesn't leave you feeling cheated at the end. That was my definition. My son Ash is 3 years old, just turned 3, and his favorite game is to stand next to me on a bed or on a large sofa and go, "What's going to happen?" And then I have to go, "I don't know, what's going to happen?" And then he jumps in the air and falls down on the sofa. This can go on for weeks if you let him. He just thinks the "what's going to happen" game is the best game in the world. The "what's going to happen" game is the game that you play as a writer with your readers. What's going to happen? And that is what keeps them turning the pages. Things they don't know, things they need to find out, things they care about. And coming into a story, it can just be things like, who are these people? What are they doing? Why should I care?
Right.
That's a bit odd. After a while, it can get a lot deeper. It can be, is she going to kiss her? Is she going to poison her? Does she know about the missing will?
Lesbian action.
Do they know that grandmother's body is still in the room upstairs?
Oh.
What's going to happen? I wrote an essay once, a very small essay, in a book called Stories. And it was called Just 4 Words. It began when somebody wrote into my blog, "Dear Neil, if you could choose a quote, either by you or another author, to be inscribed on the wall of a public library children's area, what would it be? Thanks, Lynn." I pondered for a bit. I'd said a lot about books and kids reading over the years, and other people had said things pithier and wiser than I ever could. And then it hit me. And this is what I wrote. I'm not sure I'd put a quote up if it was me and I had a library wall to deface. I think I'd just remind people of the power of stories, of why they exist in the first place. I'd put up the 4 words that anyone telling a story wants to hear, the ones that show that it's working and that pages will be turned. And then what happened? The 4 words that children ask when you pause, telling them a story. The 4 words you hear at the end of a chapter. The 4 words, spoken or unspoken, that show you as a storyteller that people care. And then what happened? And those words, I think, are the most important words there are for a storyteller. So anything you can do to keep people turning the pages is legitimate. The main thing that you have to do is to care. Because if you don't care what happened, nobody else will. If you don't care about these people, nobody else will.
Right.
If it doesn't matter to you what happened next, nobody else is going to give the smallest toss.
Right.
So you need to care, and you need to imbue that care into your writing. Because then, anytime you stop, anytime you move from one character to another character, anytime you move from place to place, anytime
Stop trying
you
so
hesitate,
small, you idiot.
the question is going to be, and then what happened?
Right, and then what happened, dude?
So, you are starting a project.
Mm-hmm.
You are starting from scratch.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it's a comic, a graphic novel, whether it's a novel, whether it's a short story, whether it's television, whether it's a movie script, you're starting something completely new. One of the best things that you can do is just sit there. I like to do it by hand if I can. I will take out a notebook and I will write down everything I know. And it's a giant brain dump. Sometimes there'll be little doodles. Words will get circled. This is not an essay for people to read. This is me telling myself right up front just everything I know. The process of writing is a really important one, because even in the process of writing anything simple, your mind starts to notice connections. And connections are what fiction is made out of. So, stories begin with ideas. And the idea can be very, very small. It can be a feeling. It can be an image. It can be something your story begins with. It could be something your story ends with. It could be some moment from the middle. It could be two characters interacting. Mostly you don't know an entire story, or I don't know an entire story. I will write it to find out what happens, but I have something going in. The question then is that enough to start a story with? Sometimes, if it's a beginning, I have to have a general idea of where it's going to go. If it's an end, I need to know how we got there. I've been writing long enough that I have a certain amount of faith in myself, and I think faith in yourself is something that you need, because the process of writing, it's Wile E. Coyote running along a cliff and then still running, and he's fine until he stops and looks down. So as a writer, part of your job is not to stop and look down and go, there is nothing underneath me, because then you will fall. It's a process of just continuing to run toward the place, but you have to know where you're running to. Very often, something that I'm going to want to know before I begin is what it's about. And I'm probably really not going to find that out until it's over, until I sit there and reread it. And I go, what was this about? But I need to have some kind of idea of what it's about going in. And that isn't plot. If anything, I guess you could call it theme. For me, it's just, what is this about? I'm going to write Neverwhere. I have an idea of people living under London, a world under London. I have this idea of a hidden London, the idea of giving London place names literal meanings. So there really will be shepherds in Shepherd's Bush. That's an idea. What's it about? What it has to be about, and this is what I thought going into it. It wasn't entirely what I discovered it had been about at the end, but it was what I went in with. Was just going, okay, I want this to be about the people who fall through the cracks. I want to write about homelessness. I want to write about the mentally ill. I want to write about the people who have fallen through the cracks in big cities and are living rough on the sidewalks, who are living as they can. And I want to do that in a way that anybody reading it is going to enjoy it. And they will come to it unconvinced and not necessarily know that that's what it's about. Because if I sat down and said, right, I'm writing a big book about homelessness, the only people who would pick it up and read it would be people interested in a book about homelessness. What I want to do here is write a book about living in a big city. I want to write an adventure. But I want to write an adventure which, when people finish reading that story, they're going to look at the homeless. They're going to look at the people sleeping in the shop doorways. They're going to look at these people and they aren't going to pretend they're invisible. And that for me suddenly crystallized the metaphor. I mean, for me, so much fantasy is about making a metaphor concrete. What it's about for me is the way that we treat the homeless as invisible and treat them as non-persons. Good. Then they are going to essentially be invisible. They're going to be non-persons. How do I build up from that? And I have my hero Richard Mayhew, and he encounters a girl from London below, from this other London that exists beneath and all around London. He helps her, he saves her, and in so doing, he becomes part of London below and discovers that people can no longer see him. He goes into his office. They don't know who he is. ATMs no longer give him money. Taxis won't stop for him. He has become an invisible unperson. And now he needs to go into London below.
He became a homeless guy?
And the plot needs to happen. So a lot of what I'm doing is going, okay, I have an idea. The idea is this kind of London above, London below thing. The what's it about then carries me a lot further into it. What am I trying to say? What am I trying to tell here? There is an old line that, if you want a message, you use Western Union, and that may be true, but really, if you're writing something, you have to have something you want to say. It has to be about something, and it has to be about something for you. I'm not saying everything needs a giant social message, but I am saying you need to know what your story is about. Young writers, because young writers are peaceable souls, because young writers want to live in a happy place, because young writers have had enough conflict in their lives already, tend to shy away from conflict. And you will read short stories by them, and you'll go, but that's the place where your two characters are meant to bounce and meant to collide. This is where the plot is meant to get tough. This is where things are meant to get difficult for people.
Is this too short?
But
It
they'll avoid
is too
it.
short, yeah. That's why
And
I knew it. I knew it.
Making
And I
young
still did
writers
It's like, what's wrong with you?
face conflict, making them write conflict, making them realize that there are so many
Start
different
over.
ways
Start over.
you can solve problems of conflict, but
Alright.
you have to have the conflict first. You can attack something head on, you can go around it, you can attack it surreptitiously, you can deal with it with
around
strength,
here.
you can deal with it with intelligence, you can go into it and you can fail. You can go into it and you can succeed. You can go into it and neither succeed nor fail, but create an outcome that was completely unexpected, and sends everything off into a whole new direction. You can succeed, but in succeeding, make things worse. There's all of these things that you can do in conflict, but you have to allow the conflict to happen. And that is so much of what a plot is. If you're building a story, you have a whole bunch of building blocks. You have the words and the language. It's going to be a huge part. Just the voice of the story. What does it sound like? What is your narrative voice? What do your characters sound like? That's huge. The next is the characters. Who are they? What do they do? What do they want? I'm going to harp on a lot about what characters want. I'm going to harp on about what characters want because over and over again, you'll find when you're plotting, when you're putting something together, it's the only question that opens the door to what do you do next. If you get stuck, you can ask yourself what your characters want. And that is like a flashlight. It shines a light on the road ahead and lets you move forward. Somebody once asked me, they said, I keep coming up with great characters. And great characters, and I know who they are, and I know what they're doing, but I can't make a plot happen. And I said, great, in which case, just have two of your best characters and have them figure out what they want. And have them want things that are mutually exclusive. And then set them off on their quest.
Mutually
And you know that
exclusive?
only one of them can have the thing.
What does that mean?
Whatever the thing that they want is. If they succeed, the other one fails and vice versa. And now let's get them going. That's got to give you conflict. It's got to give you a plot. And sometimes the what does a character want will surprise you. You know, it's not just they want the money, they want the boy. A lot of the time
It
it's
does make sense.
they want to learn. They want to grow up. They want to save their friend. They need, and so it's, what do you want? What do you need?
What do you
That,
want?
as a driver, is always one stage below the mechanics of
What
plotting.
the hell do you want,
And it
bro?
will save your ass over and over as a writer if you take that as an important thing. And remember that characters always, for good or for evil, get what they need. They do not get what they want.
What does that mean?
So what characters want and what characters need always drive every story, and they always drive how the character behaves, what's going to happen, how they interact with other characters. Here's the Graveyard Book. I haven't talked about it before, so I just grabbed it. And we begin with,
Why'd you do
there was
that?
a hand
Why'd
in the
you do that?
darkness and it held a knife. The knife had a handle of polished black bone and a blade finer and sharper than any razor. If it sliced you, you might not even know you'd been cut, not immediately. The knife had done almost everything it was brought to that house to do, and both the blade and the handle were wet. And we know very, very quickly we are dealing with a man called the Man Jack, who is walking around this house with a knife. The hunt was almost over. He'd left the woman in her bed, the man on the bedroom floor, the older child in her brightly colored bedroom surrounded by toys and half-finished models, that only left the little one, a baby, barely a toddler, to take care of. One more, and his task would be done. And now we know exactly what the Man Jack has done. He's killed a family, and what he wants, which is to kill the baby. The problem is, the baby isn't going to be there. Because when we meet the baby, what the baby wants is to get out of his crib. Ever since the child had learned to walk, he'd been his mother and father's despair and delight. For there never was such a boy for wandering, for climbing up things, for getting into and out of things. That night he'd been woken by the sound of something on the floor beneath him falling with a crash. Awake, he soon became bored and had begun looking for a way out of his crib. It had high sides like the walls of his playpen downstairs, but he was convinced that he could scale it. All he needed was a step, and the baby gets out of the crib. The baby wants to get out. The baby is not trying to escape. The baby's just heads off, bumping down the stairs on his bottom, heads out of the open door that the Man Jack had left open when he crept into the house. The baby heads up the hill. And then we meet some other characters in the graveyard. Owens, called the pale woman in a voice that might have been the rustle of the wind through the long grass. Owens, come and look at this. She crouched down and peered at something on the ground as a patch of shadow moved into the moonlight, revealing itself to be a grizzled man in his mid-40s. He looked down at his wife and then looked at what she was looking at, and he scratched his head. Mistress Owens, he said, for he came from a more formal age than our own, is that what I think it is? And at that moment the thing he was inspecting seemed to catch sight of Mrs. Owens, for it opened its mouth, letting the rubber nipple it was sucking fall to the ground, and it reached out a small, chubby fist, as if it were trying for all the world to hold on to Mrs. Owens' pale finger. Strike me silly, said Mr. Owens, if that isn't a baby. Of course it's a baby, said his wife. And the question is, what is to be done with it? I dare say that is a question, Mistress Owens, said her husband, and yet it is not our question, for this here baby is unquestionably alive, and as such is nothing to do with us, and is no part of our world. Look at him smile. said Mrs. Owens. And now we have two ghosts in a graveyard and a baby. And we know that one of them wants to get involved and one of them doesn't. And then the man Jack turns up. And the Owens family hesitate. They're about to leave the baby when they see a ghost, which is pretty unusual. I mean, it's not that unusual given that they are in fact ghosts and live in a graveyard amongst ghosts. But there was a difference between the folk of the graveyard and this, a raw, flickering, startling shape, the grey colour of television static, all panic and naked emotion, which flooded the Owenses as if it were their own. Three figures, two large, one smaller, but only one of them was in focus, was more than an outline or a shimmer, and the figure said, "My baby, he is trying to harm my baby." A clattering. The man outside was hauling a heavy metal garbage can across the alley to the high brick wall that ran around that part of the graveyard. "Protect my son," said the ghost, and Mrs. Owens thought it was a woman, of course, the babe's mother. So now, again, what do people want? Well, his dead mother wants her son to be protected. Mrs. Owens wants to protect. The man Jack wants to kill. The baby is perfectly happy right now. We also know that the baby needs to be looked after, even if it doesn't know that it wants to be looked after. And now we get to follow what happens. We get to follow as a mysterious stranger named Silas appears and deals with the stranger. Seems to wipe his mind of what's happened in the graveyard and sends him off again. And we follow Mistress Owens and the baby as there is a convocation of the dead. All of the
Is
dead
the gap
in the
too
graveyard
much?
get together
That's the question.
and debate what should be done with the baby. We know what Mistress Owens wants. She wants the baby. We know what the people in the graveyard want. They want not to have to deal with a live baby. You're in a graveyard. Why would you want that? And then two things happen.
You know?
One of which is death herself appears. A lady on the grey, riding her pale horse,
Uh-oh.
arrives, and she just says to them the dead should have charity. And the other is that Silas, the mysterious stranger,
Failed. I failed.
appears to be neither living nor
Try
dead,
again.
says that he will be the child's guardian. He will bring it food from the world of the living, and he will help look after it. And at this, we end the first chapter of the Graveyard Book. And it's all being driven by wants. It's all being driven by needs. A child has been adopted by the inhabitants of a graveyard. And now what we want to know is, okay, well, what's going to happen? Who is this child? What's he going to be when he grows up? And now we have our beginning. But everything is driven by want. Everything is driven by need.
You know,
And everything is driven by characters wanting different things. And those different things colliding. At every
the
moment.
problem with this is that
One character
you made
wants
the
something,
hip
and
way
another
too
character
big.
wants something mutually exclusive, and they collide. Every time that happens, you have a
So
story.
the leg placement is okay. You're getting confused at the groin.
A good short story is a magic trick. It's close-up magic. It's not a giant grand illusion where
The
5
length
people
is
go into a
wrong.
box and the box is hauled up and then there are fireworks and then they're
Length
gone.
is around here, dude.
It's that thing where somebody shows you that their hands are empty and then they cover it. And then when they reveal it again, there's a rose there. You go, how did they do that? Was the rose
How the
always there?
hell did they do
The
that?
rose must have been there.
Must have been.
I once wrote a book of short stories for children. I'm just going to read you my very short introduction.
Showing off.
When I was young, and it doesn't really seem that long ago, I loved books of short stories. Short stories could be read from start to finish in the kinds of times I had available for reading, morning break, or after lunch nap, or on trains. They'd
So it's
set
like-
up, they'd roll, and they'd take you to a new world and deliver you safely back to school or back home in half an hour or so. Stories you read when you're the right
It
age
should be
never
like
quite leave you.
that, right?
You may forget who wrote them, or what the story was called. Sometimes you'll forget precisely what happened, but if a story touches you, it will stay with you, haunting the places in your mind that you rarely ever visit. Horror stays with you hardest. If it brings a real chill to the back of your neck, if once the story is done, you find yourself closing the book slowly for fear of disturbing something and creeping
There's a
away,
muscle there.
then it's there for the rest of time. There was a story I read when I was 9 that ended with a room covered with snails. I think they were probably man-eating snails, and they were crawling slowly towards someone to eat him. I get the same creeps remembering it now that I did when I read it. Fantasy gets into your bones. There's a curve in a road I sometimes pass, a view of a village on rolling green hills, and behind it huger, craggier, greyer hills, and in the distance mountains and mist that I cannot see without remembering reading The Lord of the Rings. The book is somewhere inside me, and that view brings it to the surface. And science
Why
fiction
does it look so
takes you across
weird?
the stars and into other times and minds.
A muscle
There's nothing
like
like
that, a
spending
muscle
some
like
time
that.
inside an alien head to
Maybe I'm
remind
just
us how
tripping
little
out, dude.
divides us,
You're
person from
tripping,
person.
man. It's alright.
Short stories are tiny windows into other worlds and other minds and other dreams. They're journeys you can make to the far side of the universe and still be back in time for dinner. I've been writing short stories for almost a quarter of a century now. In the beginning, they were a great way to begin to learn my craft as a writer. The hardest
it's
thing
alright.
to do as a young writer is to finish
mean-
something, and that was what I was learning how to do. These days, most of the things I write are long comics, or long books, or long films, and a short story, something that's finished and over in a weekend or a week. It's pure fun.
Has to be a little bit more thick.
My favorite short story writers as a boy are many of them my favorite short story writers now. People like Saki or Harlan Ellison, like John Collier or Shirley Jackson or Ray Bradbury, close-up conjurers who with just 26 letters and a handful of punctuation marks could make you laugh and break your heart, all in a handful of pages.
What did
There's
I
another good
learn?
thing about a book of short stories. You don't have to like them.
Relax on the
If there's
gap,
one you don't
dude.
enjoy, well,
Like,
there'll be another one along soon.
well, now it looks okay. I guess it's just the.
And I named this book, after a Ray Bradbury book.
This
When
leg
I was a
seems
boy,
to be too
Ray Bradbury
thin.
picked stories from his
So
books
you
of
gotta
short
have
stories
harmony
he thought younger
between
readers might like, and he
sides.
published them as R is for
Always.
rocket and S is for space. Now I was doing the same sort of thing, and I asked Ray if he'd mind
That
if I
is the
called this book
important,
M is for
the
magic.
most
He didn't.
important.
M is for magic. All the letters are, if you put them together properly. You can make magic with them and
Yeah,
dreams.
alright.
And I hope even a few surprises. One of my favorite short story writers is the late Roger Zelazny. I encountered Zelazny's short stories first as a 9-year-old, a 10-year-old, and I loved them. I loved his books, I loved his stories, I loved his characters, these angst-ridden people, or super competent people, or just people in
You don't want too much
situations that
muscle.
had them at the end of their tether. I loved his use of language. He could really deploy words beautifully. Zelazny was a poet, and he wrote his fiction, and he wrote a short story writer. Like a poet, with a poet's eye
Looks
and ear for the precision of the right word
Looks alright.
in the right place. And I didn't get to meet Roger until I was in my late 20s,
It's just
like
like
his
the
Sandman.
hip is so
And,
weird looking.
We didn't really
you know?
get to talk until I was 30. And I was at the World Fantasy Convention in Tucson, Arizona, and I ran into Roger and sat down with him and said, Roger,
Roger.
You talk to me about writing short stories.
Roger.
Because you do it better than anyone I know.
Roger.
And just tell me about writing short stories. And he stopped for a bit and he thought. And then he said, you know,
He thought.
really?
Roger.
He said, all my best short stories are the last chapter
Last
of
chapter.
a novel I didn't write.
Last chapter.
And I loved that.
Last
I
chapter.
really took that to heart. Because when you're writing short fiction, what you want, whether it's true or not, is to feel like these characters didn't just start to exist the moment the story began.
Last chapter.
You want to know they've all been in existence all along. You want to know that things have happened to them, things have taken them to this point. And now we are at the point of heightened emotion. We're at the point where the plot is actually kicking in. This is the thing you've been waiting all of that time for. This is the denouement. This is the unraveling time. This is the time when we're all
Denouement?
going to understand everything. And it's the last
What did you call?
chapter. It's the final chunk of a novel that
It's
you
the
haven't had to write.
final countdown.
And I always thought that was such a wonderful way
Na, na,
in
na, na.
to short story writing, and also because I am fundamentally lazy. It's a lovely sort of headway into a short story. You go, well, look, if I write this short story, there's 130,000 words I don't have to write. I can just write this, 8,000 words, and that puts it all into place. So I like doing that too. One of the fun things to do when you're a young writer and you are just writing a short story, and frankly, any writer writing a short story, the first place that I start is just with the idea that instead of being paid by the word, I am paying by the word. That the fewer words I can use to tell my story, the better. That compression, that economy, all of these things are good. You know, I've written stories as short as 100 words. In fact, technically, I've written one exactly 100-word short story called Nicholas Was. Let's see, do we have a smoke and mirrors here? Nicholas was older than sin, and his beard could grow no whiter. He wanted to die. The dwarfish natives of the Arctic caverns did not speak his language, but conversed in their own twittering tongue, conducted incomprehensible rituals when they were not actually working in the factories. Once every year they forced him, sobbing and protesting, into endless night. During the journey, he would stand near every child in the world, leave one of the dwarves' invisible gifts by its bedside. The children slept, frozen into time. He envied Prometheus and Loki, Sisyphus and Judas. His punishment was harsher. Ho, ho, ho.
See, I know those characters because I play Hades.
It's a very, very short story.
Sisyphus is the guy who rolled the rock, if
But I
I'm
learned
not
things from it.
mistaken.
I learned about compression. I learned how to make the penny drop. Part of the fun of that story is where in the story do you figure that Nicholas was Santa Claus? Where do you figure, where do you learn that this is the punishment of Father Christmas?
What?
And so it's just a small thing. The glory of a short story, too, is just one thing has to happen. In novels, lots of things happen. A novel has to be about lots and lots of different things. A short story really only has to be about one thing. You can say that one thing. then you can stop, get on to something else. Short fiction is a fantastic place to learn your craft as a writer. A lot of writers, when they think that they want to set out, sail their first craft out onto the seas of story, immediately get the idea that you should go huge. You should write a series of 10 books and have a huge mega plot.
That's
and
right.
You should have a cast of thousands and all of these things.
That's the
And
only way to do it.
there's a lot of skills that you need to do that and to do it successfully. Even those writers who have done that have tended to have to learn their craft as they go, book by book, in progression.
I
What's
agree with
lovely
you.
is taking short journeys, is taking your boat out and just going round the headland and coming back in time for tea. Learning skills. So, a short story is lovely. It's 3,000 words, 4,000 words, 2,000 words, 5,000 words.
Mm-hmm.
You can do that in a day or a weekend or a week or 2 weeks. You can have an idea for something, you can take it out, you can succeed or you can fail, or you can learn things. But all of the things that you learn, whether you succeed or you fail, the important thing is that you just took the boat out. The important thing is that you wrote something. The important thing is that you learned. And that's the place where you get to master new skills. That's the place where you get to find out, okay, I have an idea. Can I make this thing happen? I have an idea for a tone of voice. Do I want to do that? Would this thing work? I have an idea here for something that's slightly mad. You can start a short story just with the setup. You can start a short story just with the end. You can start a short story just with something that happens in the middle. And okay, well then start here. Go meet that thing that happens in the middle and then follow it on and see where it goes.
Yeah.
If it fails, it fails. That's okay. You've lost 3 days. You've lost a week.
Yeah.
No big deal.
Really? It's no big deal?
Some years ago, I got a call from BlackBerry. Actually, the call came from an advertising agency, and they said, would I come in and talk to them? I said, sure. And they said, BlackBerry are launching their first smartphone, and they want to do something to do with art. And they want you to do something to do with art. I said, well, do I have to do it with a BlackBerry? And they said, no, you just have to do a thing. What would you like to do? And I said, well, I have an idea that's a bit mad. I said, so what I'd love to do is something that basically is the 21st century equivalent of when Harlan Ellison used to write short stories in the windows of bookshops. And he would set up his typewriter and a chair in the window and he would work. And he loved the idea that people were seeing him working and seeing what was actually happening, and that seeing him staring and writing and not writing.
What a attention whore.
So I put together a bunch of questions, 12 questions. And they were things like,
That's what I'm doing, right?
why is January dangerous? What's the strangest thing
I ain't hating.
you've seen in July? What did you lose in November? Just questions that went out. What I didn't want
I'm
was
thinking
people
way too
suggesting
much
titles
about
for
the
stories,
anatomy.
suggesting
there.
ideas for stories. What I wanted was just to take
See,
beautiful
this was right, but it goes in the
little
back
idea
like this. It's not
and
in
go,
the
okay,
front like
that's a
that.
starting point. And for people to realize that anything could be a starting point. So, my question that I asked for March was, what historical figure does March remind you of? And I thought that'll be a fun question because I'll get something that's got a person in it.
Question.
And the reply was beautiful. The one that I picked just said, Anne Bonny and her rapscallion heart, dreaming for a ship of her very own. I found a notebook. I really liked this particular notebook because it's just a blank book. It's bound. I think it may even have been a misprinted book with no text in. And then
I can't
I wrote
see, dude, because the style is just
Calendar
so
of Tales.
fat, man.
front. I wrote down all of the months in order. And then I began to write. So it was too warm in the great house.
To write.
And so the two of them went out onto the porch.
The
A
porch.
spring storm was brewing far to the west.
The porch.
Already the flicker of lightning and the unpredictable chilly gusts blew about them and cooled them. They sat decorously on the porch swing, the mother and the daughter, and they talked of
How
when
about
the
a-
woman's husband would be home, for he had taken ship with the tobacco crop to faraway England. Mary, who was 13, so pretty, so easily startled, said, I do declare, I am glad that all the pirates have gone to the gallows, and father will come back
The
to us
gallows.
safely. Her mother's smile was gentle, and it did not fade as she said, I do not care to talk about pirates, Mary. She was dressed as a boy when she was a girl to cover up her father's scandal. She did not wear a woman's dress until she was on the ship with her father and with her mother, his serving girl mistress, whom he would call wife in the New World, and they were on their way from Cork to the Carolinas. She fell in love for the first time on that journey, enveloped in unfamiliar cloth, clumsy in her strange skirts. She was 11, and it was no sailor who took her heart, but the ship itself. Anne would sit in the bows watching the grey Atlantic roll beneath them, listening to the gulls scream and feeling Ireland recede with each moment, taking with it all the old lies. She left her love when they landed with regret, and even as her father prospered in the new land, she dreamed of the creak and slap of the sails. Her father was a good man. He had been pleased when she had returned, and did not speak of her time away, the young man whom she had married, how he had taken her to Providence. She'd returned to her family 3 years after with a baby at her breast. Her husband had died, she said, and although tales and rumours abounded, even the sharpest of the gossiping tongues did not think to suggest that Anne Riley was the pirate girl Anne Bonny, Red Rackham's first mate. If you had fought like a man, you would not have died like a dog. Those had been
Oh.
Anne Bonny's last words to the man who put the baby in her belly.
Oh.
So they said. Mrs. Riley watched the lightning play and heard the first rumble of distant thunder. Her hair was greying now, and her skin just as fair as that of any local woman of property. It sounds like cannon fire, said Mary. Anne had named her for her own mother and for her best friend in the years she was away from the great house. Why would you say such things? Asked her mother primly. In this house we do not speak of cannon fire. The first of the March rain fell there,
Cold-blooded,
and
man.
Mrs. Riley surprised her daughter by getting up from
You
the
would've
porch
fought
swing
like a
and
man,
leaning
you
into
wouldn't
the
have
rain
died
so
like
it
a
splashed her
dog.
face like sea spray. It was quite out of character for a woman of such respectability. As the rain splashed her face, she thought herself there, the captain of her own ship, the cannonade around them, the stench of the gunpowder smoke blowing on the salt breeze. Her ship's deck would be painted red to mask the blood in battle. The wind would fill her billowing canvas with a snap as loud as a cannon's roar as they prepared to board the merchant ship and take whatever they wished, jewels or coin, and burning kisses with her first mate when the madness was done. Mother, said Mary, I do believe you must be thinking of a great secret. You have such a strange smile on your face. Silly girl, Okushla, said her mother. And then she said, I was thinking of your father. She spoke the truth, and the March winds blew madness about them. What's lovely about that is I could absolutely see that as the end of a novel, or I could see it as the beginning of a novel. Because we have two characters, and you have a huge and glorious problem here, which is you have a pirate queen, pirate captain, who pled her belly. You were allowed to do that. You could escape the death sentence if you were pregnant, and she was pregnant, and has disappeared back into real life. She has a lot to lose if people discover that she was a pirate captain, if they discover she was a pirate. She also has a lot that's hidden.
She also has an
And
attitude
she has
problem.
abilities that are obviously not being used on a plantation.
This bitch has an attitude problem.
Selling tobacco, growing tobacco. In March, back for the revolution. So you have a really kind of fun and wonderful setup. And yes, it could be an end. You could start the story with young Anne Bonny being dressed as a boy by her father, and you could tell her story and go through, and you could actually end at the point where I end, as if this really is the end of a novel. Or you could begin something here, and all you have to do is to put her in difficulties. And you have her, you have a daughter, you have a husband coming back.
I gotta stop
Just bring in somebody from the past.
drawing, to be
And now
honest.
we
Man. I
have
gotta
a
start
plot.
reading.
And that feels like
I
it
gotta
has
read.
legs.
I gotta
I don't know who that person would
I
be,
gotta do
I don't know what would
my
happen.
bills and house chores.
but I do know that
but
she
it's like,
risks losing everything.
This thing's too fun.
And that immediately puts you in a fantastic place to tell a story with.
Damn, dude. I just didn't pay attention to any of that.
I'm glad that all the pirates have gone to the gallows ship and throws everything into jeopardy. The first thing I would probably do is go, okay, I don't think that's enough yet. Because I don't know what it's about. Do you remember when I was talking earlier, when I said, okay, you can have your plot, you can have some characters, you can have an idea, you can have a starting place, but what's it about?
What it is about?
And you
What
start
is
thinking
it
about this and you go, okay, well, it's probably about secrets. It's probably about gender roles as well.
Hip
Those
is
two
tremendous.
things sound pretty real. It can be about the romance of piracy and the reality of piracy. That's also feels like something it's about. But really, I love the idea that it's about a competent woman in danger, defending herself and everything she loves. That feels like, okay, that feels like that could be a good about. All of that other stuff, that feels real. So I need to put her into danger, which means the person who comes back into her life needs to be somehow not only imperiling the safe life that she has, but has to be much, much more dangerous. So you go, right, let's bring somebody in to the story that you know the first thing that's going to happen is that somebody is going to come in from her past.
Someone's getting fucked
And it's
up.
going to be somebody who she is not pleased to see. That feels right.
Someone's getting fucked up.
I don't know at this point necessarily whether they mean her good or ill. It might be interesting if you're going to do that kind of thing to have whoever is the real threat to her still not arriving. We're at the beginning of a book here. So if we're going to tell something novel-wise, then whoever comes into the story here isn't the person who is really going to be dangerous, isn't going to be the either the pirate from her past or the law officer from her past or the captain of the ship who captured her before. Those are things that aren't yet ready to come onto the stage. But somebody needs to come into town almost as a herald and tell you that things are going to go wrong. And the other thing that you go is, well, we have Mary. We have a beautiful daughter. We have the romance of piracy. And much more than being beautiful, she's innocent. And and has been kept innocent by her mother. And she has no idea who her mother is. She has no idea what her mother is capable of. Which means that something we're going to do somewhere in the story, probably not immediately again, but it feels like we are going to have to put Mary in danger. We're almost definitely, it feels like you're going to have Anne Riley go and rescue her by becoming the Anne Bonny that she has put away. So when you're plotting, you're asking yourself, what could happen? What feels right? What would be satisfying in a book like that? The things I've said aren't a plot yet. They're saying, I think this should happen. I think this should happen. I think this kind of thing is going to happen a little bit further down the line. I have no idea who lives and who dies. I have no idea how people survive, how dark it's going to get. But what I do know is
Someone's getting fucked up.
It's going to get dark, because a book of this kind has to get dark. And there's a lovely point where it's like forking paths. When you begin any story, you have an infinite number of forking paths. Every decision, every word, every paragraph is a fork.
Fucking.
By the time you're 3/4 of the way through,
path.
you have a very limited number of forking paths left.
Goddamn
By the time you get to the end of the story, there's really only one, maybe two, maybe three paths you can go down. And you happen to know what they are and where they are. And so you keep making your choices, but your choices lead you to
fucking
inevitable
paths.
places where you have. So people talk, when writing fiction, about character, and they talk about dialogue, and they talk about them as if they're two different things. And they are two different things, but they're two different things that actually amount to the same thing. And they're like the two legs that a character needs in order to walk. So in the next class, we're going to talk about character and dialogue, and what they are, and how incredibly tightly interwoven they can be. When I started out, the most terrifying thing for me was the idea of character creation. And who were characters? I didn't really get characters. I didn't understand what characters were. And it took a while for me to learn really how to write good characters. Characters who were three-dimensional, characters who felt real. Characters who felt real to me. A lot of the key to it, people say, well, do you do those sort of books and things before you start? Do you list off lots of things about your characters? And I say no. Mostly what I do is try and figure out what they sound like, how they talk. Sometimes what they look like, but mostly how they talk. Because dialogue is character. The way that somebody talks, what they say, how they say it, is character. And dialogue has to show character.
I want to read books, but
It also has to show plot.
I keep drawing, man. I'm gonna stop drawing.
Maybe it can be funny along the way. And good dialogue is doing all three of those things at the same time. It's making you smile or making you see things you've never seen before. It's moving the story along. And more than anything, it's telling you things about the people who are saying it and who they're saying it to. And so for me, the key to writing good dialogue, which was the key to character, were the years that I spent as a journalist doing interviews. I would meet somebody that I wanted to talk to, writers, creators. I'd have my little tape recorder. I would talk to them for 2 or 3 hours. I would transcribe the tape. And then, having transcribed the tape, which would give me 10,000 words of transcription, my task would be to turn that into a 2,000 to 3,000 word interview. So I learned a lot at that point about economy. How do you make somebody sound like themselves without ever necessarily using the exact words that they used, because now you're compressing. And people don't talk like themselves. People don't use semicolons. People don't speak grammatically. People, instead, they start sentences. They leave words dangling. A few seconds ago I said people, and then I hesitated, and then I changed course, because that's how people talk, and you can't do that.
Yeah, that's how I
Or
talk.
you
I
can't
sound like a
do
retard.
exactly that.
But it's
in
like, how do
writing.
you not talk like that, dude?
But you can figure out where the rhythms are. You can figure out how to make somebody sound like the person who was talking to you. And you learn compression. You learn, more than anything else, economy. And it was that economy that actually, I think, looking back on it, that was the most useful thing
I wish I didn't
for
talk like that.
going out there and writing fiction. Because I learned how to compress, and I'd learned how to show character, show who somebody was by what they said. The process of writing good dialogue is a listening process. It's the process of you write the line before, and then you listen and find out what comes back at you. What does the person
Damn.
say?
What am
Sometimes
I
for
drawing?
me, I need to know what a person that I'm writing about looks like. When I was writing Sandman, I decided that the title character, the Sandman, who's also known as Dream, would be part of a family called the Endless. And very rapidly, I figured out for myself who the first 6 of the Endless were. And then there was a young one, and I knew there were 7 of them, and I wasn't quite sure about that one. And then
Why?
I thought, Delirium. Delirium seems right. And I saw a photograph of a girl at a nightclub wearing ripped fishnets sort of all over herself and just looking very, very sweet, but kind of out of it. I thought, okay, her. That kind of look. There's something very fragile there, very young. And that was where I began. But I thought that when she came on, in contrast to the slightly out
Sandman
of
is
look,
very. I wanted to
she
read
was going to be
Sandman
angry.
is very good.
She was going to be in control. She was going to be, there was going to be rage. And I tried writing that, and it felt wrong. And I wrote about a page of this dialogue, and it felt forced. It didn't really feel like the character I had in mind. So I thought, okay, let's listen to that character. Let's see what we get. And I thought, actually, let's go for something much more gentle and bemused and speaking in sentences in the same way that a small child can speak in sentences. That is slightly off from whatever you're expecting. And suddenly the character came to life. And she would say the strangest things, and it was like finding that part of your mind
Here we go.
that
Here we
is
go.
gloriously, perfectly unhinged. And every now and again, she would just say things like, you know, have you ever spent days and days making up flavors of ice cream that nobody's ever eaten? Chicken and telephone ice cream and green mouse ice cream. I didn't like that either. And you're going, oh, I didn't even know that could come out of my head. But once you have a character who can say that kind of thing, then you also have a character who is allowed to say incredibly wise things as well. And so I could sneak huge and important things into Delirium's mouth and know that they could be taken hugely seriously, along with just the weird, lovely, odd, funny little comments she'd make, you know. Somebody talks about losing time, and she says, I lost some time once. It's always in the last place you look for it. So you have to train yourself as a writer to listen.
Bars right there. I lost time once. This guy has like
Characters, if you are
great
writing them,
lines.
become part of you and become separate from you at the same time.
What am I drawing?
You have to
Don't draw this.
know your characters well enough to know, would they do this? And sometimes they won't. And at that point, mostly I'll trust them. I have known writers who...
That's
are
really
like,
good.
well,
What did he say?
you know, they have no
lost
choice. If
time
I have
once,
written
the
my
last
outline
place
and I have the
ever.
character going from here to here and they don't want to. So you have to lost some time once. It's always in the last place you look for it. Become part of you and become separate from you at the same time. You have to know your characters well enough to know, would they do this? And sometimes they won't. And at that point, mostly I'll trust them.
No,
I have known
don't give
writers
up.
who
Try to draw it.
are like, well,
Don't be a
you know,
bitch.
they have no choice. If I have written my outline and I have the character going from here to here and they don't want to, well, they do. I tend to listen to my characters. It's like a kind of controlled insanity. Because on the one hand, I am perfectly aware that I'm creating the characters. I made them up. They start with me. Everything they say came out of my head. And on the other hand, the moment that they are alive, the moment that they are doing things, the moment that they are real, I am imbuing them with life. I'm imbuing them with my belief. I care about them. I'm interested in them. And it's almost as if I'm watching them and listening to them. And the problem then comes when they stop, when they don't say anything, when they don't move. And instead of writing down what they're doing, you have to figure it out.
Right.
You have to figure out where you went wrong. You have to figure out why the character isn't saying anything. And that, it's always a slightly strange process because there is something genuinely mad about it.
Yeah, that's
If you are
crazy.
writing good characters,
They
believable
talk to you.
characters, glorious, larger-than-life characters, they do take on a sort of a life. You know, Terry Pratchett and I used to joke that we talk about, you know, going to meet our maker. And if we killed characters in our fiction, maybe one day there'd be a knock at the door and we'd open the door and there would be some of our characters looking up at us sadly saying, why did I have to suffer and die? And you want to say, well, for the entertainment and enlightenment of other people. And they'd look up at us and go, is that enough? And you go, it has to be enough.
It's just
If I'm doing my job as a writer,
bars after
if
bars.
I'm giving it everything I've got, my characters are going to be believable because I believe in them. and I believe them. They are going to be separate from me.
How do I draw
and
this?
they're going to be part of me.
The center
And
line,
some
right
of that
there.
is simply
Neck,
having
jawline.
come up with a character, knowing what kind of person
Neck.
that character is going to be at the point where you start writing them.
Ear.
You are going into yourself, and you have to not be afraid.
Goddamn, I'm already
Of
fucked
yourself.
up. Fucking up.
You have to be willing, if you're writing a murderer, if you're writing a bad person, to go and find that part of you that is the bad person, that is the murderer, that
No.
would take pleasure
That's
in
too
this
thick.
thing, and go, okay, what would you say? What would you do? Who are you? By the same token, you go and find the part of you that is female. You go and find the part of you that is old. You go and find that part. And then you don't think of it as the part of you that's female, the part of you that's old, the part of you that's bad. You think of it as that person. And you trust them. You listen to them. While you're writing a character named Caroline, you are always, if you are me anyway, asking yourself, well, what would I do? What would I have done? What would I have done
Wasn't that
if
hard?
instead of being me in my childhood, I was 7, 8, maybe 9 years old, and this was happening to me now? What would I do? And that question, finding that part of yourself that is an 8 or 9-year-old girl and feels right is important. It's vital. On the one hand, if you are an adult writer, you know a lot of people. You have encountered a lot of people
Something like that.
in your lifetime. You encountered them at school, you've encountered them at home, you've encountered them in the streets. You have met good people, you have met bad people, you have met bullies, you have met angels, you have met complex and interesting people. And those people, filtered down, flavored differently, are going to start showing up in your fiction. But you're also going to need to write about people you don't know. You're going to need to write about people from cultures you don't know. You're going to write about people with professions you do not understand. You may need to write about types of people who you do not know. And for them, my advice to anybody starting out is just go find them, go talk to them. Talk to people. Talk to people with different sexual orientations to yours if you're going to be writing them. Talk to people from different cultures. Go in, do your research, do it with respect, know that there are things to be known. So,
Yeah.
I think if you were a starting out writer, probably even if you're an experienced writer, I have 2 pieces of advice for you if you want to channel a character, a time period, anything. One of which is, and they're kind of opposite and contradictory, and they're both true. One of which is, trust yourself. Do it.
Do
You
it.
do it by doing it. Just do it.
Do
and
it.
the other is,
Do it.
do your research.
Do it.
But I've known too many writers starting out who would get trapped in a vortex of research.
Do it.
And you can't. You have to do enough research. It's like you're a smash and grab robber. You are going to put that brick through the window, then you're going to reach in and grab everything that you need and run away and use it, because honestly, you don't want to spend 10 years researching manners and mores in British public schools of the 1870s in order to get your story perfect. There may be some stories that you have spent your life unconsciously researching. You know what a heartbreak is. You know what it's like to work in a bank. You know what it's like to have to walk a long way in the rain. Whatever it is, the thing that you're writing is, you're going, okay, well, I have that already, that's there. And if you don't know what it's like to walk for 10 days in the rain, you might know what it's like to walk for a few hours in the rain, and you can extrapolate and you go, okay, well, it's going to be like that, only worse, and what's it going to be like on day 3, and now you're having to sleep in wet clothes, and okay, and everything's going to hurt, and now you're getting sore, and now you're getting the athlete's foot and the trench, but imagination plays a huge amount, putting yourself in the place of somebody. But then
So it's empathy, you know?
there will be places and times where you go, I don't know this, and I need to find out. Go and learn, because that's what will make your fiction good. And that's what will also make your fiction feel honest and true.
Honest.
Characters in a book, there are lots of them. And one of the things I learned, I may have learned it from Dickens, or I may have learned it from Jack Kirby.
Jack Kirby.
But whoever I learned it from, possibly even from A.A. Milne, when you have a lot of characters wandering around, you need to help your reader. You need to just give your reader a hand. And one of the ways that I've always liked to do that is what I call funny hats. And by funny hats, I don't actually literally mean you have a character wear a funny hat. What I do mean is you give your character something that makes that character different from every other character in the book. And it's something that reading the work of young writers, they tend to hesitate to do. And the trouble with that is you can read a short story, occasionally even read a novel, with a number of people who are indistinguishable from each other except for their names. Which means you have to remember their names, you have to remember who they are, and when they show up, you have to thumb back and go, okay, hang on, is this Simon? Or is this Jack? Or oh no, hang on, this is the other one who they met before, this is Peter. And what's lovely is just, and you do this as an author out of kindness for your reader, is give them funny hats. Give them that point, Simon wears the bright red bowler hat, and Peter wears the top hat, and of course, all of these hats are metaphorical. You just make sure that when somebody comes on, they don't look like anyone else, they don't sound like anybody else. You can do it in realistic fiction, you can do it in children's fiction, you can do it in fiction aimed at the lowest common denominator, you can do it at fiction that is elegant and beautiful, but either way, you just write characters who are different from each other. They look different from each other, they feel different from each other. There is something about them that means that the reader is you're holding the reader's hand a little bit, and you're just making sure that they're never confused. So in a book like Neverwhere, we begin with Mr. Croup and Mr. Vandermeer. You immediately realize how different they are. Mr. Croup had hired Ross at the last floating market, which had been held in Westminster Abbey. Think of him, he told Mr. Vandermeer, as a canary. Sings? Asked Mr. Vandermeer. I doubt it, I sincerely and utterly doubt it. Mr. Croup ran a hand through his lank orange hair. No, my fine friend, I was thinking metaphorically, more along the lines of the birds, they take down mines. Mr. Vandermeer nodded, comprehension dawning slowly. Yes, a canary. Mr. Ross had no other resemblance to a canary. There are 4 simple ways for the observant to tell Mr. Croup and Mr. Vandermeer apart. First, Mr. Vandermeer is 2.5 heads taller than Mr. Croup. Second, Mr. Croup has eyes of a faded china blue, while Mr. Vandermeer's eyes are brown. Third, while Mr. Vandermeer fashioned the rings he wears on his right hand out of the skulls of 4 ravens, Mr. Croup has no obvious jewelry. Fourth, Mr. Croup likes words, while Mr. Vandermeer is always hungry. Also, they look nothing at all alike. And so we immediately have a couple of killers. They are very, very dangerous, and they do not talk in any way alike. They do not look alike. One of them is monosyllabic, the other is multisyllabic. Enjoys words, is going to have a relationship with things where the only thing we ever see him eat is a piece of very fine Tang Dynasty china, whereas Mr. Vandermeer is always hungry, as we have learned, and just eats things as he goes, frogs and rats and bits of dead puppy and anything that he happens to find along the way. And they are the assassiniest assassins I could come up with. Some of the other characters in Neverwhere also are funny hat characters. The Marquis de Carabas, who deals in favors, wears a huge and glorious coat and is always wearing the coat until he is murdered and the coat gets stolen and things in the plot get very difficult for him. Old Bailey lives on the top of roofs, and up on the rooftops he's dressed in a cape of feathers. He's described as looking like what Robinson Crusoe,
the moment of
popular
truth,
imagination, would have looked like if he were cast away on the rooftops of London with nothing but birds to create his world out of. So you take these characters and secure in the knowledge that none of them could be confused for any of the others. None of them talk the same. And when they turn
it's
up,
okay.
You know who they are. The reader does not have to work at that thing. To be. There are 2 ways you can introduce a character. They can be static, or they can be on the move.
I'll just do.
And it can be really fun
Yes,
if you want to meet somebody, if you want to encounter somebody, if you're bringing on a character, to just throw them into an unfamiliar setting, to make the reader do a lot of the work. But by the same token, you're making people immediately have to figure out what's going on. Here we go. This is a book called Trigger Warning, and it contains in it a short story that I wrote, a sort of a set of 12 short stories called Calendar of Tales. Here's the October tale, and I'll go through the whole thing because it's fairly short, and it does a whole bunch of stuff with character, and then I'll tell you what I did, and I'll tell you why I did it. That feels good, I said, and I stretched my neck to get out the last of the cramp. It didn't just feel good, it felt great, actually. I'd been squashed up inside that lamp for so long. You start to think that nobody's ever going to rub it again. You're a genie, said the young lady with the polishing cloth in her hand. I am.
There you go.
You're a smart girl, Toots. What gave me away? The appearing in a puff of smoke, she said, and you look like a genie. You've got the turban and the pointy shoes. I folded
These
my arms and blinked.
exercises.
Now I was wearing
Oh,
blue
I hate
jeans,
using the
grey
word.
sneakers, and a
How's that an
faded grey
exercise?
sweater,
I'm not
the male
exercising
uniform
shit.
of this time and this place. I raised a hand to my forehead and I bowed deeply.
These kind of drawing practices.
I am the genie of the lamp.
help
I
you
told
get the
her. Rejoice, so
proportions right.
fortunate one. I have it in my power to grant you 3 wishes. And don't try the I wish for more wishes thing. I won't play and you'll lose a wish. Right, go for it.
And everything else, I guess.
I folded my arms again.
I don't know why I did this.
No, she said, I mean thanks and all that, but it's fine. I'm good.
It's
Honey,
a
I
bitch,
said,
though.
Toots,
It's a bitch
sweetie.
to draw this.
Perhaps you misheard me. I'm a genie. And the 3 wishes. We're talking anything you want. You ever dreamed of flying? I can give you wings. You want to be wealthy, richer than Croesus? You want power? Just say it. 3 wishes, whatever you want.
Whatever.
Like
you
I
want.
said, she said, thanks, I'm fine. Would you like something to drink? You must be parched after spending so much time in that lamp. Wine? Water?
You must be
Tea?
parched.
Actually, now she came to mention it, I was thirsty. Do you have any mint tea? She made me some mint tea in a teapot that was almost a twin to the lamp in which I'd spent the greater part of the last 1,000 years. Thank you for the tea. No problem. But I don't get it. Everyone I've ever met, they start asking for things. A fancy house, a harem of gorgeous women. Not that you'd want that, of course. I might, she said. You can't just make assumptions about people. Oh, and don't call me Toots or Sweetie or any of those things. My name's Hazel. Ah, I understood. You want a beautiful woman, then. My apologies. You have
When you
much to
draw
wish.
square,
I
I
folded
mean,
my
like
arms.
guns that's
No,
tilted
she said,
down.
I'm good. No wishes. How's the tea?
I used to think
I
it's
told
like
her that
this.
the mint tea was the finest I had ever tasted. She asked me when I
This
had
doesn't
started
make
feeling
sense.
a need
This
to
should never
grant
be
people's
a
wishes and
perfect
whether
square.
I felt a desperate need to please. She asked about my mother,
Do
and I
like
told her
this.
that she could not judge me as she would judge mortals, for I was a djinn, powerful and wise, magical and mysterious.
So even
She
if it's
asked me
like
if I liked
this,
hummus, and when I said that I did, she toasted a pita bread and sliced it up for me to dip into the hummus. I dipped my bread slices into the hummus and ate it with delight. The hummus gave me
even
an
if
idea.
it's like this, it still doesn't make sense.
Just make a wish,
You know?
I said helpfully, and I could have a meal fit for a sultan brought into you.
Now it looks
Each dish
too
would be
warped.
finer than the one before and all served upon golden plates, and you could keep the plates afterwards.
'Cause
It's good,
it's
she said
like
with a
this.
smile. Would you like to go for a walk? We walked together through the town. It felt good to stretch my legs after so many years in the lamp. We wound up in a public park, sitting on a bench by a lake. It was warm but gusty, and the autumn leaves fell in flurries each time the wind blew. I told Hazel about my youth as a djinn, of how we used to eavesdrop on the angels, and how they would throw comets at us if they spied us
Like
listening.
that. 'Cause it's going
I told
this
her of the
way.
bad days of the Jinn Wars and how King Suleiman had imprisoned us inside hollow objects, bottles, lamps, clay pots, that kind of thing. She told me of her parents who were both killed in the same plane crash and who had left her the house. She told me of her job illustrating children's books, a job she had backed into accidentally at the point she realized she would never be a really competent medical illustrator, and of how happy she became whenever she was sent a new book to illustrate. She told me she taught life drawing to adults at the local community college one evening a week. I saw no obvious flaw in her life, no hole that she could fill by wishing, save one. Your life is good,
This makes
I
sense.
told her,
But it looks a
but
little
you have no
weird
one to
'cause
share it with.
it's too
Wish and I will
thick.
bring you the perfect man or woman, a film star, a rich person. No need, I'm good, she said. We walked back to her house past houses dressed for Halloween. This is not, I've got everything I told her. People always want things. Not me. I've got everything I need. And
Oh,
what do I
really,
do?
dude?
She thought for a moment. Then she pointed at her front yard. Can you rake the leaves? Is that your wish? No, just
So,
something you could do while I'm
I was
getting our
having
dinner
trouble
ready.
drawing heels.
I raked the leaves into
This
a
is a
heap by the
test.
hedge to stop the wind from blowing it apart. After dinner, I washed up the dishes. I spent the night in Hazel's spare bedroom. It wasn't that she didn't want help. She let me help. I ran errands for her, picked up art supplies and groceries. On days she had been painting for a long time, she let me rub her neck and shoulders. I have good, firm hands. Shortly before Thanksgiving, I moved out of the spare bedroom across the hall into the main bedroom and Hazel's bed. I watched her face this morning as she slept. I stared at the shapes her lips make when she sleeps. The creeping sunlight touched her face, and she opened her eyes and stared at me. And she smiled. You know what I never asked, she said, is what about you? What would you wish for if I asked what your 3 wishes were? I thought for a moment. I put my arm around her, and she snuggled her head into my shoulder. It's okay, I told her. I'm good. So, we only have 2 people in that story. We have the genie, who never gets a name, and we have Hazel, who doesn't get a name until about halfway through the story. What's fun with this is we start literally with a bang. We start with the "this feels good" and him stretching his neck, and that's a very human moment. We don't know who our narrator is, but he's stretching his neck to get out the cramp. And then he says it didn't just feel good, it felt great. I've been squashed up inside that lamp for so long, you start to think that nobody's ever going to rub it again. And the next line, of course, which lands that idea for anybody who's going, hang on, this is "You're a genie," said the young lady with the polishing cloth in her hand. Now we have 2 characters.
Messed up
We
already.
don't know anything about them
Messed
other
up
than
already.
one is a genie and one is the young lady who was just set him free. His reply is, "I am, you're a smart girl, Toots. What
Oh.
gave me away?"
I know how to do it. I'm just tired.
And you're going, that Toots is kind of a bit of a weird little
Oh, do it again,
put
do it again.
He's, and
not
it's
that
also a
hard.
very odd thing
Yes,
for a genie to say.
yes.
So he's patronizing. He's of another time and hasn't quite got up to date with the language. And he feels like a genie in my mind, although obviously he's probably been in that lamp for, let's say he's been, imprisoned in there for many thousands of years. I suspect that probably the last time he came out and did wishes was probably the 1930s or 40s. So he's a mass of 1930s and 40s attitudes, and that little Toots, which is just so completely not of its time and not of its place, kind of tells you that. Her reply is, "The appearing in a puff of smoke," she said, "and you look like a genie. You've got the turban and the pointy shoes."
There
And
you go.
we already know that she is practical and sensible. And she gives the absolutely practical, sensible reply. He transforms himself. He does a full speech. He gets very formal and does the, "I am the genie of the lamp. Rejoice, O fortunate one. I have it in my power to grant you 3 wishes." And then undercuts it somewhat with his little speech about don't do the "I wish for more wishes" thing, but it's right, go. And she says, "No, I mean thanks and all that, but it's fine, I'm good." And now we suddenly have a plot. We don't just have 2 characters,
There you go.
because we have something that we've never seen before. We have a genie who is prepared to grant somebody 3 wishes, and somebody saying, "I'm
It's
good."
alright.
It's okay. And that for me was the little bit of grit that I tried to build a small pearl around. What happens
How stupid are
if a
you?
genie shows up and tries to grant 3 wishes to somebody who's just fine? They're okay. I don't ever remember seeing that
I'm good, bro.
ever as a scenario as a genie scenario. There are lots and lots of genie stories. Most of them you kind of feel have been done, but that one hasn't been done. So that might be really fun to do.
But it's like, it just
And
means that the
now
person's
they start
stupid.
to become
Like, why
people.
wouldn't you take it?
And you get to watch them bump into each other. You get to watch her put him in his place, puncture his preconceptions. You know, when he says a harem of gorgeous women, not that you'd want that, of course, and she says, I might. You can't just make assumptions about people. Oh, and don't call me Toots or Sweetie or any of those things. My name is Hazel. And you feel like, right, she's just very gently and very kindly put him in his place, and he is going to have things to learn through the story. Long ago, I read an essay by Robert Heinlein where he said that there were basically three stories. He said there was the little tailor, somebody starts off poor and gets rich and famous and important. There was boy meets girl, with all of the things that can go wrong in that. Boy can lose girl, boy can gain girl, all of the romance stories.
Yeah.
Said, and there's a man learns a lesson.
What?
And a story in which somebody gets to learn better, somebody gets to change their mind, somebody gets to see the world differently. It's a beautiful shape for a story, and it's the one that isn't done, I think, enough, and is one that I always like to fall back on. The joy of this story is now, even if you don't know it, and even if it is, I guess, very simplistically and very simply a boy meets girl story, it's absolutely a story about somebody learning a lesson. And from there, his attempts to try and get her to make a wish, you get to see, okay, she is actually content. Now we have two people, and one of them is completely in her element, and the other is absolutely out of his element. Okay, he's not going to grant 3 wishes and return to the lamp. Well, what's he going to do? And the idea of just putting him in the mundanest possible situation. Actually, at that point, you're making the mundane feel exotic and magical by his presence. And you're making him feel a lot more interesting because he is a fish out of water, a wish-granting genie in an Arabian Nights world. Is just one more piece of set decoration. A wish-granting genie with no wishes to grant, wandering around a small American town shortly before Halloween, is an odd thing that doesn't quite resolve. It's like a little musical passage that you need to keep reading because you want to know how this is going to end. Where does this end? And of course, it ends with him moving in with her, with him eventually moving in as we know the one thing that she is missing is somebody to love. And now he is becoming that person without actually
What?
granting
You
her
a
a wish.
fucking roommate?
And you also realize that this person who we met at the beginning, who was kind of full of himself, full of attitude, very conscious of his status, but kind of insecure, has also changed when we get right to the end. When she says, you know, what I never asked, she says, is what about you? What would you wish for if I asked what your 3 wishes were? I thought for a moment, I put my arm around her, and she snuggled her head into my shoulder. It's okay, I told her. I'm good. And that's the moment that you realize that the genie's changed too.
Okay.
I think that the joy of world building in fiction is honestly the joy of getting to play God. Because as an author, you get to build the world. Some authors do it a little more invisibly than others. In the same way, as far as I'm concerned, all fiction is fantasy. It is all made up. You are creating people who didn't exist or didn't exist like that and putting them into situations that they were never in, making them say things they never said. It is an act of magical creation to do that.
Alright, so what are you trying to draw? So, like
When you're
this.
starting out as a young writer, especially a young writer wanting to explore the fantastic, wanting to create places that are not, the urge, which you should always try and push back against, the urge is to take places from fiction. You know, it's the urge, the fan fiction urge. And fan fiction is great in its place. But if you are going to be a young writer and you are going to want to create a world, you don't want a world that you've borrowed from Tolkien. What you want to do is look at the world outside. Look at the world outside your window. Get out there onto the streets. Look at places. Think about the places that you've been, and then change them. Make them bigger. Make them smaller. If you're somebody who's only ever been to school and you think you have nothing to write about except school, what would that school be like if it covered an entire city? What would that school be like if it was an island? What would that school be like if it was floating in the sky and people only got to visit it dragged on the backs of enormous birds? How do you get
like this?
to that school? That gives you a place, but it gives you a place grounded in realism. Because the moment that you start describing a school, if you know a school, you know the things
Here's the
that
thing.
make schools weird and unusual. The
Heels
smell
go up.
of cooking cabbage, or
Think about the outer.
the smell
You know how to
of,
do this. The outer. the
sports
out.
clothes unwashed in lockers. You know what that place is. You know what kinds of people are there. Every little detail that you can steal from the world and smuggle with you into your fiction is something that makes your world more real for your reader, but much more important, it makes it more real for you. You need to be the one who believes in your story. You need to be able to believe in your places. If you are building a world, you have to care about the world. And sometimes you're also going to have to stop and ask yourself weird questions. Even if those questions are not answered in the text, it's always good for you to know. You know, where do these people go to the toilet? Where do they get their food from? How much food does it take to feed a small city? How much farmland? Where are these farms? Where does the food come from? Where does it come in? And suddenly you're asking yourself questions.
God,
that
man.
it's good for you to know.
Heels are so
Even if
hard to draw.
You don't want ever to turn
They look so
your book into a
weird.
treatise on medieval economics. If you're writing something set in medieval times, do your homework. Go and look at places. There's a trope in a
I got
lot
it,
of
though.
stories in
This was
the
what I was trying
Arabian
to draw
Nights, the 1001 Nights.
several nights and days
There's
ago.
a moment that people traveling
and
together
now I know how to do it.
enter a city, and in the crush of people at the gates of the city, they get separated.
It's so
And it
stupid though
happens
how it
over
looks.
and over again. And it was something that had never particularly made much sense to me
Yeah, that's right.
until I was in Old Jerusalem
It's like a little bit
a little
longer.
over a decade ago with my guides.
See?
And we
'Cause
had to
it's
get
flat like
from
that. It's the middle
Old
line.
Jerusalem and go out through one of the old city gates. And there were thousands of people pouring
Yeah, it
through
looks
the
right.
gates
It looks right.
in both
Ah.
directions.
So tough to
And I
follow.
found myself swept up and carried away from my guides. And when we got through the gates, and the people had dissipated enough that I could look around and try and find them, they were nowhere to be seen. And I realized that this was that moment. It's a thing that happens in fiction. And now, I've never written it, but now if ever I were writing an Arabian Nights story, I would know how that feels. I would know what that is, and I would make it very, very believable, because it's happened to me. And I can give that to my characters. There's always a tiny part of you as a writer who, metaphorically or really, is standing there with a notebook, just taking notes. And it can come out in the worst times. It can come out in the worst moments of your life. You can be there in the hospital and your friend or your loved one is being wheeled away. And you can go, okay, what does this place smell like? How are they behaving? How do I feel right now? How do these people feel right now? Because one day,
How do they feel?
you're going to be writing fiction. And you will need that moment. You'll need the way that the lights of the cars glint off the broken glass and the blood on the
It's
asphalt
like a lot of it is like
One
just
day.
having empathy, right?
to make a story true.
Can sociopath make any like art if that's the case?
So the action of world building, whether you are building New York or Los Angeles or the Isle of Skye, places that really exist, places you might be familiar with,
I'm getting
or
blind.
whether you are creating
Can't see.
a graveyard, whether you're creating an enormous world underneath London,
God,
whether
dude,
you're creating
Shields
a
look
magical
so
America
weird.
that doesn't quite exist in a state of heightened reality. The action of world building is always the same. You start
Ugh,
with a world
so weird looking.
and you're going to fill it with people. And you decide what's important about the world, what's convincing about the world. The worlds that we build in fiction are soap bubbles. They can pop really easily, but they seem really, really solid. Anything you can say that makes them feel real, that buttresses them, that gives credibility, you then assume that the author could tell you everything else. It goes off in all directions, but that one little moment of reality, that one thing that seems to be absolutely true, gives credence and gives credibility to all of the things that you don't say, to all of the bits that are really just sort of misty smudges in the background. But then somebody looks at them and goes, but I'm sure, like this thing here, all of those misty smudges in the background, if we move in, are actually going to become craggy mountains, and each mountain will be different. And you know, of course, that they aren't. They're just smudges in the background. But that's okay, because the one mountain that we visited was real, because it was informed by you and a mountain. Or just you and a very big hill and an imagination. One thing that is very important for you to know, but not necessarily important for you to tell, is what the rules are. You need to understand, especially if you're creating anything in the world of the fantastic, what the rules of your world are. The problem with this is that when we arrive in this world, nobody tells us what the rules are. Nobody hands you, as a small child, a rule book, letting you know how gravity works, how fire works, how basic economics works, how people behave, what they're expected to do. They don't tell you that. You have to kind of figure it out as you go along.
Thank you, DJ Crowbar.
There are rules. Some of them are explicit,
The
some of them are
advice.
implicit.
Oh.
When you're world building, you need to know what the rules are. You need to know what the explicit rules are, what the implicit rules are. And knowing them, you need to treat them as you would this world. People find things out by making mistakes.
Okay.
You find out that fire is hot by picking up something that's been in the fire or putting your hand in it and going, ow.
Definitely.
You find out that if you are given a precious thing made of ice, you need to keep it cold, because if you put it in your pocket, pretty soon you will just have a wet pocket and no precious thing.
That's so true.
That's the way that you find out how the rules work in this world. It's always by trial,
An
it's
error.
always by error.
Error.
So, for world building,
Trial by error.
you allow your characters to discover
Characters.
what the rules of your world are, which you know.
World.
And
World.
they discover it
World.
by making mistakes,
Did I say world?
by taking
World?
advantage of those
World?
rules.
Your world.
Let things happen to your characters. Let them go out and bump
Characters.
into
Your
things. Let them go out
worlds.
and make mistakes. And always know more than you tell. There is nothing more frustrating for an author to have people go, I don't really understand the rules of this place.
Frustrating.
And because it's fine.
Frustrating.
Nobody understands the rules of New York either. But they will find out what some of the rules are by making mistakes, and some of the rules by hanging around with people who seem to have figured out what a few of the rules of New York are. And
New
that's
York.
okay.
New Yorker. New Yorker.
Before I started writing the Graveyard Book, I visited a lot of graveyards.
Mm-hmm.
The initial inspiration for the Graveyard Book had just been a little country graveyard behind a church across the lane from where we lived. I would take my son, who was 2, maybe 2.5, across that little lane with his tricycle, and he would pedal his tricycle on the paths between the gravestones. And I remember looking at him one day and just going, you look so comfortable here. And then thinking, wouldn't it be interesting to do a story about a kid who gets lost in a graveyard and brought out by dead people? I thought it would be kind of like the Jungle Book, only it will be in a graveyard. It will be the Graveyard Book. And
You're
that
crazy, Neil.
was the idea. I would have been
Neil
25
Gaiman.
years old. I remember going
You're
straight up
crazy.
to
You're crazy.
my office and writing the first chapter, looking at what I'd written, going, the idea is so much better than I am a writer. I'm going to put this off.
You
And it
crazy,
wasn't
Neil.
putting it off from the sense of going, I'm going to leave this unfinished. It was a sense of going, okay, my chops are not there yet to do justice to this. So here, I have this thing. I'll probably never look at this first chapter again. But I will come back to this in 5 years, in 10 years, when I'm better, when I'm good enough. And I actually wound up coming into it almost 20 years later, when I really figured that not only was I not getting any better, but I was as good as I was going to get, so I might as well, I had no option. It was now time to write it. But during that period, I would go and visit graveyards. I knew that I would be setting a story in a graveyard, and I knew that I needed things from graveyards.
Things.
So I needed to go and look at them. So my world building exercise was just visiting graveyards, visiting Stoke Newington graveyard, Abney Park, which had a glorious sort of ruined chapel in the middle. And looking at that chapel and going, right, I'm going to have you. You're in my story.
Things.
Going to Glasgow Necropolis, which is all on a hill just outside of Glasgow, and going, I'm taking your topology. I'm going to take the hill, and the fact that you're outside of the city. I like that. That feels right.
That feels
Now
right.
I built a world that was a graveyard in my head. I'd been playing around with it, I'd been building it, I'd been seeing what kind of people lived in it. I was figuring out all of the details. And wherever I would go, I would just visit the local graveyard. And see if there was a little thing that I could take and put into the graveyard that was in my
So
head.
just draw the soul
Which
of the
meant
feet.
that when
You know how to do that.
20 years later, I started writing the graveyard book. And I knew that the graveyard was my jungle. It had to be big enough and interesting enough that I could set basically an entire novel in this one location. That it would be that interesting. That I would know, I knew by that point what a graveyard was. I knew why it was there. I knew the history of them. And that allowed me to make this a real place. So a lot of what you do in world building is you do your homework, you do your research. It's like I was talking
Your
about with
research.
Neverwhere, getting to go through the tunnels, getting shown around, go on walks, see things, all of that, and then take notes. Use the voice function on your phone to make little notes to yourself. Use a tiny notebook. I always, wherever I go, whatever I do, have impossible to get out of my pocket tiny notebooks on me. This is one. And I will always jot down things, little ideas.
It already
I
looks
may never
weird.
go back to them. I may never see them
Why?
again.
Why does
But
it look
once
so
they're jotted
weird,
down,
dude?
They're rotting away usefully on the compost heap
It's
of
so
my imagination. And they're there. if I-
weird that I can't draw this after I drew it. Okay, here. Stop being stupid.
I think
Yeah, this.
authors you read when
that.
you are
that.
young affect you on a level that is very, very primal and very different. So the authors whose work I encountered as a child, who built worlds, really stayed with me. And I would look at what they had done and puzzle over it and think about it a lot. Tolkien, obviously, was a huge influence on me. I've never actually written anything in somewhere that resembles Middle-earth, I think, except for a little bit in Stardust, but Stardust is much more a world of fairy tale. But just the feeling that this was a place that I would recognize if I saw it.
What the fuck is this?
If I went there,
What is this?
I would know that I was there. The same, obviously, with Narnia. And the idea, as C.S. Lewis built an entire
But I could draw this.
country, a kingdom, and I knew that
Why
if I
can't
were
I
in
draw
Narnia,
another angle?
I would know that I was in
This is
Narnia.
terrible.
I'd know the people.
I
know
just
the way
I
that
don't know how it
everything looked,
looks,
the way that
man.
it
I gotta
felt.
look at it.
Descriptions of huge cliffs, and looking down at the clouds so far below you, they look like tiny sheep. And you remember this kind of. And then there were the writers who would world build in a way that I wasn't so conscious of. As an adult, I look back and I go, whoa, it was a remarkable, fascinating act of world building. But at the time, all I was aware of was the story. An example of that would be P.L. Travers writing the Mary Poppins stories, where I looked at it as just
Why do you
being
have
set
such
in
a hard
London
time drawing it, dude?
and didn't actually examine the mechanics of the way that P.L. Travers built her universe, a universe in which you could go to a zoo or a circus of the stars at night, a world in which And people in spring would appear in the park and
Alright, man,
paint,
do it again.
paint
Jesus
the trees,
Christ,
paint
man.
everything, take it out of its winter clothes and into the summer clothes. A world in which things happened between things, in which the simple presence of Mary Poppins would deform reality and make everything hyper real, in which Mary Poppins acted as a bridge between the world of pure imagination and the way that things should be,
It's kind of like
and the
this,
world
right?
that we lived in, the way that things were. And all of those
The
things,
middle line's like right here.
as a kid, affected me hugely, because each of them felt like a real place. I remember running into Hope Murley's book, Blood in the Mist, a book which absolutely defies the entirety of the show don't tell paradigm by just beginning almost as a travelogue and history of an imaginary country, of Blood in the Mist, the kingdom of Doramere, and the town of Blood in the Mist, and then
What are you
gradually
doing, dude?
becomes a detective story and a ghost story, a story of generations, a
This
story
is crazy.
of one person's struggle to be who they are and to find happiness in an awkward world, of the struggle, the infinite struggle between fantasy and reality, between fairy, between poetry and the mundane and prosaic life. And all
Okay,
of
I
those
get it. I
things
get
are there
it. Jesus Christ.
in an act of world building and an act of geography and an act of history.
It's like that, right?
So
He was
a
like
beautiful
right
book
here,
like
right?
that. And that stuff influenced me. I would sit there as a small
So
boy
it's like how much,
drawing maps,
you know?
influenced, I think, a lot by the maps in Ursula Le Guin's Earthsea series. There's a map in the front of these archipelagos, and I love the shapes of islands, so I would sit and draw magical little archipelagos and islands and the shapes of cities and worlds. And I would imagine stories set on them. And even to this day, every now and again, I will nip in and set a story in one of those places on the maps that I drew. I remember Stephen King once said to me that Amy Tan grumbled to him that when writers get interviewed, the one thing they don't ask us about is the words. And the words are the most important things that we have. The words are what we're doing everything with. If you're writing a novel, you're going to have to use 70,000 of them, 100,000, 200,000 of them. So in the next class, we're going to talk about words. We're going to talk about language.
Okay, it's a little bit better.
All of the things you can do with it. We're going to talk about humor. We're going to talk about world building, all as things that you can do with words. I do not hold with anybody who says
crazy, man.
no exposition, no description. You describe what needs to be described. You explain what needs to be explained.
How come I can't draw
You
this?
are God. When you are writing, you are absolutely in charge. You can do whatever you like.
This is
are no
fascinating. I
rules
can't
other
seem to
than-
draw this.
Tell a great story. Tell it as best you can.
This is like the final
But there is
boss
an
of
enormous
drawing,
pleasure
man.
to just telling. Sometimes
Literally
you can
the final
describe
boss
places.
of drawing.
Let's see.
This is the hardest thing to draw.
In Neverwhere, what I was doing was describing a world. And the world of London Below was as much of a character as any of the characters in the book. So one of the things that I loved doing was describing places and describing people
Okay.
and trying
Okay.
to make them
So,
vivid,
if I were
trying
to
to
draw
make
it
the
regularly,
imagery vivid in your head. I might not actually describe what somebody would look like, but I would paint a picture that would get you as a reader to imagine what they look like. For example, fashion in bodyguards seemed to be everything. They all had a knack of one kind or another, and each of them was desperate to demonstrate it
get.
to the world.
This
At
I
this
get.
moment,
This angle
Rieslet
is
was
easy.
facing off against the fop with no name.
The heels right here.
The
and
fop
then
with no
here.
name looked somewhat like an early 18th century
that.
rake, one who hadn't
That's
been able
easy.
to find real rake clothes
Now,
and
when
had
you
to make
wanna
do with what he could
draw
find
it,
at the Oxfam
but
shop.
is this what you're trying
His
to draw?
face was powdered to white.
No, that's not the
his
angle I'm
lips
trying to
painted
draw.
red. Rieslet, the fop's opponent, looked like the kind of dream one might have if one fell asleep watching sumo wrestling on the television with a Bob Marley record playing in the background. He was a huge Rastafarian who looked like nothing so much as an obese and enormous baby. They were standing face to face in the middle of a cleared circle of spectators and other bodyguards and sightseers. Neither man moved a muscle. The fop was a good head taller than Rieslet. On the other hand, Rieslet weighed as much as 4 fops, each of them carrying a large leather suitcase entirely filled with lard. They stared at each other without breaking eye contact. It's a way of describing people. On the other hand, this is a description of a city, and it's a description of a familiar city. 3 years in London had not changed Richard, although it had changed the way he perceived the city. Richard had originally imagined London as a grey city, even a black city from the pictures he had seen, and was surprised to find it filled with colour. It was a city of red brick and white stone, red buses and large black taxis, which were often, to Richard's initial puzzlement, gold or green or maroon, bright red postboxes and green grassy parks and cemeteries. It was a city in which the very old and the awkwardly new jostled each other, not uncomfortably, but without respect. A city of shops and offices and restaurants and homes, of parks and churches, of ignored monuments and remarkably unpalatial palaces.
Better.
A city of
Better.
hundreds of districts with strange names: Crouch End, Chalk Farm, Earl's Court, Marble Arch, and oddly distinct identities. A
That
noisy,
smells better.
dirty, cheerful, troubled city which fed on tourists, needed them
terrible.
as it despised
It's
them, in which the average speed of transportation through the city had not increased in 300 years, following 500 years of fitful
It's because
road
I don't know how
widening
it
and unskillful
looks.
compromises
It's not
between
that
the
you're
needs
not
of
getting
traffic,
it, it's
whether
just
horse-drawn or more
you don't know how
recently
it
motorized,
looks.
and the needs of pedestrians, a city inhabited by
So when you
and
look at it
teeming with
from the
people
top angle-
of every colour and manner and kind. And that's the kind of place where you just go, yeah, I'm going to describe it. There's no reason not to. There's no reason to show, don't tell, whatever that actually means. When you want to tell somebody what a city looks like, tell them. Why show it? Why not just tell? It's a lovely scene setting, and it sets up a place in which the story is going to occur. So, for description, what I try and do is I will scene set, I'll set a scene for people. I'll describe a person, I'll describe a gate, I'll describe a grave. But what I will do is assume that people generally know what a tree looks like, what a house looks like, what a door looks like. So what I'll try and tell them while I'm describing is what makes this a little different, what makes this memorable. And it doesn't have to be very big. It can be a fairly small image, but it can be a tree that looks like a clutching hand trying to grab the clouds. And suddenly you know why that tree is different to all the other trees. And it evokes emotion. And that's the other lovely thing that you can do if you can with description, is do more than one thing at the same time. I used to be spoiled because when I would write comics, I would just describe what we were seeing to an artist and tell them to draw that thing. In prose, you have to be more evocative. you're writing a
I'll be
description,
spending another hour doing
the
this shit.
most important thing is to find something. Find one
Relax,
thing
just look at it. Just
that
look
is
at it.
memorable, one thing
Trying to
that's
figure it out.
important, one thing that's different. And then look at that using a sense. It may be touch. It may be smell. Smell is often ignored in writing, and smell in the real world is subliminal, rolling, evocative, and very, very likely to take you to very strange places. It can be taste. It can be touch.
I could draw
You need to
a
invoke
foot.
whatever is
Oddly
going to
enough.
be strongest. And it's not just the way that something looks. Something looks is always, it's always useful. It's always important. But sometimes how it feels can be much, much more powerful.
So you just gotta draw
In
a
Coraline,
heel on this.
I have Coraline going through a tunnel, a weird kind of little tunnel, to get from the world that she's used to. She's opened a door that normally opens onto
Okay,
a brick
I get
wall,
that.
and now it doesn't.
I understand
There's a
that.
passage.
It's just that I don't know how to draw. Okay, just look at it from the top angle. Fucking idiot.
Here's a little bit in Coraline. Coraline turned her back on the door and began to run, as fast as was practical, through the dark corridor, running her hand along the wall to make sure she didn't bump into anything or get turned around in the darkness. It was an uphill run, and it seemed to her that it went on for a longer distance than anything could possibly go. The wall she was touching felt warm and yielding now, and, she realized, it felt as if it were covered in a fine downy fur. It moved.
Okay. Think
As
about
if it were taking a
Just
breath.
Think about
She
it.
snatched her hand away from it. Winds howled in the dark. She was scared she would bump into something, and she put out her hand for the wall once more. This time what she touched felt hot and wet, as if she had put her hand in somebody's mouth, and she pulled it back with a small wail. And it's the kind of moment where touch suddenly becomes the only sense that matters. And a moment like that, where you're touching something warm and wet, is the stuff of nightmares. When I was 11 or 12 years old. Humor in anything you do is good, for me, anyway. I know there are many writers who write without humor. For me, humor, whether it's broad or whether it's subtle, is always vital. Sometimes it can be very dry, sometimes it can be overt. Whatever you're writing, you want some humor, because humor is recognition. Humor is that moment where you see something that you've always thought, but now somebody has articulated it. And they've articulated in a way that you've never seen before. And sometimes it's just the joy of the unexpected. This is a book that is all humor. It's called Fortunately the Milk. It's a children's book. And it is about a father who sets off to buy milk for his children's breakfast. And finds himself kidnapped by aliens. And fleeing the aliens, finds himself captured by pirates. "Who be ye, landlubber?" said the woman, who had a big hat on her head and a parrot on her shoulder. "He's a spy, a walrus in a coat, a new kind of mermaid with legs," said the men. "What are you doing here?" asked the woman. "Well," I said, "I just set out to the corner shop for some milk for my children's breakfast and for my tea, and the next thing I knew..." "He's lying, Your Majesty." She pulled out her cutlass. You dare lie to the Queen of the Pirates? Fortunately, I had kept tight hold of the milk, and now I pointed to it. If I did not go to the corner shop to fetch the milk, I asked them, then where did this milk come from? At this, the pirates were completely speechless. Now, I said, if you could let me off somewhere near to my destination, I would be much obliged to you. And where would that happen to be? Said the Queen of the Pirates. On the corner of Marshall Road and Fletcher Lane, I said, my children are waiting there for their breakfast. You're on a pirate ship now, me fine bucko, said the Pirate Queen, and you don't get dropped off anywhere. There are only two choices. You can join my pirate crew or refuse to join, and we will slit your cowardly throat, and you'll go to the bottom of the sea where you will feed the fishes. What about walking the plank? I asked. Never heard of it, said the pirates. Walking the plank, I said, it's what proper pirates do. Look, I'll show you. Do you have a plank anywhere? It took some looking, but we found a plank and I showed the pirates where to put it. We discussed nailing it down, but the Pirate Queen decided it was safer just to have the two fattest pirates sit on the end of it. Why exactly do you want to walk the plank? Asked the Pirate Queen. I edged out onto the plank. The blue Caribbean water splashed gently beneath me. Well, I said, I've seen lots of stories with pirates in them, and it seems to me that if I'm going to be rescued... At this, the pirates started to laugh so hard their stomachs wobbled, and the parrot took off into the air in amazement. Rescue, they said. There's no rescue out here. We're in the middle of the sea. Nevertheless, I told them, if you are going to be rescued, it will always be while walking the plank. Which we don't do, said the Pirate Queen. Here, have a Spanish doubloon and come and join us in our piratical adventures. It's the 18th century, she added, and there's always room for a bright, enthusiastic pirate. I caught the doubloon. I almost wish that I could, I told her, but I have children and they need their breakfast. Then you must die. Walk the plank. I edged out to the end of the plank. Sharks were circling. So were piranhas. Unfortunately, the milk is a bit odd because it has a father narrating. The actual book is narrated by his son. So, and this was where I interrupted my dad for the first time. Hang on, I said, piranhas are a freshwater fish. What were they doing in the sea? You're right, said my father,
God,
the piranhas were later. Right,
I can't draw this.
I was out at the end of the plank, facing certain death, when a rope ladder hit my shoulder and a deep, booming voice shouted, quickly, climb up the rope ladder. I needed no more encouragement than this, and I grabbed the rope ladder with both hands. Fortunately, the milk was pushed deep into the pocket of my coat. The pirates hurled insults at me and even discharged pistols, but neither insults nor pistol shot found their targets, and I soon made it to the top of the rope ladder. I'd never been in the basket of a hot air balloon before. It was very peaceful up there. The person in the balloon basket said, I hope you don't mind me helping, but it looked like you were having problems down there. I said, you're a Stegosaurus. One of the fun things about a scene like that
So this is
you
what
are
I'm trying to draw?
taking a scene that
What were you
everybody
trying to
is
draw,
kind
dude?
of familiar with. And then you're just twisting it 45 degrees off kilter. So
Oh, dude, I got
we
it
have
right.
a pirate ship. And you get to go, what are the cliches? How can I make fun of the cliches? How can I enjoy the cliches? I love the idea that the first thing that anybody does if they're about to be killed on a pirate ship is demand
mean,
the
it's
plank.
not
Because of
perfect.
course you get rescued walking the plank. We've all seen that. So one thing that's really fun is just
So you had it
take a
right,
cliche.
dude.
Take a scene that you have seen 1,000 times. And it can be from whatever kind of fiction you like. It can be, if you like people with guns, it can be two people facing off with guns. If you like fiction with swords, it can be swords. If you like fiction with dragons, it can be somebody against a dragon. If you like doctor-nurse romances, it can be a doctor and a nurse and another nurse. And they're glaring at each other because one thinks that the other one has slept with the other one knows that they haven't, and they're a messy. You do the thing the cliched way. Do the way that you have seen it 100 times. And now if you're going to mine it for humor, you just turn it and you tilt it. And some of that is just going to be word choice. And some of that is going to be attitude. And a lot of it is going to be surprise. because
So when
the
you draw
lovely
a
thing
foot,
about
it's like-
laughter is it's the release of tension. You are building up to something funny, and then you're letting it go. You're building up to something tense, and then you're deflating it with laughter.
Yeah.
So see how you can do that with something very familiar and something very cliched, and then have one of the characters just be a little bit more matter of fact than they ought to be. Have one of the characters know a little bit more about this kind of fiction than they ought to. Have one of the characters be much more concerned about whether they left the kettle on at home, or that the kids need to be picked up from school, than they are about the dragon or the gun, and just see what happens. That way, it's an easy way to start building humor, but a really lovely way just to go in and find what's funny in a scene. Certain words are going to have humor. In the sequence that I read from Neverwhere, describing Riselip as being heavier than 4 fops, each of those fops carrying a large suitcase filled entirely with lard. The use and deployment of the word lard is just the right word to deploy in the right way, and it gives you this wonderfully funny image in your head of 4 tall, thin people, each hauling a suitcase around, which by its very nature is funny. So you can go, use funny words, deploy them, play around. One of the things that stand-up comedians and people who write humor find fascinating is where in the sentence your word comes can actually mean the difference between funny or not funny. Ending with the funny is always important. 4 lard-filled suitcases as opposed to 4 suitcases filled entirely with lard. The lard, being the funny word, comes at the end. When Terry Pratchett and I were working on Good Omens, we needed shorthand ways to communicate with each other. And what I loved about talking with Terry was that he would come up with terms for things that there were not terms for in ways to write comedy. One of those was a figgin. A figgin was a term that he had started using in Discworld, where a figgin, initially you think it's something terrible that, like a body part, possibly a testicle or something, where your figgins are going to be, cut off or thrown to the winds. And later you discover a figgin is a small raisin-filled, like an Eccles cake. It's a little sort of pastry. And he used to use that as just a figgin being a little joke that becomes a running joke. But a running joke that then will pay off in some way toward the end. And they were distinguished.
Okay, I get it.
That we
Oh
built
my god.
in Good Omens, which Terry called sherbet lemons. And he called them sherbet lemons because there is a moment in the text where Adam,
So if it's a really
the
high heel,
11-year-old
right?
Antichrist, has been fallen asleep eating sherbet lemons, and he is determined to get rid of nuclear power because he's read magazines saying this is a very bad thing. And the next thing that happens is a nuclear power station discovers their reactor has gone missing, but mysteriously is still putting out, they're still putting out a full load of power, they just don't know where they're getting it from. And when they go and inspect the enormous room where the reactor used to be, the only thing they find is a sherbet lemon. And so Terry would start using sherbet lemons to mean just little things that you'd throw in to the text to make someone smile. They'd just be a little nice little moment of humor. It's a small thing that you throw in, as opposed to a fig-in. And the fig-in would be something that you would think was just a sherbet lemon, but then it would pay off. And it would have a shape and a payoff toward the end, and it would appear, you'd sneak it in under the radar, people would think, this is just a sherbet lemon, but actually it'll be a thing. Terry loved having these terms for things. Another one of Terry's terms was cigarettes. And he would talk about the end of a book as being built of cigarettes. And by cigarettes, what he meant was the moments in a 1960s cop show, 1960s American cop shows in particular, where everyone will be sitting around having a cigarette because they used to smoke on television in those days. And they'd say, "So what really happened to the widow Blumenthal anyway?" And someone would say, well, this would happen. And then you'd cut in on all of the characters. They'd all be having their little cigarettes, and you get a way of saying goodbye to them. So Terry would always love the idea that at the end of the novel, after a novel was done, you needed to have your cigarettes. You needed to just stop in on each character, explain anything from the plot that had not been explained so far, wrap everything up, and say your goodbyes. And the problem with that, actually, I discovered years later, was the nice thing about the cigarettes on a 1970s American cop show is they are literally the time between the end of the episode and the final commercial break. So you have your commercials and then you have your titles, and in between they liked to have this little bit that they would squeeze in where nothing really would happen, and it lasted maybe a maximum of 3 minutes long. It was this tiny little thing. And of course, once you put them into a book and then try and turn that book into television, your last half hour consists of people saying goodbye to each other after the plot is finished. So when I was doing Good Omens as a television series, I actually wound up having to reconfigure the entire plot for the last episode and come up, while keeping the original plot that Terry and I came up with, I came up with a new plot. And one that keeps ticking until the final second, because I really didn't want a plot that finished halfway through and then people just said goodbye to each other.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Well, something that is definitely just a sherbet lemon, in that it is there, it is a running gag. It shows up several times, but it's just there to be fun. It doesn't have any kind of payoff. Would be, this is an Anansi Boys, and was the lime. And the idea being that Fat Charlie, who is the hero of the novel, has arrived on a little island called St. Andrews. Here we go. He's taking a taxi ride. He learned there was no reason ever to leave St. Andrews. The taxi driver himself had seen no reason ever to leave St. Andrews, and he had given it much thought. The island had a cave and a mountain and a rainforest. Hotels? It had 20. Restaurants? Several dozen. It contained a city, 3 towns, and a scattering of villages. Food? Everything grew here. Oranges, bananas, nutmegs. It even, the taxi driver said, had limes. Fat Charlie said no at this, mostly in order to feel like he was taking part in the conversation, but the driver appeared to take it as a challenge to his honesty. He slammed on the taxi's brakes, sending the car slewing over to the side of the road, got out of the car, reached over a fence, pulled something from a tree, and walked back to the car. "Look at this," he said. "Nobody ever tell you that I is a liar. What it is?" "A lime?" said Fat Charlie. "Exactly." Which means that by the time we get to page 12, chapter 12, several chapters later, Fat Charlie gets to rent a bicycle And there were information conduits on St. Andrews that Fat Charlie, who on some level believed that coconut palms and cellular telephones ought to be mutually exclusive, had not expected. It did not seem to make any difference who he talked to. Old men playing draughts in the shade, women with breasts like watermelons and buttocks like armchairs and laughter like mockingbirds, a sensible young lady in the tourist office, a bearded rasta with a green, red and yellow knit cap and what appeared to be a woolen miniskirt. They all had the same response. You're the one with the lime? I suppose so. Show us your lime. It's back at the hotel. Look, I'm trying to find Kellyanne Higgler. She's about 60, American, big mug of coffee in her hand. Never heard of her. And once Fat Charlie gets back to his room,
This is crazy.
Benjamin, the concierge, examined the
can't
bike
believe I
and told Fat
can't
Charlie not
draw
to worry.
this,
They'd have it
man.
all fixed and good as new by tomorrow. Fat Charlie went back to his hotel room, the colour of underwater, where his lime sat
Okay.
like a small green Buddha on the countertop. You're no help, he told the lime. This was unfair. It was only a lime. There was nothing special about it at all. It was doing the best it could. I used to puzzle a lot over what genre was. I knew that I was writing sometimes genre fiction,
Easy to draw.
sometimes not. I knew that I had a huge advantage in that the majority of what I was writing as a young writer was comics, was graphic novels, which is a medium, comics, that looks to the uninitiated like a genre. But because it wasn't a genre, it was just a medium, I was allowed to do whatever I wanted. I could write historical fiction, I could write fantasy fiction, I could write high fantasy and low fantasy, I could do science fiction, I could do pure horror, I could do political fiction, I could do it all. And because it was all coming out as comics, people didn't mind. But what genre was baffled me. It wasn't until I read a book by a film professor in California called Linda Williams, who wrote a book called Hardcore. And it was a film professor's analysis of hardcore pornography. And 3/4 of the way through the book, she compared hardcore pornography films of the 1970s to the musical. And suddenly the penny dropped for me. Because musicals, like 1970s porn films, had certain things that have to happen. You need the opening song by a large chorus of people. You need the heroine singing on her own about what she thinks is going to happen. You need the song that's the first meeting of our heroine and our hero. You need the comic relief song with the 3 robust people behind him. You need all of those things ending up with the final song which the hero and the heroine sing together that indicates they've been brought together. You need the final chorus and then we're out. And the truth is, in a classic musical, the plot exists purely to stop all of the songs from happening at the same time. Just as in a 70s porn film, according to Linda Williams, the plot existed to stop all of the sex happening at the same time. I thought, actually, that tells me what the difference is between a cowboy novel and a novel set in cowboy times. Because you can just look at it from a perspective of reader expectations. What are they coming to this for? What will they feel cheated if they do not get? They're going to expect the cattle stampede. They're going to
Let's
expect
just look at
the
it and
showdown
draw.
at high
Jesus
noon.
Christ,
They're
dude.
going to expect the fight in the saloon. They're going to expect... you start listing the things, and you go, okay, so the plot actually
thing
needs to
is,
exist to keep all of these
I'm
things
having trouble.
from happening at the same time. Or you can do a novel
I get
set
this part, the outer
in the Old
part.
West And none of those things need to happen. You can go after completely different things. But you need to understand at that point, you're writing something that might look like genre, but isn't. And that people may point to it as genre, and it's not. And that if somebody picks up your novel expecting genre, they will be disappointed, just as they would be if they went to see a musical and there were no songs at all. So, a lot of what you wind up doing then with genre is going, okay, what makes genre genre? What would people feel cheated if they didn't get? Earlier on we were talking about making a novel out of that March short story with Anne Bonny, the pirate. And so at that point, you might start making a list for yourself of, okay, if I wrote this novel, and there wasn't at least one boarding of a ship, people might feel a little cheated. I'd like to put one in. It might not. You can always turn things around. You don't actually ever have to give people the thing they want in the way they're expecting it. They actually always like it if you give them what they want in a way that they're not expecting. If you give them what they need, but didn't realize that they wanted in a way that's unfamiliar. People like that, but you're still trying to give them the moments that are actually going to make them feel like, yes, this is what I came for.
Okay.
I'm getting my money's worth. They are singing all of the songs in the
differently
order that those songs
So
should
this-
be sung. And actually, it's a musical. It's not a mysterious musical without songs. Or you can go, actually, those things that are musicals without songs, they're called plays. They're okay too, but it's a different kind of thing. And you need to know what you're going into and what you're building. I think understanding genre is a hugely valuable tool for writers. And if you don't understand genre, you're going to come a cropper. It's very easy to look at fiction and not quite get what genre is, because the surface trappings of genre are a lot like the surface trappings of things that aren't genre. And yet, there is a huge difference. There is a difference between a novel set in the American Wild West and a cowboy novel. There is a difference between a novel set in the intelligence community and a spy story. And if you don't understand that, you will wind up disappointing your readers, confusing your publishers, making a general mess of things. If you do understand it, then it can be useful for you. And you can use it or you can ignore it. Many, many years ago, when I was 9-10 years old, I had an appalling lisp and was sent to a elocution teacher named Miss Webster. And Miss Webster had a number of Scotty dogs. I kind of borrowed her for Coraline, her and her best friend, as the actresses in Coraline. And she would smoke little black cigarillos and rest her arms on her magnificent bosom as she listened to me. And I remember once she listened to my reading of a speech from Puck. At the end of it, she said, "Neil, dear, before you can be eccentric, you have to know where the circle is." And I took that as glorious advice that has always seen me safe. It's always good to know what the rules are before you break them. It's always good to know what the rules are when you're breaking them.
Oh my God.
It's good to know what the rules are, even if you're
Kinda
going to
chill
ignore
out.
them
Oh.
absolutely completely from the word go and just set off to break them.
Why can't you
Because
draw
at least
this?
that way, you know how people have been doing this. You know how people ought to do this. You know how people think they ought to do this. And you can set off and do whatever you like. But know before you go. Know safely what the rules are and then break them with joy. When you're writing fiction, you need to know more than the reader. You do not need to know everything, but you always need to know more than the reader does. Now, the great thing about beginning any piece of fiction is you know something, and that something is more than any reader knows, because the reader knows nothing about what you're doing, and you at least know something. But where and who and how and what, these are all things that you can know and the reader doesn't. The way you reveal information is in a way that suits you. It's not in a way that necessarily is going to initially suit the reader. You can know more, which means that you can hide things in the text, which means you can set things up in the text, which means that you can play with things. You can play with things as simple as the fundamental sexism of language, for example. In Sandman, I took enormous pleasure in Sandman #1 already having an idea of who this family was and the shape of it, of mentioning that a black magic organization in 1916 had been attempting to capture Death, but they had failed, and they had caught Dream, Death's younger brother. And back in those days, people would actually write letters to the editor, and the letters would come in. And I asked the people at DC Comics if they would mind just sending me the letters to the editor as they came in. And I took enormous pleasure over the next months in seeing every now and then at the end of a letter, people would say, "You've said that they were trying to capture Death's younger brother. When are we going to see Dream's older brother, Death?" And I, knowing full well that this was going to be an older sister, just took pleasure in that. I knew more about the story that they did. I built a little trap for the reader. I knew that that was going to be to my advantage. I knew that having a reader think that something is going to happen, and actually something else that will be much more satisfactory, much more interesting, and something they haven't seen, is going to be really fun. So reader expectations are a lovely thing to play with and to sail against. It's like the wind on a little sailing ship. You're using it to power you, and it comes sometimes from the side and it pushes you forward. For a writer starting out, I would tend to push you away from genre fiction. And I'll push you away from genre fiction on the basis that you've probably spent your life reading some kind of genre fiction. And you love genre fiction. And that's what you know. And I think it's really important for a young writer, and it could be a young writer of any age, to get out of their comfort zone. Go and write things that you know, that aren't the fiction that you know. Because if you write the fiction that you know, then the best you'll ever be is a good copy of somebody else. And what you're most likely to be is something that looks like a photocopy of a photocopy of a photocopy, and now you're grey and unattractive and barely readable. Be yourself. And that may involve dipping into genre, it may involve going to lots of places, but go explore. There are so many things that you can do in fiction. Go find what they are. Go play. When you get an idea and you start turning the idea over in your head and inspecting it and trying to figure out what the strengths of the idea and what the weaknesses of the idea are, a lot of the time that's when you start to figure out what medium the idea would work in best. When you get to comics, you have a whole different area of territory. We get to use the pictures and the words to try and do things inside the head of the reader that you might never be able to do in prose or in film. For example, why don't I take you through the process of plotting a comic? And not just plotting a comic, but of taking an idea through to a script. Now, bear in mind that one of the strange things about writing comics is, as far as I can tell, there are probably as many ways to write a comic as there are people in history who have written comics. I do it my way. I'm sure everybody else does it their way. But I can give you how I do it and how I did it. Sandman 19. In Sandman 19, this is the first of the absolute Sandman volumes. It is huge, it is very heavy. You could use it to stun a burglar if necessary, which has always been my definition of art. I had been to a performance of A Midsummer Night's Dream. I'd loved it. I'd forgotten how funny it was. And it was an open-air theatre. And there was something very strange and magical about being outside as the play began in daylight and moved into night. What would be interesting about Midsummer Night's Dream? How could I do this? And I thought, well, the first performance of Midsummer Night's Dream, outside, with Shakespeare and Shakespeare's men, putting it on before an audience consisting of Oberon and Titania and Puck and the fairy creatures, who would all be a little bit more dark and dangerous than they are in the play, as a gift. And I thought, I like that. That feels like it's about something. And it also felt dangerous, felt odd. Nobody had ever done anything like that in a monthly comic. So then I reread the play, A Midsummer Night's Dream, just made notes, just put little pencil marks where I thought lines would be important, because I realized, of course, I was going to have various layers of action going on through the story. There would be the play always ticking on. There would be the front row of the audience, which would be Morpheus, the Sandman, the Lord of Dreams, and Oberon and Titania and Puck. There would be the back row of the audience. I love the idea of just a bunch of idiot fairies commenting on the action and explaining it to each other. I thought, that'll be fun. And then I began.
Okay.
The way that you begin, if you're me,
I think I kind of get it.
is you take some paper. You take a bunch of sheets of paper. You staple them together. You fold them over. And I knew I had 24 pages. So I numbered 1 to 24. And actually, all I needed to know, I didn't fill in very much detail in the middle. Normally, I'll fill in roughly what's happening on each page. But all I needed was starting and ending on this. I knew that everything else was going to be dictated by the pace of the play. So page 1 is traveling, page 2, meet the Sandman, page 3, set up, Wendell open the gate, page 4, the fairies are there. And that's my first notes to myself. So, as I begin, I draw out roughly what is going to be in each panel. And I'm not doing this for any other reason than because what I want to do is know how big a panel, how much information I can ask an artist to put in a panel. You're not going to say, okay, this is a 12 panel page, and on page 7, I want the entire Plutonian Space Force coming in, while down on the Earth we can see little Rodney and his dog running away, and his dog has got a flower. And you're going, no, you can't put all that information on a 12 panel page. You have a very small amount of information in each panel. The panel here is the unit of information, and they're small. So I begin by just writing
I
things
get
out
it now.
for myself. What you can see here is an ox pulling a wagon, and up on the hillside is the Long Man of Wilmington. And he's standing there and he's holding a stick. And I thought, what if it isn't a stick? What if he's a gatekeeper? What if he could open a door? And that's how
Question is
the fairy
it
folk come out
like
of the
that?
hill. So that's already a visual.
It is,
for me,
it
which
is.
means we're planting it there
It
right
totally
from the
is.
get-go. So my little stick figures
So it's like this, right?
are instructions to me.
It's like this.
They are only seen by me.
And from
If
here-
you do it like this, your thumbnails will only be seen by you. You don't ever
I'm
have
gonna
to show
draw like
to anybody else. You definitely don't have to show them to an artist who can actually draw. And the dialogue that I write down here is dialogue for me. But mostly what it does is tell me what the dialogue needs to do. It doesn't need to tell
This
me what
works
the
too.
words are. That's not what this is for. What this is for is breaking down the beats of the story for me. It's telling me that my method of storytelling, getting from one panel to the next with a story, making something that somebody who can read comics can read as a story, is going to work. That's important. If I have an idea for what people need to be saying in a panel exactly, I'll note it down, but I will spend no time at all trying to get it exactly right. Because that's when you write the script. People ask how you write a comic script. And a comic script is much more complicated than a film script. In a film script, you just say what happens. And the director, and the editor, and the storyboard artists, the camera people, they're all going to decide how that is told. That's not up to me as a scriptwriter. And in fact, if I give them too much detail, they will probably get grumpy. In comics, nobody gets grumpy because the function that you're performing as a writer of comics, of graphic novels, in film terms, you're the director and you're the writer and you're the editor. And the
still kind of makes sense.
artist
Even though if it's like this.
gets to be all of the actors, the director of photography, and the
But it
cameraman,
looks better
and the
if
production
you
designer.
kind of make it
And
like that.
so together you were a full team, and finished off by the letterer, who in this context I suppose would be the sound person, and the colorist, who would of course be the grader, and now we're getting silly. So, for me, a script is a letter. When I'm writing a script, I'm writing a letter to the artist. I want that letter to inspire them. I want that letter to enthuse them. I want that letter to describe what we're doing and why we're doing it and what this is about. And I want to make them complicit in everything that we do. So, fortunately, in this Absolute Sandman Volume 1, the script is actually printed. So we begin with me just trying to set the scene for Charles Vess. I set the scene, I say hello, I describe some of the characters we're going to be meeting. The Sandman, very tall, very pale, If you like the goatee he had the last time we saw him in this time period, then keep it. I don't mind one way or the other. And a little note to the letterer. I said, Todd, this story is going to be lettering heavy.
One more
I know
time.
before
One more
starting.
time.
So if you can
And then I'm done.
letter it slightly smaller than is your normal practice, thank you. Ready?
I'm gonna do a
Me neither. Here it goes.
crazy
And we
view.
begin just with page 1, panel 1. So here I've got my little doodle to myself. And one of the things I know
This one is a really high
I
view.
need more information in this panel than I could fit into a smaller panel, so it's across the whole of the top tier. And I describe it here, long shot, large panel, the South Downs on a late summer's afternoon, fine weather. In the background, small on a hillside, we can see the long man of Wilmington. He looks like he does now, except he's wearing a hat of some kind, or the outline of a helmet. Originally, apparently, he had one. A white chalk figure outlined in a doorway cut into the turf on the side of Windover Hill. Coming toward us, following a rough path in the turf trodden to mud, is a procession of 4 rough wooden carts, 3 drawn by huge Shire horses, none of your thoroughbred Arab steeds here, 1 possibly drawn by an ox or oxen. I've described this in a certain amount of detail here, but you don't need to cram it all in, just bear it in mind. So at this point, we get to page 2, panel 1. Long shot, Shakespeare has turned to the procession of people and carts, hand on his hips, shouting, "Hold fast, we stop here, my friends. Hamnet, go and wait with Condell and the other boys." But father. Page 2, panel 2. Shakespeare walking up the steep and grassy hill, probably from behind. He's sweating if we can see his face. No dialogue. Hamnet, his face slightly unreadable, but definitely not
Looks the same.
very happy, fills the panel. One of the
Little
things
bit
I
higher,
love
I think.
about comics
Right.
is the silent panel. In prose, you cannot have a silent panel. You are talking. But in comics, you get moments when nobody is saying anything. Everything is still, and they act as punctuation. They can act as a beat. They can act to underscore something. They make your audience, they make your reader contribute. They bring themselves to a silent panel. What are the people saying? What does this mean? How do they feel? When I was reading out the script for Charles Vess, there were things that fascinated me that I'd put in there for him. Lines of things that are actually impossible to draw. Even, his cloak is blowing in a non-existent wind. Tell your artist things that they can't draw, but they need to know. And you can describe all sorts of emotions, describe how people look, describe how they react, describe what they're thinking, because the artist knows. And that will, with luck, make it through into the pictures and into the story and into the world.
Okay, I get it.
The page for me
Look at
in
this.
comics
I drew it here. Jesus Christ.
is your unit. And it's a unit in a way that it isn't normally in prose. In prose, it doesn't really matter how something is
Oh my
pagined.
god. Oh my
And the
god.
reason that I sit here and I break everything down, the reason that all
Oh
of what
my
I'm
God.
doing here is to tell me what fits on a page, how it works on a page, when you're turning the page, when you're not turning the page, is so that beat for beat, I'm in control and I go, good, the page is the unit. The panel in comics is a single illustration. You need another illustration next to it, another panel, in order to make it comics. It only starts to become comics at the moment where the reader begins to fill in between what happens in that panel and what happens in the next panel. Sometimes you can use the page in an incredibly powerful way. You can surprise people. You can make somebody see something that they haven't seen before. For example, in Sandman number 7, probably the nearest thing to a classical superhero.
Heels are
versus
like the
supervillain
hardest to
battle
draw. I
there
can't
ever is in
stop
the
this though.
entirety of
I
Sandman.
can't. Okay, one more
Where
time.
Dr. D, this skeleton-headed monstrous creature, has the Sandman's ruby, in which the Sandman's power
I have
is.
to know how to draw
And
this.
he says, "This is your
I have
life."
to get it
and
in
I'm
my
crushing
brain.
it with my hands. And he crushes it and destroys it. And there's a huge explosion. And we go over the page. And now there's just a tiny figure against a completely white background. And we move in, and we're still in this completely white background. And Dr. D says, "I did it. I killed him. Whoever he was, whatever it was, it's dead. The ruby's gone too. I feel so strange." He does a little speech about how I rule it. I'm the king of dreams of everything. It's funny. I always thought when I became king, I thought there would be applause. I thought somebody would say something. And he's standing there floating against this pure white background. And we go over the page. And we go over the page. And we realize that he is standing in the palm, the white palm of Morpheus the Sandman's hand. And that's what we've been seeing. And Morpheus says,
This is how you draw it. Fuck. Fuck, you got it, you got it.
I'd forgotten how much of my power I'd placed in that ruby, and when you smashed it, it all came back. And it's a moment
Oh my god,
that I
this is
could
the
not
hardest
do.
thing to
I
draw
could not
in
pull
the
that
world.
off without being in control of when the pages are turned.
It's just so hard, dude.
And actually,
It
when
looks
we
so
did the
weird, man.
graphic novel version of this, we then had to create this one
I'm like blind
page
because of this.
where you get the tiny figure of Dr. D hanging in the air because
Oh my
we
god,
needed
dude.
that page turn
It's so
always
tough
to
to
exist.
draw. What the hell?
The problem with comics is you cannot put something important on a right-hand page. Or you can't put a plot surprise on a right-hand page because people are going to see it as they turn the page. They may not be looking at it, they may not be trying to see it, but they will kind of see it. So if it's going to be a surprise, it's going to have impact, put it on a left-hand page. Let people turn the page and find the thing. So there are geniuses in comics who write and draw and letter and color and do everything themselves. People like Chris Ware, who you look at, or Art Spiegelman. They are brilliant. I am not that brilliant. So in order to create comics, I need people who can do things.
I couldn't even
And
listen
I
to
have
this guy talk about
collaborators,
comics,
and
man. This is the
we
good
all
part.
work together. We all
Oh,
work together to create something. Let's look at Sandman 19 again. It's a lovely example. Now, the way that comics traditionally are done was it would be drawn out, first of all, in pencil.
alright,
And
I
once
am
pencil,
done. I
it
am
would go to the
so out of
letterer.
it right now.
And the letterer in ink would let
I am so out of it, dude. Oh my god. Heels are the hardest thing to draw in the world, dude. Well, I mean, to be fair, I'm drawing it like in a weird ass position, so I'm freaking drawing it upside down. Well, if you draw things upside down, it helps you understand it better, so. Oh my god, man. This is why my vegetables in my fridge is rotting away. I get so tired trying to figure shit out like this. I can't. Oh my god, so tired, man. It's like Try to draw a heel upside down. It's the last boss though. It's the last boss of drawing. If I just get this bullshit down, like I could not probably, like I could pretty much draw like a lot of, like almost anything. No, that's not true. What else can I not draw? I don't know how to draw. Nah, dude, if I could draw a heel, like I could draw anything. Oh. It's 9:13. How long have I been streaming? Oh my god, my eyes are blurry now, dude. Alright, everybody. 0 people. I don't know why I'm doing this, but it's just fun. You guys get to see me suffer live, trying to figure out how to draw heels upside down. Oh my god, man. I'm gonna go buy some Taco Bell or something.